Emotions in our hearts, shit what us in our voice. The spirit and the flesh, the emotions that arrest. The cerebral will contest, propelling the unrest. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded. The teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand. Stand up, make we burn Babylon. Guess I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Trembling in the haze with the semblance of a blaze. With gratitude and rage, we touch another page. With delirious delight, impervious to light. This vitality and might encourages the flight. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded. The teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand. Stand up, make we burn Babylon. Guess I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Guess I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. The world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Testing. Test, test, test. Do you like money? I know I do. And you can't talk about money without talking about investment. And you cannot talk, okay, you cannot get two sentences into investment without talking about real estate. It comes up all the time. Well, do you know that most millionaires are in real estate? Or you need to get that house, generational wealth, this and that and the other, okay? You cannot talk about money without talking about investment, and you cannot talk about investment without talking about that ubiquitous, all-encompassing, everywhere asset class called real estate, okay? Your money has to work for you, ladies and gentlemen. If your money's not work for you, especially fiat currency, then it is getting bled away, printed away, inflated away, ladies and gentlemen. And today we have the OG in the house. He is no stranger to you guys. He is Ramil Amer, and we're going to be talking about the real estate game from several fronts. Okay. Shout out to Volcanus in the house. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Okay. But we're going to get right into this. Okay. We're going to get right into this. Without further ado, Mr. Ramil Amer. How you doing, Ramil?
Hey, what's going on, man? I didn't see you had the you got the channel up and running. I didn't see you had the monetization. That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man.
Well, you know, I mean, definitely thank you for it. I mean, you know, I definitely utilized I took advantage of the activity in your chat and, you know, the love that you've constantly shown to
yeah. It's not a problem, man. Brothers need to hear what you're talking about for real. So definitely not a problem at all.
Excellent. So if I were to let's just start from your background in real estate. Okay. Now, how did you get into real estate? How long have you been doing this, and I believe you are in wholesale.
Yes.
And how did you get into that particular aspect? What's your real estate journey been, generally speaking?
Okay, so yeah, let's get right into it. So as far as real estate, right now what I do in real estate is wholesale real estate, which is when you connect a motivated seller with an investor slash buyer. I got into it about what? Wow, it's about to be 6 years. 2015, yeah, about almost 6 years. Wow, that's crazy. Right now, this days, I usually wholesale on a referral basis more because now other things are taking up a lot of my time. But real estate, like you said, most millionaires are in it. 90% of millionaires are in real estate. Also, so what got me into real estate is that, okay, I'm just gonna keep it 100. If you don't know, I'm pretty sure you do. I've been to the joint. Okay, so when you go to the joint, which you should never do, and try to avoid it at all costs, everybody in the audience, when you get out, you don't really have any prospects for gainful employment like that. Okay, that's just is what it is. I mean, it's out there, but it's like you got to know somebody, and if you do find a good job, if you're a felon, you're gonna be working hard and doing hard labor. Okay, for the most part, exceptions aside. So I came to the conclusion that when I got out, I'm like, look, man, I literally have to go down the path of owning my own business, or that's going to be it. All right. So I did research after research, different businesses I could get into. All right. I got into instrumentals, selling instrumentals online. I got to a lot of different businesses, lots of different businesses. Some businesses people agree with, some people don't. But it's all legal. Okay. So,
Okay.
but real estate was the first thing that hit for me. Okay. So I bought a course. I was looking online, doing research. What businesses can I get into that's low overhead that I can start immediately? Came across the Flip Man, Todd the Flip Man, big black dude. All right, talks about wholesaling real estate and things like that. I watched his videos for like 4 days straight. All right, scraped up a couple money, scraped up some money, paid $600 for the course. He had a course. I was like $600. All right, to talk about wholesale. I bought the course. Came with a lifetime mentorship. I never even used it. I just used the course and I just was going at it. Tried and failed like for the first year almost. You know what I mean? Trying to get a buyer. Somebody going to sell their house, but I wasn't approaching it right. I wasn't being professional enough. But so I just kept pushing. I gave up like 3 times. Finally, a deal came through and closed, you know, after about a year, you know, about like $3,500 check or something like that. And I said, dang, I keep doing this over and over. And this is before everybody else started wholesaling now. You know what I'm saying? This was kind of before everybody else wanted to jump in. It's like I caught the last little train, but it's still a lot of deals out there. But so that's how I got into it, man. I basically had to make some money. And I had to find a way to get into, you know, making legal money that's sustainable and without having to work a job. That was my motivation behind it before getting into real estate. Yeah.
Legal money that was sustainable. You almost got forced into it, right?
Yeah, I did get forced into it. I'm just going to keep. I did get forced. The only other alternative. Well, yeah, you're right. You know.
But I think that well, I'm gonna ask you this then, because you know I'm also a big advocate of getting people to get more into the chaos, into the entrepreneurship, into the doing stuff, into the world of versatility. Because as I like to always say, you can't just be a stool with 3 legs and say, I'm cool, right? Yeah. Because one of those legs get kicked away, you're on the floor, right? So get as many legs as possible. And that has to do going into the world of business, the world of the chaos, understanding versatility, understanding being able to juggle things and then maneuver and so on and so forth. It may seem crazy in the beginning, but over the long haul, you're going to learn so many skills that you're going to be a man of so many different outlets, if you will, so many different networks, so many different talents that you're going to definitely sustain. Now, you said how you went into real estate, but is this something that you would encourage people to get into? And if so, why?
Well, do you mean like people? Do you mean like just the average person, or like, you know?
Okay, so and we'll so yeah, let me go ahead and ask you that then. So, what kind of people then? Okay, is there a personality type that should just be like, okay, if you're this kind of person, just don't bother, okay? But with real estate in general and real estate investment in general, we can broaden it out even to maybe be flipping homes or buying some renting, getting something to rent out, or any different kind of way in which you can invest in real estate, okay, is that something that you would encourage people to consider, people who are looking into getting outside the box a little bit? So people who are already motivated to do something else, do something extra, right? Is this a good vehicle, and why?
Okay, so first, yes, if you're motivated, yes. Because first of all, like you said, 90% of millionaires are in real estate. This is why I bought this house. All right, this is the only piece of real estate I own, but I own it. Okay, so that's the thing. So definitely, if you have the motivation. Now, if you weak, stay at home. Okay, if you are not risk tolerant, stay at home. If you're not willing to, if you can't take a loss, stay at home. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's just like stocks or crypto a little bit. If you don't have no risk tolerance and you're not ready to and you get comfortable very easily, you like to be on a cushion and you're not ready to take on new endeavors, then sit your ass down. All right. But yes, if you have some motivation in your life, yes, I would even say real estate, in my opinion, this is my opinion. I would say real estate should almost be the first investment you make outside of your job. You know what I'm saying? And people have different opinions on that, you know what I mean? But that's how I look at it, because real estate, you can see it, it's tangible, and it's right in front of your face. And you can't liquidate it as fast all the time, but it's still worth it's a physical, tangible asset. You can't deny it. I can see this house in front of me. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion on that. You know what I mean? But I'm in stocks too. I'm in the crypto too, even though I talk shit about it. But but yeah, real estate definitely, man.
So you cannot liquidate it quickly. You mentioned that. But then I will add, well, that is kind of the point, right? in the sense that that is the point. You want an asset that is solid, literally solid, that you can see that it's not getting printed by Mnuchin and his buddies. I think over 20% of all the dollars that's ever existed was printed in 2020. Like all the dollars that has ever existed ever, 20% of it was printed in 2020. So back in like 2008, and when the first few crashes of at least my lifetime, right? People were talking about the quantitative easing and like all that kind of stuff, and how it's big, and what's going to happen, and bailouts. And now people don't even question it anymore. Okay, it's just like we don't even know how many trillions was printed in 2020. So yes, it's not liquid, but that's the point. Okay, liquid in terms of, let's say, fiat currency, especially fiat currency, it's literally kind of trash. So I kind of agree with Grant Cardone, whom you probably know, right? When he likes to talk about cash is trash, and it's true. Trash. If your money's not working for you, then it really isn't doing anything. It's worthless. Okay, it's absolutely worthless. So I 100% concur on that there. So let's jump right into this now. With any business, it breaks down into very
well. Before I think go ahead. On that quantitative easing part, I don't think people understand like they are printing money. Now you said they probably printed more money in 2020. That's what you saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't
just look at, because if you look at the total absolute number, it doesn't mean that, because money in the past was worth more, right?
Yeah.
But the more you print, the more you have to print. That's kind of how it goes.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why that's why I want to double back on that, because people need to understand like that literally makes the value of your money go down and down every day if you're not doing nothing with it. All right. So real estate is so good because real estate usually appreciates. All right. So every day the dollar's worth less and less because they're printing out more and more of it. So find something that appreciates, put your money into, so that you won't be stuck on stupid when all the crazy stuff about to happen.
Bam. Shout out to Jonathan in the house. Says,
yes,
you mind reading Jonathan's super chat?
He said, damn, another stream I can't stay for. This is my secondary income source too. I also started with wholesaling, but now I focus on buying and holding. Net worth is more important to me than income. I'll catch the replay, brother. Shout out to Jonathan Bearville. Really do appreciate you, brother. And that's how, like I said, I'm still wholesaling now. I'm just transitioning a little. Once you get to a certain point, you start to transition a little bit, because wholesale is like not entry level. I mean, you can wholesale as a career. It's just that now I'm just looking at more, like he said, buy and hold, things like that. But yeah, wholesaling is definitely a good starting point.
Excellent, excellent. And then Vulcanus again sent another one. Thank you very much. Now that's $25 total. Already 2 super chats in, and the stream is not even really kicked off yet. Real estate has created more millionaires than any other source on the planet. Well, this is true. So all businesses generally comes down to you have expenses. Okay, you're manufacturing something, or you are financing something, and you got operations and marketing and so on and so forth, and then you got revenue. Either you're selling that thing or you're renting it out, some kind of cash flow, and then the difference is the profits, and then you decide what you're going to do with the profits. You reinvest in it, or you going out tricking in Dubai, whatever it may be, right? But for real estate, if we just want to lay down some basics, right, as far as, let's say, what you do, right, because a lot of times people hear things like cash on cash, NOI, what's this, what's that. You know, people like to confuse. Now, all those numbers are valid, right? But with any particular endeavor, you can get down really deep into PhD level type numbers. But what are the basics in terms of what are your expenses, okay? In terms of maintenance, debt service, marketing, whatever it may be. And then what are the sources of income? All right, what is your basic operation as a wholesaler?
Okay, so with wholesaling, your biggest expense by far is going to be marketing. All right, because you don't need an office. To wholesale. You don't need much to wholesale. You can get into this game with $50. Okay, if you're savvy enough. Okay, but marketing is definitely going to be the biggest expense. Whether you're doing direct mail campaigns, whether you're doing internet marketing, or whether you're doing bandit signs, which is this little sign. I don't know if you see them where you're at. You live in a rich area, so you probably don't see them. But the We Buy Houses signs, you ever seen the We Buy Houses signs on the telephone pole? I don't know if you ever seen them, but so just different ways of marketing, and marketing can eat up a lot of your budget, especially if you're not getting no returns. Because the thing about wholesaling, man, you finding somebody who's going to sell you their house literally for like far below the market value. You kind of got to finesse a little bit. So it's not going to be a lot of people who own a house outright and who's going to sell you their house for pennies on the dollar. Like another thing which I don't like, which one of the reasons why I kind of stopped talking about wholesaling and kind of just fell back, is because you got all these people out here teaching wholesaling, how to do wholesale this, how to do wholesale that, and they're teaching it as if there's a plethora of deals out there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that anymore. Only 5% of real estate transactions are wholesale or the messed up houses. Okay, that's only 5% of real estate transactions. So that's not a lot. Okay, so they want to present a picture as if you're not gonna have to go out here and market heavy to find somebody, as if you're just gonna walk into the joint and find a deal. Now, unless you get lucky, they got beginner's luck all the time. But like, you're looking for a rare transaction. So your marketing has to be good to find that those 5% of homeowners who are selling, who's going to sell for a discounted price. And usually they're already in a messed up situation. Getting divorced, somebody died, something's going on. They get a new job, they got to move. You know what I mean? So it's usually going to be people with something going on. You know what I mean? So biggest expense is marketing. The income comes in when you. So with the wholesaler, you get a contract, right? You get the seller to make a deal with you, and you come up with a number on the contract. The money comes in when you flip that contract to a actual cash investor. Okay. So biggest expense, definitely marketing. Income comes in at the closing company when you flip the contract successfully to the investor. Sometimes the investor will even give you cash before the closing.
When you say investor, because you're in the residential space, right?
Yes.
Okay, you're in the residential space. You're finding motivated sellers. They're in some kind of a situation. Somebody died, someone's divorced, so on and so forth. They have a reason. They're motivated to sell that house. You're taking it from them. You got some kind of a deal going, and then you're selling it to an investor. Now, why do you call it an investor? Why is it not just another homeowner? Or is it typically investors that are getting it from you? Because is that why it's called wholesaling? Because you're selling it to investors? Or
you're selling it to an investor because these houses are usually in bad shape a lot of times. They're distressed properties. So, somebody who's trying to buy a house to live in most likely ain't gonna buy from you. Okay, I've had a couple people who bought from me who want to live in it, but that's not gonna happen for the most part. They looking for real estate agents. You're just getting the cut of, because the property's already messed up, so they already got to sell at a discounted price. So the only person who's going to be interested in buying those type of houses is another investor who has the capital to fix it up and sell it for the market price. You know what I mean? So
I see.
yeah. So I
So
rarely sell to another residential homeowner because they're not gonna buy a shitty house. They don't want, you know what I mean? So yeah.
I see. Shout out again, or shout out to, is that Black Goliath? I believe that's Black Goliath.
Yeah, what's going on, Black Goliath? Yep. Mm-hmm.
He says, salute to Ramil and Ike, respect to the knowledge and the insight. And then there's another super chat over here, another super chat saying, talking about land. And I'm just going to ask you that before we move on right now, talking about land only real estate and what your thoughts are about that.
Could be very profitable. That's not my specialty. I'm not good at that. I don't really like assessing land. It's not my, not my thing like that. But it's definitely a lot of profits to be made. I know people who wholesale lots, pieces of lands, plots of lands. It's just not my specialty.
Gotcha. And this land only thing could also be, you could have the land and also, let's say, have, either truckers park their trailers in it, or
you can rent it out, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mobile homes, that kind of a thing. Okay, excellent. Now, you mentioned a few things there that, because, marketing is a big expense. There's the selling aspect, but we'll get into that. And that kind of goes in also into the soft skills, which kind of maybe hinges on the person, also possibly on the personality type as well. But in general, okay, there are pros and cons to being big versus being small, right?
Mm-hmm.
And generally, someone's going to go into real estate. Okay, they're gonna have to start small, unless they're starting with their dad's $10 billion or something, right? So they're gonna have to start small. So generally speaking, David versus Goliath. David he's got his boot on the ground. You got local knowledge, right? Generally speaking, and then you can be nimble. You can do things in a little bit of an unorthodox way, right? Because if you're the top story of a glass building with marble all around you, you're going to be more conservative, right? You don't want to blow things up. You don't want to do nothing crazy. And that's, by definition, you don't have your boots on the ground at that level. Right. You're up in the sky somewhere, right? So, but in your estimation, like what are the advantages of being a small investor, and what are some pitfalls, and how can you kind of maximize both sides? How can you kind of maximize the blind spots or the pitfalls that you have or the disadvantages that you have from being small, and take advantage of the advantages, if you will, of being small in real estate?
Well, so real estate or business in general, I find what works for me better is to be small. I like operating my business in a small way. Any business I do, I like having my boots on the ground. I like being in touch more with the people that I'm dealing with. This is why I even run my channel the way I ran it, because I can scale the channel up, but it's just I know what comes with that. I don't want everybody watching me. I like being small because it keeps a connection with the people. They know who they're dealing with. Okay, so even with the wholesale real estate, you got a lot of wholesale companies. You don't even see who the buyers. I mean, the sellers don't even. They call somebody and the whole other person come out there. And like when you call me, I'm coming out there. Okay, so people are gonna know it's me. People are gonna build a connection with me. People are going to be more willing to do business with me. That's one of the advantages of being small. But of course, my reach is not that far. A bigger company has farther reach, but also a bigger company has more blind spots too. So it just depends on what your goals are as a person. Everything has its pros and cons. It depends on your personality type. I like to stay small. I like to be personally involved with my businesses. Now, I might delegate some things every once in a while. And I know you're supposed to delegate because you don't have all the time, but I kind of break the rule when it comes to that, because I can do things very quickly, very efficiently. Even if I hire somebody, or some occasions I hire some people to do some shit, I still might jump in their shit, but let me just do this shit for you real quick. You know what I mean? Just jump right back out, let them do the shit they got to do. I'm sorry for the cursor. So it depends on what you desire. Me, I like to stay small. The big companies, they might get more deals, but they got more overhead too. I don't got that much overhead. In any business I have, it's not that much overhead. One, because I own my house, so I can run everything out here. And then two, I don't have, the bigger you get, the more marketing expenses, the more people you got to pay, the more, just the more expenses in general. So A lot of big companies are going out of business right now because they were too big. All this unnecessary money, all this unnecessary people you're paying. What the COVID thing did was expose that. A lot of things were just too big, and they just had extra money just to throw around. But no, I don't do that. You know what I mean? I like to stay small because of my personality type, my connection with my customers, and other things like that.
100%. So people listening right now that may want to look into getting into real estate at some point, maybe wholesaling as well, and you're telling them, hey, you actually even prefer to be small. Okay. And just to reiterate the point, and shout out to Sister George in the house. She says, Ike and Ramil, shout out to you. Shout out to you for the $5 super chat. So basically,
man, what's going on?
Just to reiterate the point about, look, you're nimble. You have boots on the ground. You can do unorthodox things. You're not constrained.
Another point you brought. Yeah, the unorthodox part. That's another thing I like about being small. I can do a lot of stuff that other people can't because they either too big to do it or whether they just scared of breaking the rules, whatever the case. But I'm not. There's no SOP or standard operating procedure. I create my own standard operating procedure. You know what I mean? So other companies, while they, if you work for some big corporation, they ain't gonna let you do what I could do. It's sort of like if you're in a legal situation. If I represent myself, I can do things that a lawyer at the law firm can't do. I can talk to the other party directly. You know what I mean? So it's just the things that me being a smaller business can do that I like. Now, I'm not saying there's no disadvantages, you know what I mean? But yeah, so the unorthodox is a good point. Being unorthodox, yeah.
100%, sir. 100%. And also, when it comes to the management, you can have more hands-on management, right? And you can really, and this more goes now into local versus necessarily being small, but small tends to also mean local too, right?
Yes.
So you look, it could take a lot of research, okay, to get some understanding of quote unquote a market that you already got because you've been living on whatever Elm Street in Ohio for forever, and you don't even know that you have certain kinds of knowledge that certain people will never know, right? That no expert could, no spreadsheeting or no book could tell you, no amount of experts you could pay to do research on that area, but you already know. So you got the local knowledge, you got the ability to be able to manage, hands-on managing, and you're nimble, and you can do unorthodox things and so on and so forth. So don't, well, let me just go ahead and ask you this now, because contrary to what we just said, okay, you have the people such as, like, let's say Grant Cardone. And let me say a shout out over here to D-Rock. Dan says, this collaboration is fire. Thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. So you got people like Grant Cardone out there. Now, granted, they're not saying exactly the same thing you're saying in terms of, because they're doing renting, right? Mm-hmm. And Grant Cardone says, hey, don't do one door, okay? It's more like diversification. So, but let me put it in the question form, okay? So, generally speaking, there's this concept of diversification, okay? And if you're talking about real estate when it comes to rental properties, all right, someone would say, hey, don't start small. Start with at least 16 units, because if you have 80% of occupancy, then 12 units are occupied, right? But if you have one door, then boom, this person decides to leave, whatever may happen. Now you're running around, and then the other thing is, if you have enough units, you have enough cash flow that it can be self-sustaining, in the sense that you could hire a property manager. You could maybe give them one of the units that and kind of operate that way. What do you think about that in the rental space? And also, what does diversification look like in your space of wholesaling? What does diversification look like? Is it more about opening up the top of your funnel and all that marketing stuff? But number one, what do you think about that whole thing about go big, save your money, stack your bands, and then go big, so that you don't have to worry about, this occupancy rate biting you every time you turn around? And then what does diversification look like in your particular area?
Okay, so as far as the first question, some people are never gonna have a chance to go big. So you better off getting in where you fit in if this was something you want to do. Because here's the thing: if you're gonna wait for the big ticket, you can wait no ever. I like Grant Cardone, but I just think I really do like Grant Cardone. It's just that I think he everybody's not gonna be a Grant Cardone, like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he's a little crazy. I can see why you would like. I like him too, but not everyone's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I really like Grant, but it's just that, not everybody's crazy. He also promotes getting into massive amounts of debt to do something, which I don't really agree with that either. But you can get a single family home, and then you can rent the rooms out in that single family home. That's 6 units, that's 5-6 units right there. If you tweak that out, right? Okay, so basement, bedroom number 1, bedroom number 2, bedroom number 3. Atlanta rooming houses all over. So if you can't get a 16 unit apartment, get one single family house, 3 bedrooms, rent out the rooms in the basement. That's 4 units right there. So I mean,
there you go. You go to a little college town somewhere.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
People, like when I was in college, one of the places that I lived in, this guy partitioned the hell out of that house. There was rooms everywhere in that thing. It looked like a little I don't want to go there, but yeah, partitioning. You got garages, so on and so forth. And then for your end of the business, right, in terms of wholesaling, is there something akin to diversification in that landscape, or it doesn't really translate?
I mean, with wholesaling, the most with diversification I can think of is wholesaling anything. I mean, being able to wholesale a house, an apartment unit, and a duplex, and even a commercial if it comes across. I mean, since wholesaling is not really owning anything, diversification. I know that's more when you like go, own, have your portfolio diversified. But wholesaling, I would just say diversification and wholesaling, just being able to wholesale multiple different types of property, because the formula to do a house is not going to be the same as the formula to do an apartment or a duplex or something like that, or commercial or land.
Gotcha. Okay, so don't stay within one particular class. Even if let's say you're mainly a residential guy, but you want to at least have done one commercial kind of property, or know how that goes and understand the kinds of financing that is available in that arena versus. So that's kind of what you're saying, the different kinds of properties?
Just know how to do different types of property. Don't try to do them all. Do your specialty. My specialty is single family homes. That's what I've stuck with. That's what I'm good at. Every once in a while, I came across an apartment, a small apartment or a duplex, but most of the time I stick to what I know, which is single family homes. I mean, and they're still going like hotcakes, contrary to what everybody's talking about.
Exactly. And that's what Infantry Skills was asking. He's asking you if you do single family homes. So now he just told you he does single family homes, not multifamily.
I have shout out multifamilies before, but single families must.
Gotcha. Volcanus again says, salute Ramil. My apologies, brother. I'm not quite sure what he's apologizing for.
Yeah, what you sorry for, bro? Appreciate you coming through, man.
I don't know, man. So and then we got Jonathan again.
Shout out to Jonathan.
Jonathan again. You mind reading what Jonathan said?
No problem. He said, I'm still here, LOL. Land deals are fun and there's very little competition. I've done a few of them with spec home builders in Atlanta. That said, it's a bit more risky. You have to actually buy and hold the land first. Okay, peace. Shout out to Jonathan. Yeah, I mean, in Atlanta, I definitely see where you're coming from. You might have to buy the land. My thing about landowners, a lot of times they don't want to go through the closing or things like that. They want you to do it under the table and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, this ain't the deal for me. But so he is definitely right. Sometimes with the land, you have to buy it outright. So they be having lots in Atlanta. Well, I don't want to pay no taxes, so I don't want to close. You know what I mean? So to me, it's just I see, but it is very little competition because people like me will pass up on that deal.
I see. Now my thing, and I'm a big person. I'm a big advocate of action, right? Mm-hmm. Action. Get on the bicycle, start riding it. Don't get into paralysis by analysis. Don't read too much. Read for leisure. And read for, to kind of organize your mind, sharpen your ability to deliver and understand what it is you're doing. Mm-hmm. But action is where you're going to learn, right? And one thing also in terms of practically, one of the pitfalls of learning from other people is that you're going to learn some of their habits. And I mean, when I say other people, I can mean like a whole industry, like a whole institution, right? They have their habits, and not all their habits are good. Right, they have their systems, and not all of their systems are good. They have blind spots, right? But if you come in with fresh eyes, sometimes you might be able to see things that these people just never saw. Similar to kind of like the whole being small thing, right? You mentioned also that you took a real estate course, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you took a real estate course. You still had to struggle through in the beginning. You almost quit one time, as you said.
Oh, I
And
did.
now
I quit multiple times. I was
you
like,
quit multiple times.
yeah,
Excellent.
two or
Okay,
three times. I think 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
so in this kind of, on the one hand and on the other hand, regarding, well, do you just jump in, right? Which is what I tend to advocate, or do you study, right? And I know that everything is, you need to do both, but depends on what you emphasize, right? So
Yeah.
in your experience, what would you say? How would you advise people on how to navigate this landscape? How much preparation, how many courses should they do? How long? How much time should they spend? Or should they just be like, hey, okay, I'm going into wholesale. I'm finding motivated sellers. The main expense is marketing. All right, I'm starting tomorrow.
I would say jump right in. I mean, because the course I bought, here's the thing, right? So shout out to Tyler Flip, man. If y'all don't know who that is, I think he's still on YouTube. So here's the thing. I bought the course. The course was fucking course was 2 pages. All right. So I paid $600 for a 2-page course, bro. You know what I'm saying? So at first, when I first bought the joint, I was heated, but it came with a lifetime mentorship too. So you know what I mean. So when I have an idea, I don't wait. Okay, so if I have an idea, I will go on Wix.com, create a whole landing page, and I will start running ads to that joint in the next 10 minutes. That's how I'm gonna know if it works or not. You're gonna sit down, wait on, you're gonna be waiting forever for the right time. 20 minutes a day, 20, 30 minutes a day, I spend reading. 24 hours in a day. 23 hours and 30 minutes, I'm doing action. Okay. So the studying, the courses, things like that, they're great. And I always, endorse buying them. But when I buy a course, I'm going to read it and start doing it at the same time. I'm not going to wait till I'm done with the course. I'm not going to wait to any action is 90%. 10% is the knowledge. All right. Even Robert Kiyosaki tell you this. Emotional decisions is majority of the business. All right. Technical stuff and things like that is only a small percentage. So it's like I'm gonna get the course, I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna read through it, but action is like 90%. That's trials and tribulations, trials and error. That's your best teacher more than any course. I don't care. The course can tell you exactly how to do something step by step, regardless of what field. Don't matter. You're not gonna learn for sure unless you get out there.
So the famous Snuggles over here. Now you mentioned about overhead and stuff like that. It doesn't require a lot of overhead, right? To do what you're doing. The biggest cost is marketing, and you're gonna be.
Don't say don't cost a lot, because like with the wholesale, especially if you want to be consistent, which is the reason why I wholesale on a referral base now. I was wholesaling consistently 2015, like 2018, now doing a referral, because now that the deals, and it's going to come back too, because this year, a lot of people are going to go into foreclosure and things like that. But marketing can get very expensive, especially if you spend a lot of bread and you don't get a deal on the way back. You know what I mean? So that overhead, that marketing overhead, you can spend, you can spend $2,000 to get a deal at certain times if you're not doing. It's so volatile. Like you can spend $5 for a deal in this business, and then on the other hand, you might end up spending $2,000 for a deal. Like it's just so volatile, but it's just the game you got to be willing to play.
I see.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
No, when people ask questions like this about low overhead, I think that the only, and shout out to Black Man being brutally honest in the house. Word them up. Shout out Kev. So if you're looking for a low overhead thing, it's got to be a skilled service type thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, but that one is where you pay the money up front, or you put in the sweat equity up front. You learn a trade, right? Or you get a degree and then you get a certification, and boom, that's the lowest overhead type thing you can do. Generally speaking, all other businesses, even if they have low overhead, it's a question of, well, how much marketing and advertising, so on and so forth, do you have to do? What are the returns and so on and so forth? So really the lowest thing overhead wise that you can do is Get some kind of skill, some kind of a hard skill. It could be blue collar or white collar or whatever. Get certification in that, and then put up the shingle and go sell it. And you don't have to. You already have a computer. You already have, it may be I don't know what you're doing, lawnmower or electrician service or whatever. Like those things don't cost too much. Those are the low overhead type of things. But when it comes to businesses like real estate, no, you're gonna put some stuff in, especially in terms of marketing, right? I mean, that's more or less what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you're gonna put, but like I said, with wholesale, like I said, it's very volatile. You come in the joint with $5, you might get a deal. It's so volatile because you can send out a letter, right? How much is the stamp? 30, 60 cents, something like that. You can say, $5. I'm gonna send out to all these random homeowners. You might get it lucky, and one of them might call you back with a deal, and you just got a $5,000 check off $10. That's rare. Now let me, but don't depend on that. All right. As far as that question, though, as far as low overhead businesses, I'm gonna say right now, there is a lot of low overhead businesses, especially with the internet being here. But you better understand that if you're gonna jump into a business, aside from what Ike, I'm gonna agree with Ike. Get the skill first. You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna jump into a low overhead business that does not require skills,
everybody and their mom is in there.
You're going to be competing like a dude. You're going to be competing. Not saying you can't make no money. It's a lot of it's a lot of low overhead business. I mean, you can get Adobe, right? Adobe is $30 a month for Premiere, Photoshop, all that other stuff. Learn all the stuff on how to use it on YouTube for a couple months. Be out in the marketplace. But just know that things that don't require degrees or certifications, just know it's going to be very competitive. All right. So you can pay for stuff with your cash, or you can pay for it with your time. So when it's very competitive, you're going to be paying for it with your time, because you're going to be trying to compete with 1,000 other people.
There you go. And sometimes people hear very competitive and they hear one side of it, which is, okay, you got to be fighting with a bunch of people. But people don't also understand that very competitive also means, generally speaking, low profit margins, right? They tend to go hand in hand. It's like restaurants, for example. Restaurants are very competitive, and because they're very competitive, you're gonna have low profit margins by definition. Like Monopoly, by definition, you can have you own all the market. You have high profits. The more competitive it gets, the smaller that pie gets. The harder it is to make money in it, right? Exactly. And that's why I always say, hey, get that skill. And there are lots of skills out there not so hard to get. You can be, while you're doing some 9 to 5. Join the community college over there for $10 a unit or whatever it is. Get some skill. Start doing something. Should have been doing it 3 years ago.
That's very true. Because one more thing, because as far as with the competitive, when things are low overhead and they're very competitive, it gets to a point where the way you can win, because the profit margins are low, like restaurants have got low profit margins, but the best way to win in high competitive environments, because I do compete in high competitive stuff. You know what I mean? You got to become the house. House always wins. Okay, so you got some people doing something, then you got to become the house. Okay, so for example, for lack of better terms, right? Let me just say OnlyFans, right? So if you got all these girls on OnlyFans, and they start to get a lot of people in there, what's the best way to win? Now you got to become an OnlyFans. You see how the people want to compete? Start your own OnlyFans. You know what I mean? Or whatever the case. So them high competitive, low overhead joints, if you're not one of the first to get in, and if
you just go start your own website, right?
Exactly. Then to be the house. That's how I look at it. But yeah.
That's a good way to put it. Be the house in a competitive area, right? Everyone's digging for gold. Well, it's not the same thing.
Give them the shovel.
Sell them the shovel. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sell them the shovel. Now let's touch on that soft skill, okay? When I mentioned the expense, you talked about, or when I just mentioned what you're into and also the expense, you talked about finding motivated sellers, okay? There's a problem. There's a reason why they want to sell. You mentioned finessing. I hear that. I hear influencing, selling, so on and so forth. That's right up my alley. I'm all about that closing, that word smithery and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, and all business requires soft skill, negotiating, marketing, how important, like, what are some negotiating skills that one needs to have? Do you have any tips? And how have you managed to navigate the landscape, with regards to negotiation? Because you're saying you're going to negotiate with the motivated seller. Okay. You're gonna increase the pain over it and tell them, hey, I'm here to solve your problem. I'm literally here to solve. And then you're gonna go over to the investor and also negotiate a good enough deal, for yourself, right? What are some tips you may have? What have you learned along the way that you can kind of share with us?
So with negotiation, like most people aren't built for negotiation. That's what I learned. Okay, so first of all, like you got to build a tough skin, and if you soft, go hit the gym or do something, because negotiation is not a game. Okay, so first off, before I go into any negotiation, I already got my points that I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to, go back and forth with these certain points. Then I got some other points that I will negotiate. Then I got some other points that I just don't care about. Okay, so I already come to the table knowing what I'm willing to compromise, what I'm not willing to compromise. I go to the table again. I always start with if the price is 50,000, and I know that's the lowest I'm gonna go. You know what I mean? I know that's the highest I'm gonna go. Right? The highest I'm gonna go is 50,000. I'm gonna go start off low. I'm gonna start offering them 30,000. You know what I mean? Like I'll always start below your threshold or above your threshold, depending on what side you're in the negotiation. Don't be scared to walk away. Okay, if you don't get what you want, I walk away. I've walked away from more deals than I've closed. Okay, so because I'm not going to take on the headache. So it just so there's a couple of things I just learned. So get tough skin. Always have your points that you're willing to haggle, and that you're not willing to haggle, and don't be scared to walk away. You know what I mean? Don't be scared to walk away.
Tough skin. Know what you want. Or like know what the line is and know, okay, if I don't get this, I'm going to walk away. And I think that is key. And I think that people don't realize, because a lot of people think that it's some kind of verbal jujitsu all the time. Like it's some kind of freestyle cipher that you're in and you're like, oh my God, how am I going to come off the dome? It's like a lot of it is you preparing beforehand and knowing, well, what am I willing to walk away from? Because that's really your leverage. Okay. Because this is not, you're not in North Korea here, okay? It's a free market, right? No one has to force you to do anything. Whomever you're trying to do a deal with can't force you to do anything. So if you already decided that if I can't get this, or I'll be able to work with this, or so on and so forth, if you got that beforehand, you got the tough skin, and then obviously you're not an asshole, right? And you're pleasant enough and you got some basic common social skills, then this selling and negotiating thing can't be, it's not that bad, is it? I mean, especially for the introverts out there, which I am, and I believe you are.
Yes, well, I'm right? I am super introvert.
People find that hard to believe, right? Because they're like, Ramil's introverted, or like Ike's introverted. What the hell are they doing out here on YouTube and Ike's on stage and doing all that kind of stuff? It's like it's something you do. It's not like a personality thing. It's like this is something that you do. There is a program, there's a plan, there's a purpose to it, right? So I mean, what do you have to say to people who talk about like, I don't know about negotiating. I'm an introvert. I don't like to talk. For me, I tell them, look, it's a skill. It's not about liking it. Okay, there are many things you don't like doing either. Life is about 99% you don't like to do. Yeah. So what do you have to say to the people who have that kind of a barrier about, okay, well, I don't really like to talk. I don't really have that kind of a thing. So what do you have to say to them?
Suck it up. I mean, you really got no choice, because I'm the same way. I'm telling you, I don't like people. I tell you this often. I tell people on the stream, every time I do a stream, I be like, yo, I don't care anything about you niggas. Okay, I would tell you guys straight up. Because I don't like people like that. I know people. I've studied. Another reason why I'm an introvert, besides it naturally happening, I've read a lot about like human psychology, right, and how people behave. And one thing that's always going to be the standard is that people's survival is going to always come first. So there's nothing wrong with that. But with me understanding that, I'm like, okay, I don't want to fuck with you because I know you're gonna look out for yourself first, and nothing wrong with that. It's just that if I put myself in a position where you can, my situation's in your hands, I know what you're gonna do with it. So it's not anything. I'm not saying that's a negative way, but me, I live a life of abundance. Okay, so to me, I mean, of course, I will put myself first, but I I'm willing to give a lot because I know that it's gonna come back. All right. So most people just don't think like that. That's cool. I ain't got no problem with it. But because they don't think like that, I don't want to be around you. Because you don't, most people are not gonna sacrifice. Most people are not going to look out for others like that. And that's cool. So that's why I'm introverted. If you're an introvert though, if you don't get out of it and do what you got to do to make this money, then you're gonna be asked out. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how else to put it to you. It's no other way. Get over it. All right. Be an introvert, but then if them select periods out the day, you're gonna have to be an extrovert, man. Like people think because they see me on the stream, like I can talk a lot. I'm a friendly person. I'm really not. You know what I mean? But I do what I have to do for the streams or when I'm out in business, when I'm out in the real world, and I go back to my shell. So if you're an introvert, you better suck it up for this money, or you gonna be out here starving.
100%. And I also mentioned that introvert, everything has pros and cons with regards to any particular end that's being pursued. So when you're talking about pursuing the ends of persuasion, influencing, selling, okay, introversion has pros. People tend not to think about it. People trust you more when you're an introvert.
Yep.
You don't even have to say much. Once they sense that you're that type of person, they tend to trust you more, right? Mm-hmm. They don't like the back slapping, always trying to get in my head and in my ear talking 10,000 miles an hour type people. So people think that, oh, that's what it takes to be good. It's like, no, that's not what it takes to be good. You come in with a big stick already. People trust you because of your personality type. And then all you got to do, suck it up, have some tough skin, go out there, get down. It's all about preparation, man. Yep. People think they think it's a freestyle off the dome type thing. Yes, that will come. You get better at the off the dome with more preparation, the more deals you've done, right? The more deals you've done, the more you understand, the more experience you have, the more you're willing to walk away, again, which is your biggest leverage, then the more you'll be able to handle this. Now, off topic, says M. Garvey. You got to beat making course, Ramil?
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to answer that. Hold on. So here's the thing. First of all, majority of like successful entrepreneurs and CEOs are introverts. Okay. Another thing you just said that's important as well is the preparation part. I forgot about Muhammad Ali said the war is won before you step in the ring. So as far as going back to that negotiation part, I'm already ready before I step into anything I got. And that makes it easier to be an extrovert because when you're already prepared, it's easier to talk because you already know what you're gonna say. It's already predetermined, or not all the time, but like you said, you go off the top of the dome sometimes, but when you prepare, it's easier to be an extrovert when you got to be an extrovert. As long as you prepare, you know what I mean?
Look, man, it's I mean, it's something I constantly say here in terms of the power of preparation, and we see it out there. Like the people who are the best, LeBron, Michael, all those other people, did they practice more or less than others? Right? They practice the most. There is no, oh, well, people are just good. And, it's like, yeah, they're good, but they practice. Okay. And same thing with any skill, especially soft skills, because people think soft skill is just something you just roll out of bed and it's like, no, there's a big mental game plan that you have. Mm-hmm. You have what is my intention? Okay. What's the deal that I'm giving them? What's the big claim that I'm making to them? Okay. What is hey, I'm going to be able to do this for you. Right. And then how do you melt away all their objections? Right. Slowly melt away the objections. And it's a systematic thing. It's not like something that you're just naturally born with. Okay. It's a systematic thing. And you could go out there and learn courses and so on and so forth. And then, with regards to the beat making course.
No, I don't have a beat making course. I don't got a beat making course. I got videos of me making beats, but I don't have a beat making course. To me, I think like a beat. There's a lot of videos on YouTube, people showing you how to make beats. You know what I mean? So I don't have a course. If I come out with anything, it'd be on how to sell them. I mean, more than make them. If you want to go on my other channel, man. I got a beat channel, so y'all go over there if y'all want to see that, man.
Excellent. So you mentioned marketing. So the top of the funnel, you're putting those we buy homes signs out there, your online presence as well. So talk to me a little bit about that top of the funnel. And now you're talking about referrals as well. So can you just kind of walk us through a little bit what that top of the funnel and marketing and how you're finding these deals, what your deal flow kind of system is?
Yeah, so I got so the top of the funnel, for wholesaling in general, it could be a number of different things. It could be, like I said, the bandit signs, it could be the direct marketing, it can be a lot of different ways. You can go to the courthouse if you want to. I used to do bandit signs, I used to do direct mail. I don't do those anymore, but they're still very, very valuable sources to get leads. But now, because I don't have time to do all of that, I do online strictly. All my leads will come from online. So what I was doing, I had a landing page that said I buy houses or we buy houses, and then I would send traffic to that based on Google ads. So I would create a Google ad campaign, and then I would make ads to find people who are trying to search for ways to sell a house that would come to my website. So my funnel starts with the online presence, but the top of the funnel could be whatever you want, depending on the city you're in. Like if you're in a very rural town, if you're not in the big city yet, and you're trying to wholesale, you can kill the game with bandit signs and direct marketing. You know, them smaller towns right now who haven't really been touched, because most of the population live in big cities, which I don't know why, but them small towns literally are so much untapped deals out there. So you can go the traditional route with the bandit signs, but when you get to the big cities, I ain't got time for all that. I'm gonna put this online website up. Who want to mess with me gonna mess with me. But that's the top of my funnel. Top of it is because when people they might search like how to sell my house fast, then my ad will pop up right there. You know what I'm saying? BlaBlaInvestments.com. I will buy your house, close quickly. Okay, so I'll just pop up at the top. That's how I've been doing it, and then Facebook a little bit, but
I saw that video it just come when you mentioned blah blah. I saw the video, the animation by.
Oh yeah, I had Be More Commercial do that. Yeah,
Be More Commercial. Yeah. Is that just in YouTube, or is that part of the link that they see, or is that was just on YouTube, or what?
Okay, so that video, I put that on. I got a whole. I just showed you guys a commercial, but I used that video as a video ad on YouTube. So
I see.
Yeah, so that some people will type it up on YouTube, how to sell my house fast. Then my video might pop up. Hey, I'll buy a house quickly, and the video will pop, and then they watch the commercial. Sometimes I did some in streams where when you open the video and the video start playing automatically. So I did that a little bit too. Yeah.
Let me go through some of the super chats here, which thank you guys very much. You guys are being very, very generous. Keep
showing love. Y'all better keep showing love too, man.
Chocolate Tie. Glad I caught the show, he says. And then M. Garvey says, I appreciate that, gentleman. He asked about the selling of the beats. Spiritual Logic, a.k.a. Hawk, in the house.
Oh.
Always nice to see you in the house. Says, showing support, great content as always. Someone's asking down here, okay, so you wouldn't rent out your units, and perhaps I'll let you answer that, but you were mentioning that if you're doing wholesaling, you're going for these motivated sellers, the house is in a certain kind of a condition, right? And it is a whole different business unto itself to come in and refurbish and then rent those out.
Rehabbing, yep.
Rehabbing is a different business. Okay, cool. So to answer that question, wholesaling is one thing. You're just taking the house from the owner right now, taking it into the investor's hands, and the investor will do the rehabbing and so on and so forth, right? So there is... In general, because you mentioned, okay, when you were answering the last question, you mentioned rural areas, right? Also, you've mentioned that these houses tend to be in a particular situation in terms of condition. Is that always the case, or is it a question of the buyer? Okay, and I haven't really asked the question yet. I'm just kind of putting it together here. Okay, so in general, what I'm asking is, in general, in terms of age and general condition, is there a type of property that you're going for? Or is there a type of property that it just so happens to always be when you're dealing with a motivated seller? Or or do you generally let the numbers lead you, or you're generally looking for a particular type in a particular area, maybe be rural and more dilapidated or so on and so forth? What do you have to say about that?
So I look for houses in messed up condition. That's me. Everybody's different. Everybody has what they look after. First of all, Sandman, I'm not renting out any. If you're talking about the rooms in my house, no, nobody's renting and staying in my house except for me. Okay, so that's a dub. I'm not renting out anything. But as far as I look for. I like man. I wholesale in the hood most of the time. You know, the people are so sleep on the amount of money that could be made in impoverished areas because those property values ain't got nowhere to go but up, especially when they're about to be gentrified. See, one of the big mistakes people make, and I live my house right now. This house is in the hood. Okay, I mean they clean it up, whatever, but the house is worth $100,000. Not a lot, you know what I'm saying? But you know, it's going to go up. It can only go up from here. Okay, so people, you know, especially when we get money, things like that, you know, I want to move to the suburb and be all safe. Okay, cool. You want to be safe and all the other stuff, but your property value is not going to do anything for the next 20, 30 years. It's going to stay the exact same. It might go down. You know what I mean? So that, and a lot of times generational wealth is built on home ownership when the property value goes up. All right. So, you know, but I'm digressing, but for most part, I look for houses in more of a hoodish area. Needs work.
Hoodish area needs work, and
you don't have to wholesale in the hood, but that's just my specialty. Yeah.
Why? Is it because of your knowledge of the hood, or is it because of the numbers somewhere? Somewhere the numbers tend to work out more with that kind of. Is it a question of your expertise or a question something objective about those particular kinds of deals?
It's, you know, that's a good question. It is the numbers, but you know, I like to see, because here's the thing, man. If I don't wholesale the house that's in the hood, these people either gonna let the thing sit there, which they do a lot of times, right? Or they're not gonna do anything with it, or they're gonna sell it to somebody else to get a bad deal. I try to give my motivated sellers as much money as possible. All right, I'm not greedy. You know what I'm saying? I came in again greedy. I'm just like, I don't gotta be greedy. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of different reasons for that. I mean, like I said, in the hood, it's one of the most gold mines in this whole country. This is why all the Arabs and the Chinese people go and set up stores over there. This is why the white folks go there to gentrify. Okay, so it's just, I like being in areas and scouting areas before anybody else sees them, and the numbers always make sense because it's going to be, like I said, I'm not trying to just to be 100. A lot of people in the hood don't really know the value of what they got, so it's easier for me to deal with them, easier for me to talk to them. They're black like me for most of the time. Okay, so it's just easier to deal with people that look like me. That's how I run my businesses. That's how I run the YouTube channel, which I might, you know what I'm saying, that I have. I like dealing with black people. You know what I mean? So the numbers gonna always make sense for me, but that's my reasoning. I've wholesaled for white people before. I've wholesaled houses in white neighborhoods. It's just that they're a little bit too they're a little bit too cautious for me a lot of times, you know what I mean? And for no reason though. Like, dude, the house is still a piece of shit. I don't care if you're white, you know what I mean? And they, you know, they still want these crazy numbers. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let another white person deal with you then. All right, so you know, that's literally what happened to, you know what I'm saying? So I just it is what it is, man.
Okay, so it's that local knowledge, right? You got that local knowledge, and okay, cool. And also the motivation of the seller, in your opinion, they tend to be more motivated, more easy to go with, and perhaps maybe they don't know too much of the value of what they have, right? So
that's true. That's good. Sure. Makes it easier to work with. I'm still not gonna do them dirty. I'm gonna still make sure they get a big check. People deal with me like people wholesale with me and see the most money they ever seen in their life. You know what I mean? Because their mother died, grandma died, had to get rid of the house. So because of me, they've seen the most money they've ever seen, ever.
Okay. So let's kind of, so if we stay within this kind of, well, local knowledge, but there's also, let's say, there are hoods elsewhere, right? In other places. Let's just say, for example, is it better to or what do you, because again, all these things are all dichotomies. It's no like you do one, you do the other. It's like, well, you're gonna take pros and cons, right? And
Yeah.
from your experience, I'm trying to ask you now, because people talk about the hot market a lot. Okay, so let's just zoom out to general, right? General real estate. People are like, okay, well, is it the case? Let me ask this direct question first. This is just one standalone question. Is it the case that there are markets where there are no deals to be found, or is there always some kind of a deal there? And the we already talked already about the advantage of staying local. You got the local knowledge. You can do management and so on and so forth. Okay, and but people will say, oh, well, migration patterns, and Tesla is moving to Austin, Texas. And, all those jobs are going to be there. Let me go look at Austin. That's the hot market. What do you think about this hot market idea versus, well, just look where you know and where you're at, and there are gems to be found? What do you have to say?
So, okay. So how do we determine if a market's hot, right? We determine that because based on other people already doing deals there and stuff like that. So it's just like people could say it's hot. Okay, if somebody's telling you it's hot, there's already a lot of people over there. So I mean, to answer the first question, there's always a deal. The thing is that can you find it? All right, and the number of deals fluctuate depending on the area. So no matter what area you in, it's always going to be a deal. Might not be a lot of them, but it's never going to be zero. Somebody always trying to sell, especially if apartments. Landlords always try to get rid of them apartments, things like that. So, but how many deals are there in that area? I don't go by the hot market stuff. I don't do any of that. I go by where I want to go or what I want to do, because a hot market is subjective. Some people, a hot market to somebody, because their numbers might be different. They might be had different goals than you. It's like I said, it depends on the person when they call something hot and stuff like that.
I see. And hot market is subjective. So if the big boys that have a lot more knowledge than you do and so on and so forth, what they call in the hot market is what everyone else will be calling the hot market a year and a half from now, after they're already sewn up the game, right?
Already got it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's just like, that's why I don't listen to a lot of that stuff, because you late. I'd rather find the next hot market. I'd rather be the one finding it. That's why I don't like. I do go away from what the masses are talking about. You know what I mean? I remember that time about Atlanta, man. Atlanta's a hot market. Dude, like it's gonna be hot. What you can make it hot. You can find the right person and convince the right group of people in the right neighborhood, and you can make a neighborhood hot, depending on what it is. Now, of course, there's other factors with it. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, Tesla, the companies moving in there. You can look out for things like that, but I'd rather find out for myself it's a hot market for somebody else to tell me it's a hot market.
Join the stream. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, there are deals everywhere. This is true of many different ventures, okay? You want to start local because you have knowledge that you don't even understand that you have, okay? There are things that you know about the intricacies of your neighborhood. Is it coming out of a slump? What the right little, don't buy on this alley here is good, but 2 alleys down is, you don't want that, okay? Because that's where that other gang is or whatever, right?
Somebody got shot the other day.
Exactly. And no amount of market research will be able to know these kind of little subtleties. So in real estate, as well as in many other kind of businesses, you want to start with your local neighborhood. I always like to use the Facebook example, right? Where did Facebook start? Started with Mark Zuckerberg's freaking roommates, right? And then Harvard, and then other colleges, and then now it's the world, and now they're trying to freaking start a currency and take over the world and stuff. So you always want to start local, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody showing love in the chat. Okay, we got like 60 people in here. Don't forget to hit the like. Don't forget
to
share, subscribe, bell button, all that good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. So, Ramil, we're talking about people that may be thinking about going into real estate and investing of some kind. Maybe they're gonna go get that small one property, divide it up. It's by Cal State San Bernardino. They rent it out to college students, so on and so forth. At what point, okay, do you quit your day job? Okay, because there's a question of like efficiency in terms of your time, but also the question of putting too much burden on your business, right? We're like, okay, maybe I want my business to be able to sustain itself, but if I have to depend on my business to feed me as well, am I ready to do that? So, what would you say about quitting your day job, going all in? We already said before that you definitely want to jump in, but doesn't mean you don't have a day job still. But don't spend a lot of time reading books. Just jump in and start doing, right? But at what point is it advisable to be like, okay, well, I'm going to put this away and just go all in? I'm not working for anybody else anymore.
Do you want the practical answer or do you want my answer?
Give me both.
Practical answer is when your business is making 30 to 40% of your salary or whatever you're making from your job. As soon as you start making a third of your income in your business from your job, you need to quit that job ASAP. The job is in your way. That time you're spending at your job could be used to further your business. This is not me. This is this is what most experts say. Soon as your business is making a third of your salary, you need to quit that job. Let that thing go. I was having an argument. I remember shout out to Gabe Bay. Gabe Bay. He's very, very brilliant guy. You know what I mean? But I remember we had this conversation. He said, my real estate is making 200 grand and my job's making 200 grand. He said something like, I'm gonna stay at my job. And I'm like, well, if you're already making 200 grand from outside your job, how much more could you make if you dedicate the most of your time to that? See, your job is capped. Your business is not. So when you start making money for your business and you not even spending that much time on it because it's part-time because you got your job, imagine what you could do to put in that extra 8 hours into your business that you're already making money. You're going to make way more money. So practically once you make a third of your salary from your business, go ahead and do that. Now me, I mean, I do also take heed to that. But the thing is that because of my dumb decisions in my life, stupid decisions in my life, I'm not gonna have no job where it's gonna be a salary or a thing like that. I can start depending on, I can go get a HVAC certification or something. But to me, I'm going straight for the gusto. Okay, I'm going straight for the gusto. If you give me $500, I'm gonna flip that joint forever. You know what I mean? That's just how I look at it. I'm not saying everybody be me. It's just that I'm gonna flip something. Okay.
I think more people, especially in the community, if you will, need to be you 100%. Okay.
Well, I don't.
You say they can't or what?
Okay, because the thing is, I would say because the certifications and the things is a strong foundation, bro. Like it's just gotcha. I don't want to tell because like I said, they need to be me after they get their stuff off the ground. Okay, they don't need to be me from the jump. All right, they need to get the certification stuff and then need to be me by taking or be similar to me, which is not even me. Just talking about risk, taking risks. Somebody got loud.
Yeah. Is this who's this? Yeah, I think you got a loud fan on your laptop or something. But we all
give me a second, I'll switch.
Okay. And then also I'm gonna throw in spiritual logic. I believe that's his face. What you got for us, sir?
What's going on? Yeah, man. Real estate is it's a pretty go-getter market. I think if you have the passion, like I was saying in the chat, if you build a network and you I would get to know agents and investors and people who follow trends in the area. It's kind of like, I'm not saying it's like the stock market. I think it's more credible than the stock market, but you have to know certain things because I mean, you could, if you don't know what you're doing, it could be like anything, it could be bad, but it's a huge opportunity because land and property, that's not going nowhere. That's a short market for people who actually serious about making money, but you have to do it. You have to, like anything, you can't be afraid to take risks. Because anything that could give you a huge profit also has a huge risk. But like I said, I mean, you just have to be willing to do it and not afraid to fail. At the beginning, but I would surround myself with people who are already doing it. Get somebody that you can, somebody who's reputable that can tell you the truth about things, the hard truths, the stuff that, is hard to learn that you're going to have to, some people just tell you the good stuff, but you want somebody
Mm-hmm.
who's going to tell you the bad stuff, the hard stuff. They're going to tell you have to be serious about this because I'm in DC and the real estate in DC is crazy, bro. We're catching up with LA and New York in a hurry. And like Ramil said, I mean, the low cost areas, man, people are not playing when you selling. You could sell anything in the hood areas. They're not playing. You get people who are willing to throw money at you quickly. Now you have to be able to hold out a little bit because don't jump at the first offers. If you got something in the area, like I just sold something in the area where they just built a hospital. They were gentrifying the area in Southwest, and everything is coming up big. So I knew that going in, and I knew that people who were looking to buy knew that going in. Like a lot of people will lowball you, but you have to present yourself knowledgeable about what's going on. And it's like people will meet you where you meet them. It's like, people will meet you as you see yourself, I should say. And if you know that you're aware of the trends and somebody's buying, thinking about 5 years in the future, don't sell yourself short. Have a little patience unless you have to sell quickly. But if you're in a high market area, man, I would definitely, aim for a high sale. It's a buyer seller market right now with low interest rates and all that stuff. People are not wasting time.
100%, 100%. And use experts, ladies and gentlemen. The expert that you use, the person that you use is, and by use I mean, network with, get information from, and also use in terms of, because a lot of people want to do everything themselves sometimes, but it's like, dude, there's something that you're best at. Focus on that. These other people, let them do their work. Find the right one though, okay? Because me, for example, I do some real estate, okay, some basic stuff, okay? I got some land that I'm developing in Africa, just so I have number one, because I think
not basic. That's pretty good. Not right there.
I think that because Accra right now it's like because over there they tend not to yet have the kind of that suburbs idea, right? So people want to just go in like, okay, so I have land in the what we will call the suburbs of Accra, right? Ghana, right? But people tend to just be like, oh, I want land in Accra, and it's like that's just super expensive. All the Nigerians with their oil money bought everything up there. But you go a few miles outside, okay, buy that land, develop it. I'm 20 years from now. I'm hoping. Plus, also, I just want a spot to be able to go to, right? That's outside United States and stuff. So, but in addition to that, like I was looking at some stuff around here too. And I found a guy, and that's what I'm talking about, this whole use people and find the right person. And to your point, spiritual logic, the people who don't just kind of come in and, oh, here, I'm whatever. And it's like, no, this person, they tell you all the dark little corners and the alleys, the shortcuts. I always look for when somebody starts telling me the little way to cut little corners. Doesn't have. I'm not talking about illegal stuff, okay? But when somebody starts talking about how you cut little things here, how you finesse that, I'm like, okay, that's my guy, okay? Maybe it's just a Nigerian in me. I don't know. I don't know.
When they give you the real deal and not just the,
Exactly, man. Let me tell you something. A contract is intimidating. I went through a lot of contracts with a lot of things, man. If you don't know what you're doing, those contracts, man, it's you want somebody who could tell you how to read a contract thoroughly. You don't want to just jump out there. You want somebody who's going to tell you exactly what you're signing and what you're getting into, because you could really sell yourself short or get yourself, in the issue that you're going to come back and regret later.
Mr. The guy in the dark, you fixed your sound. What you got for us?
Big up to Ike and Ramil. I mean, this is one of the most interesting and like really practical video out there on like getting money and into real estate. So I appreciate that, man. Thanks a lot for coming on.
No problem.
Yeah, so I got a couple questions for Mr. Ramil. So can you go through like one particular project that you've been through, like from the start, what got you interested in buying that project? Actually, no, forget that part. Just getting a project, people you dealt with, the kind of exchanges that went on, and then the final product. Or it could be hypothetical or an exact. It doesn't matter.
Wait, you still talking about walk you like through a deal I've done, or I'm trying to.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Walk through us like a deal you've done, right?
Any, I mean, I'm okay. Let's say I had a deal with this older lady. She had like 3 houses. I wholesale 2. She wanted to get rid of them quickly. I wholesale 2 of them to other residents.
What was her situation? Why was she motivated to get rid of him?
Because her husband died.
Okay.
Her husband died.
How did you find her? Well, what was she reached out to you through the marketing top of the funnel type stuff?
Yeah, but this was my earlier day. I just picked a random one. I was direct mail. So I sent her a letter. She had 3 houses. 2 of the houses right across the street from each other. And she just let me get both of those. I mean, I'm not trying to make it seem like it's so easy. It's not easy, but it's simple. You know what I mean? But the main thing when it comes to real estate is marketing and funneling through the people who want that BS. You know what I mean? And so I mean, I'm still trying to understand. I mean, because you saying walk you through it like from the very beginning.
I think what because you know there's certain people and who maybe consume information differently than maybe you and I do, Ramil, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some people kind of they need okay, this one time on this street, it was a dirt street. You know what I'm saying? And then that's how they actually get it. You know what I mean? We've dealt with people like so. For those kind of people, they may really like because for them when they see was an old lady. Oh, okay, cool. 2 houses. It starts to register more for them.
Right? Yeah, because our minds think a bit different. Like some of us, we need to like kind of see the project. Like like I met this old lady, and then she told me to sell. Yeah.
Well, I sent the letters out, and I remember I sent out a whole big load of them, and she kept on calling. That's why I stuck out of my mind because she kept on calling and texting me. And I woke up the next morning. I had like 3 minutes call. I'm like, what is going on? Old people they like to wake up. I thought I woke up early. I like to wake up at 6 in the morning. Old people be up. You know what I mean? So I was just like, wow, why you keep calling me? She's telling me, what's going on, and then she haggled me a little bit. She gave me a hard time, but we worked something out, and we got to handle like that.
And how did you sell? Who did you sell it to? Who was the investor you sold that to?
A Mexican. It wasn't even one of the houses a Mexican bought. The other one, some white dude bought to live in it. Right? Some white dude bought to live in it. The house was messed up. I told him, look, bro, like. Residents don't usually buy these properties that I have. It's usually for investors. He did not care. He was an older dude. I guess he just got out of a situation himself. He said, here, man, here's this cash. I want this right now. Then the other one, a Mexican bought it. The one across the street, a Mexican bought it. And the Mexican, he had a little family, but he was a contractor too. And these Mexicans are buying up a lot of houses in America just in general. They're the fastest homeowners growing rate out the whole country right now. All right, but the Mexican was an investor. The white man was an actual resident. He just wanted somewhere to live. He didn't even care how the house was messed up, and he had the cash. I think he was on disability. Government gave him a check or something. I don't know, but yeah.
So this was a situation where you actually sold to somebody who lived in it, as opposed to selling it to an investor.
Yes. Yep, rare, very rare. Because like I said, she had 2 houses. The Mexican he didn't want the other house, so I left that up on Zillow for a little bit longer. Some white dude. He's some white dude in a wheelchair. He was in a wheelchair. He had a lot of money. He wasn't in the wheelchair. He used the wheelchair sometimes and he walked sometimes. He had a medical problem or something, but he had a lot of cash and he just wanted to say, I just need somewhere to stay. I'll fix it up on. And he did it like that.
All right. I got one more question, brother. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there like any kind of legal fees that you got to pay, or like some kind of surveyor or something to check on the properties and stuff, or?
No, the buyer pays any closing fees, everything the buyer pays. So any surveying, stuff, all them expenses go to the buyer. I don't. The only money I put up is earnest money and marketing.
Okay. So you got your marketing out there. The people motivated, got divorced, somebody died. They type in, how do I sell my house quickly? They find Ramil because they can't just sell their house, right? They can't just be like, go to the, they can't just be like, hey, you want a house? That kind of a thing. So they need a Ramil, and then you find them, and then you can make the deal and then connect it with the person that's going to sell. And the seller is paying the closing costs and stuff.
Exactly. So see, yeah. So just to
Right.
quantify real quick, so if I get the house under contract for 20,000, right? Then I will go to the investment bank. Look, I got the house for 30,000. So you pay the 30,000. The buyer gets the 20,000. I get the $10,000 difference.
All right.
Yeah,
And
that's how it's done.
have you ever done like a buy to hold and then sell at a later date, or you're not gonna? Is that too risky for you? Or
I don't. Well, here's the thing. When I do a contract, at the most, I got 21 days, 14 days, 21 days to sell it. So I don't necessarily buy it. But that contract, and if I give them $10, that gives me interest in the house. Okay, so if I get the contract and I give them $10 earnest money, what it's called. Now $10 is being very non-realistic. It's usually going to be $100 or more. But either way, yeah. So I'm establish interest in that property by giving the seller some money along with getting the contract signed. Then I'm gonna go find an investor to flip it over to.
wow.
Jonathan over there is asking about inspections, a few $100s for inspections. I'm sorry, just it's related to the
No,
question.
you don't need that at all. That's not necessary. If you have your contract written out correctly, what you tell the seller is, I'm gonna put an earnest money deposit down with the title company to open up the escrow account. That's all you have to say. It like you said, it could be $10, $20, $50. They like, oh, okay, cool. How soon can we close? I can close for you in 30 days. You have your buyers list already made up off of emails that you can get off of the real estate groups on Facebook. Because what a lot of people do on Facebook is they'll be in a real estate group advertising their deal. And then they'll have an ad up with photos of a house, and they'll say it's in the like here in Memphis, 38116. It's in the 38119. It's in 38127. And people will just drop their email underneath that ad saying, send me the info, send me the info, send me the info. All you have to do is go under enough of those ads and copy those email addresses and make a big ass buyers list. And then once you get your first deal, you'll already have like 100 or 200 emails, and you just shoot it out to those people for what you want to make it for. And if it's a real good deal, people will overprice your price. Like he said, you'll have it under contract for 20, want to sell it for 30, and people be hitting you back so fast. You be like, man, I got somebody else lined up right when I got it for. And they be like, man, look, how much you got it for? I got it for, I'm letting it go for 30. He be like, man, I'll give 33, man. Just give it to me. Like, man, they'll overshoot your asking price. Then you have to go back to the other person like, man, I can't do it for you for 30. I already got somebody for 33. Man, look, 35, man. Give it to me. I know it's worth about 100. I know all I gotta do is put 15K in it. Give it to me. Fuck them. Like they'll be telling you straight up. Because you have an open contract that's for sale, so they trying to outdo the other person. So you tell the other person, it ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And that makes it very easy for you as a wholesaler when you already got your buyers list like that from off of the wholesale groups that's in your area. Because those are people who buy all the time. They close within 2 days, 3 days. If the title come back clean, they closing fast. It ain't nothing to it.
Nice. Yeah, I think that was kind of useful to Mr. To the question that was asked. And I think, well, Carl, did you have a question before we go? Oh, he just dropped off. Sebastian, what you got for us?
Hey, Ike, how's it going, man? I'd like to say my thanks for once again bringing stellar content. And Ramel, thank you, sir, for offering up your time to share some of your knowledge and wisdom. One particular wisdom I overheard is that, it's better to put that time, sweat, and effort into starting your own company than making some other man rich. I come from a Christian background, and they say that, if you are independent, you pray for God to give you wealth. If you work for somebody else, you pray for them to give you wealth, and that's the unnatural link, right? So I just want to add some information. I come from a construction background, and actually, I kind of started like you, grassroots. I had no prior knowledge, no specific any training or anything like that. And how I started was I'd go on YouTube, learn how to do a particular trade, work for somebody off some random job board or job posting, gain a couple months of experience, and used what I learned to my own home and renovations. And I'd like to add that as a training tip for people who are in real estate, who are buying and purchasing homes. If they're looking at flipping it themselves, they should take that time to learn those trades, to do it themselves, so that they can save, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, I have a question for you, Ramil. When it comes to like where your business is at right now, can you give us any insight on particular scaling strategies that are using right now to grow your business?
So basically, I'm operating off of Atlanta and the Chicago areas. When it comes to scaling, to me, scaling just means more advertising and hire more people if you need to. All right. So if you find something that works in your marketing funnel and it's working, put put way more money into that so you can start getting bigger results. Now, as I stated earlier, I like to be an independent, more of a grassroots type guy. So my scaling is going to be different than somebody else is trying to take over the world. So with me, I'm going to spend more money on marketing. I'm going to try to do multiple deals at one time. But as far as trying to become the next big shark, that's not really my interest. Not saying it's a bad thing to do. It just doesn't fit me. So as far as trying to scale up to that that national corporation, you probably have to go to the people to rebuy ugly houses. You know what I mean? But as far as me, I'm scaling up on a local level. I'm just going to increase more marketing. I like to have my kingdom within where I'm at. You know what I mean? So as far as scaling up to that level.
Yeah, and it all depends on what you mean by scaling, because as a scaling, are you talking about having employees, or are you talking about in making more money? Because in this business, you don't actually need a lot of employees to make more money. What you need is the tools to automate the business. So once you implement certain systems, like you can go on to a list source, you can buy, for $1,000, like 3,000, 4,000 leads. Now with 3,000, 4,000 leads, it will take you a long time to reach these people if you just hand dial the system. But if you went onto a Mojo Dialer, which is a triple line dialer, and you paid for the product of the Mojo Dialer, and you get a triple line dialer dialing 3 numbers at a time, basically dialing 3 leads, all the numbers that are connected to those 3 leads, you're going to be able to run through about 600 leads for every 5 hours. So within a week or two, you're going to run through about 5,000, 6,000 leads. If you do it about 5 hours a day, every 5 days a week. Burning through that many leads and looking for deals, you're going to probably clock about 7, 8 deals a month consistently. And we're talking about anywhere between hood deals in hood areas around 3 to 5, 6, 7K to mid-level, C-level working neighborhoods. These are neighborhoods where people rent a lot, or you have a mixture of renters and old owners who might be elderly, who will sell the homes and things like this. And you will catch a deal where you might make 15 to 20, 10, 15, 20, 25. Sometimes you luck up, you get the probate deal that's been sitting on the block boarded up for 10 years, and you make 30 racks. If you want to scale up to where you make a hell of a lot of money, I posted in the chat earlier, it is commercial. Commercial makes so much money versus the lead generation cost, because I can go on ListSource and I can call a ListSource agent and say, I need all the codes for vacant, family-owned, not corporate-owned, family-owned, individual-owned gas stations that are vacant all across America. So now I'm calling saying, hey, you want to sell that gas station for $100,000? Well, I know these Arabs will pay me $250,000. So I'm finna make 150,000 off one deal. My acquisition for that deal might be $3 a lead, maybe less. And all I'm doing is buying a list, skip tracing for the phone numbers, and calling the person who owns the property. I email them the contract over DocuSign. They sign it. I get it back. I have my friendly wholesaling closing attorney in that area run the document, and I send it out to people who want to own gas stations, usually into the Arab African community. And people will come back. I got the money. I got cash. All right, great, awesome. Let's close. When can you close? Sign this other form, send it in to my title agent, and we close. And I'm getting a certified check or a wire to my account for 100,000, 150,000. Another very profitable wholesale deal is the commercial units, the storage unit parks that have 50, 60, 70, 80 storage containers with the roll-up gates. You have a lot of those owned by single owner occupants. So they get older in age. They don't want to manage it correctly. They don't own it correctly. They're losing money on the books and they want to let it go. Okay, you can make 200 off of them.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, well, first of all, this stream was so attractive to me that I had to come back. I left my work and I was like, I have to come back. So, all right. So I have something to say here, and it may not be what you want to hear, but here's a little beef I have. Right, the little beef I have is that I think a lot of times when we're talking about this stuff, and I think I caught a part of it where somebody mentioned this here. We really do not talk about the dark aspects of this, right? Because and I mentioned inspections in the chat, right? But let's say we could take any aspect of this. When a lot of times I see I'll run across YouTube videos and people talking about like wholesaling, for example. And actually, that's one of my beefs is I think wholesaling sells people a lot of dreams because essentially, for example, skip tracing, right? I know I don't know about the rest of the people on this panel. I know I've actually spent upwards of almost $1,000 on skip tracing. Right, for and not for like a bunch of not in total. I'm saying like when I'm really trying to get the right deals, I spent that much money and across different platforms because they have varying levels of accuracy and whatnot. And so that's actually a decent amount of money, right? Like and there are a couple free skip tracing services, and you can also I guess do like searches on Google and stuff like that. But rarely do those actually work. And I think a big part of it is that a lot of homeowners, right? They have a shit ton of wholesalers calling them all the time, and they get tired of it. So a lot of times the numbers you find online, they are disconnected.
Okay, bro, let me say this, bro. That's why when I first came on the stream,
I was about to say that.
That's the first thing I said. I said, first of all, wholesale deals.
He said he quit. He quit like you quit like 5 times or something.
I quit 5 times, but not only that, only 5% of transactions are wholesale deals. And one thing I said when I first came on the stream is the reason why I don't talk about wholesaling as much is because you're right. A lot of people on the wholesale joint do come in and kind of have a dream selling. That's why I said before I came in, I was like, look, people talking about wholesaling online is talking about it as if there's a plethora, a whole boatload. No, you got to go search and find these deals. And I don't recommend skip tracing no more. I'm gonna tell you right now, the best way to get leads is to have a website and to have people who are typing in how to sell my house. Okay, so all the other stuff is interruption. All the skip tracing, calling them, stuff like that. I mean, I know I'm gonna tell you right in 2020 and 2021, because I'm gonna tell you right now, man, they got a do not call list, and they killing wholesaling with these lawsuits right now because wholesalers are calling people and texting people. Even if you scrub them on the list, they're still already not. For some reason, they numbers still on there, and they hitting them. So
just for the record, Ramil, I'm not saying that you didn't say this. I was just pointing this out. So and I was just pointing it out. Like it wasn't. I want to make it clear. It wasn't targeted at you or anything. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing this out. A lot of times it frustrates me because when you actually do this shit and you realize, okay, this is way more work, and then also even earnest money. Like it's actually very rare. Like a lot of times I hear guys talk about it. Like you could put $1, $10. It's very rare. Like I mean, I have done that before, But for the most part, most of the time I'm putting $500 EMD. And then I might what I'll do is I'll get the cash investor to then put 500 EMD, and I essentially recoup that in that manner. But the point is, you still have to have that money at first before.
No. Who you using as your closing attorney? Who are you using as your closer? Who are you using? Do you have a relationship with your closing attorney?
Yeah. What?
Because because your relationship is very important. My closing attorney set up my contract and helped me with my contract, and so my EMD is refundable to me. So when I give my closing attorney the contract, I don't even really give him the money, bro. I don't have to.
No, I'm not. So that's not what I'm. Yes, it's the same for me. Like I could pull up one of my contracts. I'm saying the amount. I'm talking about the amount. I'm saying the amount. Like it's.
No, you don't even have to have it. You don't even have to.
Sure, you don't. I'm not saying you have to have it.
It's just a number on a piece of paper.
I'm not saying you have to have it. Like and depending on the type of seller you're talking to, they might not even notice that you don't have one, right? But there are actual sellers that will ask you for an EMD, right? And then also, obviously, if you do on-market deals as well, the real estate agent will almost always ask you, if you do wholesaling through on-market deals as well, they almost always will ask you for a EMD. At least in my experience. Again, I'm not making any, I'm not.
What city you at, bro? No, because I actually agree with that. But what city? Most sellers are going to ask you for.
I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no wonder.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I'm in Atlanta, so.
I got
so.
You.
Anyways, I did want to. You mentioned earlier. You mentioned earlier that you like finesse. So I did have a little trick that I've used successfully that I really like, and I noticed very few investors, real estate investors, know about this. So I wanted to share that real quick, if anybody's interested. So one of the roadblocks that you run into when you do wholesaling is, in some cases, like if you're doing on-market deals, or if you try to get into bank-owned properties, you have a no assignment clause, right? I'm sure all the guys here are familiar with that. So you have a no assignment clause, which basically prevents you from assigning it, which is essentially the way that you actually do the wholesaling, right? It's the way that you make your money as essentially the middleman, right? So one of the tricks that I've used successfully, it's actually kind of funny to me that it actually works flawlessly, is basically when you have a no assignment clause, it literally basically says you cannot assign it, right? And so what I'll do is I'll actually set up a new LLC specifically to take ownership of to sign the purchase and sell agreement. So I create a new LLC, and my company, Barronville Real Estate LLC, Barronville Real Estate LLC, is basically the sole member of that LLC, of that new LLC that I just created. And then what I do is I then go to the cash buyer and I tell them, listen, I have this property here, but there's this no assignment clause. I don't want to go, because sometimes you can try to convince. If you're dealing with an agent, you can try to convince them to use a different contract. It rarely works, at least in my experience. So I don't even want to, come across as a wholesaler to them. So what I'll basically tell the cash investor is, I'll basically sell you this LLC instead, right? And then when I sell you this LLC, we basically we transfer the membership ownership. And at that point, it's not subject to anything that's in that contract, right? Because it's like if you do a deal with, let's say, Tesla, right? It doesn't matter if the CEO is no longer Elon Musk, right? It's the deals with Tesla. So basically, I'm selling that LLC instead of basically signing the contract. And so the contract remains under the same new LLC that I created. And then so for that, I basically, it's 2 documents that I end up signing. But basically, once closing is over, the cash investor now owns that LLC, and they can do whatever they want. They can transfer that title back to their LLC, or they can take ownership of it under their name or transfer it to a trust.
People are doing that in Chicago now, since in Chicago they made wholesaling illegal. So
usually because I've talked to a few wholesalers and they rarely know about this, and I'm like, that's actually a really fun trick. And you can actually create a LLC very quickly, and then it could be in any state, right? Because it doesn't actually have to be in because different states have different prices, right? So you can, for me, I like Wyoming. So I'll actually create it in Wyoming. And I can create it very quickly, spin it up very quickly. And in some cases, I'll already sign the contract before I even create it. I'll just, search to see if the name is available and then sign the contract under that and then actually go and create it at the same time. So while it's actually being...
But my question is this, why? I see what you're saying. Because people in Chicago, where I'm at right now, they're doing that to avoid the legal issues. But You haven't. I mean, like I said, you say you're doing on market deals and bank. Why are you? I'm not saying. I'm just curious. Why that's your specialty? That's your primary.
No,
Because if the property's on market, I don't even touch it.
So to be clear, my main strategy now is buy and hold. As I mentioned in the chat earlier.
Oh, okay. That's you. Okay.
Yeah. So my main strategy now is buy and hold, and primarily because I already have a full-time job as an engineer, right? So for me, I basically want to build my net worth. I'm worried less about income and more focused on building net worth, right? Because obviously you need income, right, to build net worth. But just having income doesn't mean. I mean, I know people who make 6 figures who live paycheck to paycheck, right? So just having income doesn't really. So for me, I'm focused on building my net worth and having properties that appreciate over time. So that's why I focus on buy and hold now mostly. But I still do wholesale deals. I think for me, the reason why I don't limit myself to off market, right? Because there's a lot of inefficiencies with off market, and especially since I don't do it full time. I don't have enough time to basically. So to be fair, one of my competitive advantages is that I've built software. I'm a software engineer, so I've actually built software to actually automate a lot of that stuff for me and scrape even some county websites and do certain things for me, like even comping, for example. When I'm comping, I actually have a piece of software I wrote that basically does the comps for me. The only part of it that I have to do that I can't automate yet is basically there's no way for the software to know if a property is distressed or not. So I actually built a little tool that sends me a push notification, and I can basically say it shows me some pictures, and I just say yes or no if it's distressed, and then it actually does the comping for me. So I try to automate as much as possible, but I don't limit myself to if I'm wholesaling, I do wholesaling on market and off market. And I think part of the reason is there's actually, if you take the time, you will find under market value properties that are on market, right? Where the real estate agent, for example, in some cases, what I've noticed is there'll be real estate investors, especially new ones, right? Or real estate agents who are new, who haven't done too many deals yet. So they don't even know how to actually appropriately price a property. And not only that, when you talk to them, you can tell they're nervous.
Don't even a lot of times know how to experienced agents a lot of times don't know how to appropriately price the property. But yeah.
But usually I can tell very quickly if they're a new agent. Obviously you can tell if you just look them up. But for me, just from talking to them, you can tell experienced agents are usually very confident when they talk and whatnot. Whereas the new agent, she's just trying to work with you and she's very nervous when she's talking and whatnot. And so a lot of times they'll actually price the property much lower than it should be, right? So it's already under market value. Now it's hard to find those, and you have to actually do the work to find them. But when you do find them, the problem is they'll then use the GA real estate purchase sale agreement, and that already has the you can't assign it. So that's the problem. So if they use that, I don't want to have to change their contract. I don't want to even have to explain to them what wholesaling is, because then they look at you like they're like, this is weird. Most of them don't understand it. So for me, I just say, okay, I'll buy it. And then I just go and create the LLC. They don't even know what's going on behind the scenes. And it's much easier. And also, and then at that point, there's no assignment involved at all, right? So it's basically the assignment fee becomes the purchase price, the LLC purchase price, essentially. So that's
there's an easier way to do that, right? There's an easier way to do that. You do have transactional funding. So there is a transactional funding that you just pay them, and they will fund the transaction so that you can take ownership of the property. They'll put in the funding. So what happens is
that's more complicated. That's more complicated.
No. It's just the transactional funding will just give you the money. They will just give you the money. But as long as your cash buyer is there on the back end, the transactional funding steps up, gives you the money. They take a very small percent, and then you simply just pass it to your investor. That's it. And it's like $1,000 to use transactional funding.
You still have to go and apply for it, right? You still have to go and apply for the transactional funding, and then
all they have to do is look at the deal. If the deal has a back end cash buyer who's already put his earnings in, he's already tied into the deal. They'll just give you the money. It's like going to get a hard money loan. The hard money lender.
I get it. I'm just saying it's a loan. I'm just saying it's a transactional funding, and you have to go apply for it. For me, if that works for you, that's fine. But I'm saying for me, I find the LLC creation much quicker. I can just do that so quickly. I can do it through the Wyoming Secretary of State website very quickly and use it very quickly, and I don't have to use a different contract. I don't have to have anything.
And Infantry Skill asked a good question, even though he's a troll. Why don't you double close it to avoid the assignment and all that other
Because
stuff.
now I'm paying two closing costs, right? I'm paying closing costs twice. So that eats into the margins. I don't like double closing. I mean, double closing, I think there are some cases. I think the only case I would do a double close, I actually have never done one. I don't really want to do one, but the only case where I consider it is if I find a deal where I could make so much profit that I don't really want the cash investor to know. But most of the time, the reality is the cash investor is going to end up making 3 to 5 times, even more actually, than you are going to make. So they really
What's
don't
double
care.
closing?
They really don't care if you make.
It's where you close 2 contracts. So you close one contract and pay a closing cost. Then you close another contract with your cash buyer and pay the closing costs on that. That's called a double close. You can do them simultaneously in the same day, probably maybe like about 30 minutes apart, to separate the deal so it doesn't look like it's an assignment.
Yeah, and from what my attorney has told me, it has to be a little bit longer. I don't know what the law is, but I talked to him about that one time, and he mentioned that even though you could do it on the same day, it has to be like you probably want to arrange it where you do one in the morning and then one in the afternoon. Or he explained the reason, but I haven't done any, so I don't really. But the main thing is it eats into your closing costs, and then it eats into your margins because there's 2 closing costs, right? And obviously it's more complicated because that means you have to do 2 different deals, right? And then really the reason that most people do it for me hasn't applied, because what I've found in my experience, again, I'm not making a statement of fact here. What I've found in my experience is that most cash investors do not give a shit how much money you make, because at the end of the day, if you're not making an extravagant amount of money, they're going to make 3, 5, potentially even higher, more than you're going to make. So for me, the minimum that I'll do if I'm doing a wholesale deal, I have a minimum. Like I don't do any deals that are below 10, where I make below 10,000, because I just feel like it's not worth my time.
Jonathan, you don't have a channel, do you?
I do not. I've actually been considering creating one because I want to. There's certain things I would want to, like, especially with black men. I want to see more black men get into this. And I mentioned this to you one time. Like a lot of times when I talk to black people, the thing that frustrates me is the first thing they say to me is, "You have to have money, and I can't get into this." Now, again, I don't want to sell them a dream, but at the same time, like I feel like they already tell themselves they can't do it. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you a really good example. The last property that I actually I acquired basically for my buy and hold, right? I just put a tenant in it in September, right? That last property, I got it through a creative financing method known as Subject 2, right? And this is a perfect example of why I feel like a lot of times black people, and I'm sorry to just say it like that, but a lot of times black people, they shut themselves out of things because they don't understand knowledge is power, right? So Subject 2 is actually a very, very interesting kind of way of structuring a deal. This property is on this street in Atlanta called Delowe Drive. It's Delowe Drive, and Delowe, Delowe Drive. So I found this property, and basically,
Northwest.
No, that's in South Atlanta.
Oh, South Atlanta. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I found this property, and long story short, this woman she basically was behind on the payments. She owed some taxes on it. And it was a burden for her, right? And she was in pre-foreclosure. And so it was a burden for her. Like when I went to go check it out, I could tell she was stressed the hell out. Like she basically didn't even know what she was gonna do yet and whatnot. And so when I did the math, and one of the things I do, I really rely on numbers and data. And I'm very strict about this, right? So like if my MAO tells me that if my MAO is a maximum allowable offer. If my MAO, when I do my math, right, if my MAO comes out to, let's say, 80,000, even if the person, changes by, if the offer changes by like $100, I'm not gonna do it, right? Because for me, like I'm very strict on my numbers. And anyway, so basically, it was a burden for her. She didn't know what the hell she was gonna do. But I went and I actually have a financial model. So I went and I did a model, and to basically figure out basically what's the appreciation rate, so basically how long would it take for the property to no longer be upside down, essentially. So in other words, there's more owed on the property than the value of it, and also there was actually back payments that need to be made, so that's another thing. And then there's taxes owed on it.
You said
so
there was more owed on the property than the value of the property?
Yes, than the current market value of it. Yeah, it was upside down. So basically, most investors would not do that deal. Most investors would look at that and say,
I'm not doing that deal. I mean,
exactly. Exactly, but that's why it's lucrative, right? Because here's how I did this. So basically, there's no equity. So obviously, the only way that you'd be able to do that is if maybe she could get her bank to approve of a short sale, right? But the reality is, the banks, most of the time, they don't really like short sales, except when the overhead costs. And this was explained to me by a banker, so I don't know but basically what he explained to me is that in a lot of cases, the banks would prefer to actually foreclose because they can just go and sell the property, right? But in some cases, when they do the math themselves, when they model it out, they might realize that whatever you're trying to short sell it for, basically they might realize that it's actually worth much better. It's worth their time more to just let you short sell it than them taking the property back and then trying to market it again and sell it back, right? And so essentially, short selling was not an option here. So when I did the math, I realized that within about 6 years, I forgot the exact numbers. I would have to pull up the model, but basically, within about 6 years, it would appreciate, and I would have at least some equity. But not only that, it's in the low drive. That's kind of like a hood area, depending on how you feel about that.
So you bought
the
house. You bought did a buy and hold.
Well, so let me explain. So basically, it's kind of like in a hood area, but it's an area that people are actually renting in. So what I realized is I could cash flow on it. So basically, what I did was I told her, okay, since she's stressed out and there's no other option for her, there's really no option. Like for her, it's pretty much she ends up on the street. So what I did was I said, okay, I'll give you $5,000, right? So I'll write you a check for $5,000, and then not only that, I'll pay for a mover to move you wherever you need to go, right? So I'll handle all of that. You just tell them when to come, and they'll come in, and I'll pay for it. And then I'm basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pay whatever the back payments are. I'll pay that amount, and I did the math on that. I'll pay that amount, and then what I did was I did a subject to deal. The subject to basically means that I'm taking over the payments of the loan, but I'm not taking the loan. So the loan remains on her credit, but so the loan is hers, but I'm taking title to the property, right? So I take title to the property, I make the back payments, and then I start making the regular payments I start making the regular mortgage payments regularly and whatnot, right? And then I took over the property, and I did very little renovation in it. Again, it's for rental, it's not for sale. So basically did very little renovation in it. And then I put a renter in it. So now it's cash flowing, right? And over time, it's going to appreciate. And guess what? The value of the property is now that's my net worth. That's not hers. And it's a win-win for her because instead of ending up on the streets with zero, because she would have gotten nothing, right? Now she actually got $5K. I helped her move, and she moved to her family's house. I helped her move. She didn't pay anything for the moving. She got $5K out of the deal, and now I got a full property. Okay, that's worth a good amount of money. Now, obviously, right now there's no equity, but I got the property, and it cost me up front. Cost me some money up front, but I know I'm going to recoup it. If I hold on to this, I plan on holding on to it for at least 10 years, right?
So you did a land contract with the lady, and
he did a subject too. He did a subject too deal.
Yeah. So, all right. So you dropped a lot of. Okay, go ahead, bro. Let me let you finish real quick before.
So basically, the thing that was a little bit different with this is that. The attorney suggested that we use a land trust. We have to use a land trust because when you have a loan, there's an acceleration clause. The acceleration clause basically says that if you transfer title to the property, right, at any point you transfer title, you basically owe the full amount of the balance, right? So we had to but there's an act. I forgot the name of it. I can pull it up. My attorney actually sent me a full. But basically, there's an act that basically allows you, if you have a property, you can actually you can transfer that property into a land trust, and when you transfer title to a land trust, it doesn't actually cause the loan to accelerate. So, but here's the thing with the land trust. With a land trust is basically just the trust is just a trust agreement. Now, the county knows about the trust, right? They know that it exists, but the trust agreement is confidential, right? So nobody actually knows. So in other words, my company is the trustee, right? So basically, we run the trust, right? But we can do that behind the scenes, right? And in fact, my attorney actually did some very clever shit. Like, for example, you can actually make the name of the trust agreement. You can make it really long, so that because they use a lot of. He had an explanation for it. Like basically, the systems that they use in the counties, like sometimes they'll cut off the name and it'll cut off the name and whatnot. So he has these tricks that he used. But basically, the point is the loan doesn't accelerate. I just keep making the bank payments, and I acquired this property, and now basically the value of the property is mine, right? Well, technically it's my company's, but. It's mine.
It's her property. It's mine. No. It's her.
No. It's his property. It's his property.
Mine.
She's stuck with the loan. She still has the loan on her credit. Yeah, that's a subject.
It's not that she's stuck.
Whose name is on the deed?
It's mine. Well, not mine. My company.
His company's name.
Whose
My
name
His
is
company's name is on the
whose
deed.
name is on the deed?
My company's name. That's what I'm telling you. So the way the subject to works is you transfer the title over.
No.
So she transferred title over, and then basically she transfers title over to a trust. Actually, sorry, the name is the trust. So she transfers the title over to the trust, but my company is the trustee. And so basically, for her, it's actually a window because she was gonna end up with a foreclosure, right? Which is bad for her credit. And now
the reason why I asked who's because the title and the deed are not the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
The title is
yes, it's mine. That's what I'm saying. It's mine. I get what you're saying. I'm saying it's mine. Fully 100. Like I can sell it.
So she's out. So her name is. So her name.
Yes, her name is
no
nowhere to
longer
be found on the documents anymore. Except if you do a title search, you can see in the chain of title. You can see in the chain of title that she used to own the property. But basically,
if you did a subject to, if she owns the house, basically she still owns it. You're just paying off the payment.
Oh, why would I do that?
Because that
No. It's a transfer over of title and deed to his land trust, bro. He transfer ownership to him. The agreement in the subject to is that he's gonna pay off the remaining balance of the mortgage. That's how subject twos work. The only thing that I would say he missed was he should have did a lease option to his renter, and he would have netted. You didn't want to net the down payment.
Let me make this clear right now. Okay, if you are paying the bank, the deed is not in your name.
Okay, all right. You can believe that, dude. You can believe that if you want. I'm telling you.
No,
I pay my.
You got a mortgage. You got a mortgage, right? If you have a mortgage on the house. Right, you got to pay.
So it's still the bank. Still, basically, the bank. All the bank knows is that this trust, because the bank knows that the trust. The bank can. Well, they can find out. They can find out that the trust is now, but they can't do anything about it because the law. The only way the acceleration clause would be triggered is if she transferred it to an individual or to like some LLC or something. But the way that my attorney did it, he transferred it to basically to the trust, and then basically obviously the county knows about that. But now the trust. My LLC manages that trust. And so in other words, the trust is actually what owns the equitable interest, right? The equitable interest, the trust owns that. That's the trust is the one, the trust owns that, and I control that trust. Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Are you paying anything? Are you paying any mortgage monthly at all?
Yes, I'm saying the same thing. What she used to do, I'm doing it, except now she doesn't have to make those payments. Now the risk for her is if I stop making those payments, because the default will be on her. So if I stop making those payments,
why would the default be on her?
Because the loan is still under her credit.
The loan is separate. So the loan is separate. Listen. The loan is separate. Loans are bank products, right? A loan is separate from. It has nothing to do with with the actual property. That's what I think. That's the disconnect you're making here. A loan is just a bank product. That's all it is.
It's like look. It's like this, bro. It's like this. It's like this, bro. It's like this, bro. It's like this, bro. You know when somebody puts like a mechanic lien on something, and the city will take a house from somebody, but then the bank will be like, "Hey, you still owed us money on that house." It separates the property from the loan. So what he did, he used the trust to separate her ownership of the property from the loan. She's stuck with the loan on her name, with the agreement and the subject to being that he will continue to pay the loan. Right. He takes on ownership of the property through the trust, and the trust. I can do whatever I want with it. The trust acts almost like a shell company that covers his ass and doesn't reveal that his LLC is the operator of the trust.
Okay, so let me make this more simpler for you guys, because
the only way you know that is if you saw the trust agreement itself, right? The trust, and you can't see the trust agreement because it's not registered, right? So the only thing that's registered is that this trust agreement exists. That's it. But basically, the details of the trust agreement, only I and my attorney and she knows about it. Right, that's it.
Okay, so if the trust agreement where she transferred the ownership, right? If it's only known between you, her, and your attorney, then on record in the county, the house is still hers. The loan
Okay,
is
you
the
believe that. All right,
mortgage.
you believe that. I'm not gonna argue.
I'm not trying to say I believe. It's just literally the law because you have
But
to
it's
get
wrong,
registered
though. You're wrong,
with
though.
the county.
You're wrong. You're wrong. That's so you're telling me my attorney who does this for a living is wrong. That's what you're
What
telling me.
I'm telling you is that unless it gets recorded in the county that the
Yes,
deed,
the trust, the fact that this trust exists is recorded. That's what I'm saying.
So it's the transfer of ownership in the property has to be recorded.
Yes,
in the
that is
county.
recorded.
Yo.
That's what I'm saying. That is recorded.
Hold on.
I'm
To
literally
make it
telling you that
simple,
is
to
recorded.
make it simple, just put your address for this property in the back chat and look it up on the county register. If the trust name is there as
Well,
ownership,
wouldn't be because he said they didn't go to.
I'm telling you,
He said they didn't go to the
you
county. He
don't have
just
to
said they just drew up a contract.
Dude, here's the thing, you don't have to believe me. I'm just telling you a method I use. That's fine if you don't believe that. That's cool.
I'm
just
not trying to say I
telling
don't believe you, brother, but what I'm telling you is that if
You-
you have
you
not
can't tell me-
registered,
Wait. It's
I'm
not
only
registered on the county? It's not
no,
registered
you
on
said
the
not
county?
registered. That's what I'm saying. Like how?
I literally just told you it is registered. I told you the transfer has to be registered. There's no way to transfer to not register. There's no way to do that. So what are you saying? It's transferred, but basically it's registered, but it's registered as transferred under a trust. And that trust, the thing is,
Then he
county-
got it. Then he got it.
The county can't see the
He
trust
got
agreement. The trust agreement is a private document.
But the name is on there though, right? The name is on there as ownership.
So
Then he got it. He got it. He got it.
If he got it, then she no. If he got it, she would be out the picture.
Brother,
I'm saying
she's in the picture for
She's
the
in the picture for the
loan.
loan.
She's
And
not
what's
in the picture for the ownership.
And what is the loan?
It's a bank-owned product. It's a separation.
It's the mortgage.
Okay, so I think I can explain this. Hold up, let me explain. You're
I'm not
confusing.
trying to come at you, but the loan is the mortgage.
Hold up, okay, let me explain. Here's what you're confusing. I think you're making it in your mind. You have this idea that the loan is directly attached to the property. It's not. That's just the general understanding of it. A loan is a separate product that's by a bank, right? So in other words, all a mortgage does is it basically gives the bank a legal right to basically put a lien on your home, to foreclose on you, etc. But it's a separate product. So basically, you can do whatever you want with the property. Now, it can trigger certain things based on the agreement with the loan, but there's two separate things. So what I've done is the loan itself remains intact. Nothing we didn't touch anything with the loan, with the mortgage. We didn't touch anything. But the property,
With the what? The loan or the mortgage? Which one, brother? Is it the loan or the mortgage?
yeah, you can call it whatever. The mortgage. It's the same thing.
You can't do that, brother. You gotta. Is it the loan or the mortgage?
The mortgage, yes.
Okay, so
What-
the
what
loan
is
is
the
the
loan?
mortgage, right?
The mortgage
So
is a loan.
her name is on the mortgage, then, right?
Yes. We
Okay,
didn't
so
change
you
anything
took
about
over
that.
the mortgage payments, right?
We took over the mortgage
But
payments.
her name
So in other words,
is still on
so from the bank's perspective, yes. Okay, so I see the discount. From the bank's
From the
perspective,
bank's
it's like she's still making the payments. It's like she's still making the payments from the bank's
Thank
perspective.
you. Thank you.
But-
Thank you.
But,
Okay.
but here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. That's an irrelevant detail. Here's why. Because the bank could still, if the bank wants, it could still discover that the property is now owned by a trust. That's what I'm saying. So even though we didn't go and change anything with the loan itself, we didn't touch it. The bank, if they want, they can figure that out, and it's an irrelevant detail because the bank, at the end of the day, the bank doesn't care about the property, right? Banks are not in the business of real estate. Banks are in the business of basically loaning out money. That's what they're. So the bank doesn't really care who makes the payments. They just care about are they getting their
Okay.
payments.
Now to clarify, I'm trying to get this up. So her name is still on the mortgage, right? How did you transfer the ownership of the house at the county?
Because you're asking a question about a mortgage. And
Jonathan.
Yeah.
You're sounding too much like a software engineer. He asked you how, and you're talking about the question he's asking. So how did you do it?
So okay, I think the primary thing that I think he's not understanding because no matter how I explain it, he won't get it unless he understands that.
I will get it, bro.
Hold up, dude. Let me actually answer. The problem is that you're still connecting the mortgage to the property, right? Those are two separate. I need you to think of the mortgage as one thing and the property as one thing. The mortgage basically gives the bank or whoever, the bank can sell that mortgage to another company, right? And that's why a lot of times you'll see the actual the actual name who owns for example, the same way that you do an assignment as a wholesaler, banks also assign loans, right? They can assign it to somebody else and make profit from that. So the point I'm making is that loan is just a product. It's a bank product. And it just gives, all the loan does is it gives a bank the right to that property. Whereas the property itself, that has to do with the county, the state, etc. That's separate. Now we understand them as one thing because that's how we operate, right? That's how generally people operate. But it's two separate things. So what we did is the attorney, like we literally did not touch anything at all with the mortgage. We just didn't touch it. We didn't do anything. We didn't report anything to the bank. We did nothing on that front. All we did was what is required to transfer title at the county level. That's all we did. Is what is required to transfer title, and obviously we had to make the back payments and pay the taxes, etc. That was owned. That's it. So now, from the bank's perspective, because we didn't change anything, they still see it as her making the payments. But here's the thing: that the reason I said that's an irrelevant detail is because if the bank wants, because that's public information, and they could go and find out who owns that property now. But the reality is they won't do that because as long as they keep getting their payments, the bank doesn't care, right? Banks are not in real estate business; they're in money business. So banks don't really care. That's why this works. Is that the bank doesn't really care who's making the payments. They just care that they're getting it. So as long as they keep getting it, there will be no issues. And so the risk for her,
brother, I'm just trying to say, I don't want to harp on. The only simple question I asked.
Okay, the way that you transfer it is the same way that you do any other real estate deal. That's what I'm saying. It's the same exact.
It's simple.
So at the county, because usually in a subject to a land contract, you said you went to the county while there's still a mortgage on. You put the title and I don't know how, because the bank, if there's a mortgage, the bank's name is on the deed.
Can I say something real quick?
The bank's name is on the deed if there is a mortgage on it.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. Who spoke up? Was that Sebastian?
I want to say something. I come from a legal background, right? So you can hold property under a trustee's ownership for a fiduciary benefit, right? So like if you can transfer ownership in trust to a person in holding for another person. I don't know how that relates to what the proper procedures are for the county, but you can do that. You can transfer ownership to a trustee for the benefit of for someone else. So
that's what a lot of people do for inheritances. That's what they
exactly.
do.
So
is that what they do? So
the question I have for you, Jonathan, is: did your lawyer explain to you how he was able to do that loop in regards to
what part?
In regards to sidestepping the debt?
We didn't sidestep it. So really, the thing is, we didn't sidestep it because I think the first step. So there's a part of this that the attorney took care of. So I think the first step was when we did the trust. It was we transferred it. Basically, we created the trust, and it had some involvement with her. And then after that, we transferred the trustee to my company. So there was a transfer that had to be done. But the point still remains that the trust agreement.
Oh shoot! So you had her sign her ownership into a trust.
Yes.
Still keeping her name on the debt. And because you signed her ownership into the trust, the ownership was then transferred over to the LLC. So
exactly.
This is what happened. The bank is not going to raise any alarms because they're still getting their money, but the ownership was transferred in almost like a 3-step process from her to the trust to his LLC.
Yeah, but
the second transfer, and the key thing here is that the second transfer that nobody really knows about that, right? Because that's only in the trust agreement. So, and the trust agreement is managed by us, so we don't have to. Basically the county, the government, nobody has to know about what the details are in the trust agreement. So the second,
we don't get away with stuff like that in Canada, man.
No. In Canada, y'all can't even do skip trace. Canada has privacy laws. Yeah, you can't even pull that off.
No. Okay, hold on a second, gentlemen. Let me do some shout outs real quick. I got a couple of people out here in the Cash App. Shout out to D-Rock Dan for the $25 Cash App. You also hit a super chat earlier, so much appreciated. And also shout out to Lou for the $25 super Cash App, says for the real estate stream. And also shout out to Mr. Fantastic for sharing the stream. Also, same thing with Ramil, definitely appreciate it. And also for Broke Genius as well, sharing the stream. There is a panelist that has not had a chance to speak, Chaos Rain, I believe, from across the pond. What do you have for us, Chaos Rain, or you just over here listening and enjoying?
Maybe 1 or 2 questions. Ramil, so you buy the house, you fix the house, and you sell it, right?
No, I don't do any rehabs as of now. I just wholesale it as of now.
So you just take the wholesale of the house, right? And you try to sell it to make your
the contract, yeah.
Okay. What is my second question? How long you been doing this now? That's my second question.
Almost 5 years now. I think 5 years already. Yeah.
Okay, so it's been 5 years. So midterm. Okay. I guess that's all the questions for now because everybody's speaking right now. I'm trying, I'm just listening right now. I might have other questions, but everybody's going back and forth on, who has a better approach. I'm just listening. So if I have any other questions, I'll mute.
Let me ask a question about this, okay, for the lay people out there, because you guys have talked about a lot of things that have to do with deal structure, okay, but for the simple person out there, okay, for the non-computer coders, okay, Jonathan, what would you say is the best, or what I'm asking for here, okay, is Ramil, you can start with Ramil. As far as structuring the deal on a simple level, right? Okay, how much cash versus how much financing? Okay, can I do some kind of owner financing, which seems to be somewhat of what Jonathan is doing? I don't know all the technical terminology and all that kind of stuff, but because one kind of way of looking at your return on investment is the cash on cash. Okay, I thought so. So cash on cash. How much cash you put in, cash on cash being, cash flow divided by, initial cash investment, whatever, which is a way of kind of looking at rates of return. Therefore, from a simple level, okay, what would be the best way to structure a deal, okay, either from your wholesale way or for real estate in general, for the layman who is getting into it? What are the pitfalls? What are the things they have to watch out for just in terms of deal structure, Ramil?
So so when it comes to deal structure, I'm always simple. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. I'm a stupid motherfucker. So if it gets like the guy below me, the guy who was super chatting, I wouldn't do nothing like that. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I'm just trying
that's what they do. He's a software engineer. I know the type. That's what they do. No.
It's not even just him. It's just the structuring, like with the subject to, with the mortgage on it. You know what I'm saying? Land contracts with the mortgage. I mean, stuff like that. Then you gotta wait all these years. I don't do stuff like that. I just keep it simple. So motivated stuff.
But that's how you increase your net worth. That's how you increase your net worth. Now, because now I have a property that I think the total I spent, and I could pull it up, but the total I spent, like renovating, paying the back payments, giving her the $5K, and for the moving. I think it maybe ran me upwards of 30,000, I think, close to that. But that's all I put into this, right? And then over time, it's my property. It's basically my property once I get it. But obviously, I can't sell it. I can't because the value of it at that point in time, and how much is owed on it, right? It's much lower. But the point is, over time, now I have that's net worth. Right, that's the primary thing, and that's why I mentioned earlier. With wholesaling, you can make a lot of income for sure. Like wholesaling is how I started, and I made 6 figures in real estate starting with wholesaling, right? But I started looking at it and thinking, okay, I have this cash, right? And like I don't like having cash. I don't save. I like investing, right? And so either I'm investing through real estate, or like I don't like having cash just sitting in my bank account, right? And so for me, the way I thought about it is, I want to increase my net worth. And the more cash you have sitting around, the more likely you are to spend it, the more likely you are to increase your lifestyle, et cetera, right? And so for me, I wanted to have that invested. And I realized I do not want to do fix and flips. I did 2 fix and flips deals. The first one, I barely made some money. The second one was hell, right? I don't ever want to do those ever again in my life personally. And so for me, just because it's too speculative. And so for me, my thing was I want to increase my net worth, right? And the best way to do that is to actually hold on to the property. And not only that, while I'm holding on to the property and it's increasing my net worth, I'm getting cash flow from it. Like I'm getting cash flow from it every month, right? And so that's actually, that's the best you could have. Yes, you have that hump at the beginning where you have to structure that deal. Even explaining it to her was a hassle, right? Like for her to understand, like, okay, because like the way that you like we were going back and forth, for her, she was very confused. She didn't know what was going on. So even explaining it to her, I had one round of the attorney trying to explain it to her, of me trying to explain it. He did a terrible job because he's an attorney. I was trying to explain it to her. But so that complication it's complicated. But once we solved it, now I have a property, right? It's a full property that is actually going to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And I barely paid $30,000 to get into it, right? That's net worth. That's powerful.
Okay, so that is my point. My point is it is complicated, and my point is, or the question, right, is for the person that's listening out there that hasn't even dipped their toe into this yet, and they're just trying to look at the basics of how to structure a deal. Okay, and I'm gonna ask Ramil to start. Okay, and then Carl, and then you, Jonathan. I want you to tell us how they could structure a simple deal, right? Or not even how they could, like what are the basic parameters, right? Okay, if you want to go this, if you want to do that, if you want to optimize or maximize the other, what kind of approach would they take? So, Ramil, you'll keep it simple, stupid. How are you going to finish on that?
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, first off, yeah, like I said, I do simple deals. You know, if it's a subject to, I'm not saying some other people like Carl, that's for them. You know what I'm saying? I like to get in and get out. You said for the example that you guys using, you said you put in 30,000. You said, but the mortgage is worth more than what the house is worth. That's why I don't mess with deals that have more to it than that. That's the first thing you said. The loan / mortgage is worth more than what the house is worth. So when you could come across deals like that, it just becomes very tricky. You don't even know if you're going to be profitable. I'm not going to wait 10 years to find out if I'm going to be profitable. That's why I like to get in and out. And if I am going to buy and hold, it's not going to be something where I got to help somebody move out and do all the other extra stuff. And then, you know, that's to me, I'm simple. So my deal structures are simple. If it's mortgage is too high, I'm not dealing with it. If the house is worth 50,000 and there's a mortgage on it for 80,000, it's no way I'm touching that. Some other people can probably find something to do with that. If they want to do the subject to, take over the payments for the excess amount that's worth more than the house. I'm not doing anything like that. I do simple deals. I don't like hassle. I don't like excess time being spent on things that are speculative. All right. I like to be in and out. Those are my deals.
I see. So you kind of follow the approach of the money is made when you buy, right?
Yeah.
You know, so that's kind of, because you're trying to sell it, you're trying to flip. It's your buying and your selling time is so close that it's the money is made when I buy type of idea, right?
And then when I do a buy and hold, right, on a house, like the house I'm in right now, it's no way I'm taking out no mortgage or anything because speculation, fluctuations, and on top of that, I mean, I got the cash. So when I do buy and hold, I'm not using the mortgage. I'm buying the house outright cash. You know what I mean? So I like to keep it simple. None of this. I don't want the white folks all in my business. I don't want the banks all in my business. So either I can wholesale the property right then and there, and I can get in and out, or the house is cheap enough for me to buy cash. That's how I do it. I'm not saying it's the 100% right way, but I like as least amount of people in my pockets or in my deal as possible. I don't like mortgages. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished, and I was going to go to Carl. Okay. No, so Carl, again, same question. Somebody that's out there just looking at how do I structure a deal. Ramil basically went with that principle of, okay, the deal is, or the money is made when you buy. So look at how much cash versus financing. Keep it simple, stupid. What would you have to say to the new person coming in here with regards to deal structure?
When it comes to deal structure, on your first couple deals, most definitely keep it simple, stupid. Get the money. Just go for what gets you the money the quickest. So the simple deal is the house is worth 100 fixed up. It needs 20 in repairs, and the owner wants 20, and I know I can wholesale it for 30. Great. Do that deal. But over time, as you're doing your second, third, and fourth deal, you want to reinvest your money back into the education of different types of deal structure. So you would, over time, want to learn how to do the subject to deal, because once you get that understanding, what you can do is then start calling pre-foreclosure leads. And people who are in distress and going to lose the property, they might owe 100 on a house, but you're always looking for houses with extra equity. So let's say they owe 100, but the house is worth 225, 250. I can come into this property and say, look, I'm going to save your credit. I'm gonna pay off your back mortgage. How many notes have you missed? Oh, I missed 3 notes. Okay. How much are your notes? They're $1,000 a month. Okay, cool. So I gotta pay 3 G's to catch your notes. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you like $15K as a down payment for a new property. Okay? Or just to move on, go start renting somewhere or whatever. Now I'm gonna be out of $18K, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to take the subject to deal. It's going to come over to me. I'm going to have control of this property. I'm going to put it on the market for rent to own, which is lease option. When I do a lease option, I'm going to say that this property is worth $225. I'm going to request at least 20% down payment, which is going to give me my original $18K back to my pocket. And I'm going to say that the mortgage is $1,000 a month, but I want to make money too. So I'm going to say the mortgage is $1,800 a month. The bank's going to get its $1,000 for that back owed on $100, and I'm going to collect my $800. And I'm going to set it up for a 5-year lease option. So in 5 years, the new renter to own tenant on that lease option is going to have to buy me out with bank finance. Now, this is the thing about lease option. 80% of lease option tenants never buy it out. So after 5 years, they're going to come to me and say, okay, we paid you over the 5 years. We gave you the down payment, but we don't want to buy it out. We want to move on. That's fine. I'm still going to keep the 20% down payment. I'm still going to keep those months of payments that you gave to me. The $1,800 you gave to me, $1,000 is going to go to the bank, and $800 is going to come to my pocket. When they move out, I'm just going to have some Mexicans go in there, paint the trim, buff the floors, and put it back on the market. It's worth $125,000. I want another 20% down payment, and it's going to be $1,800 a month. And you can do many, many deals like this where you're just hunting pre-foreclosures. You do a subject to lease option. You're going to get a fat down payment up front. We're talking about people who are nurses, truck drivers, work construction, but they don't have a credit, but they want to own a home. Great. I understand you want to own a home. How much cash you got saved up? I got $30,000. Okay, great. Give me 20. I'm going to put you in this house. Can you afford $1,800 a month? Great. Awesome. At the end of 5 years, you need to fix your credit and give me a financing off of your bank. I'll report your payments to Equifax and Experian and TransUnion for you.
You mentioned
That's
earlier
it.
that you have a lawyer. Is a lawyer involved, or is a lawyer necessary for this particular structure that you described?
Yeah, you're going to always have to have a closing attorney to help set up these transactions and deals. And it's best, here in Memphis, we got a closing attorney who actually runs the MIG Association, which is Memphis Investor Group. They hold meetings here in Memphis every month. And I mean, he's the best lawyer because when I first started, like 3 years ago, I had got in touch with Ramil, and Ramil put me up on wholesaling. And then when I started going to his meetings, the investor group meetings, the lawyer who runs it, he just gave me knowledge for free. I mean, I would come into his office. He would say, yeah, what do you got? I was like, I got a deal, I think. And he was like, okay, let me look at it. And then he would sit down with me in like a little side room, and he would just give me the answers for free. I didn't have to pay for his time or nothing. And he was he just recommend, when you do your deals, just come deal with me and I can make some money. And that was it. And I mean, I just started clocking off different types of strategies because what he was showing me just off of, like I told him, I want to learn lease option. He was like, come to the Saturday class. It's going to be $20. Just come. And he gave like a 4-hour class on subject to and lease option. I was like, damn, this is everything. And he gave a pamphlet with notes and everything in it. And it was just that thorough. So it's powerful once you get in this game to get as much knowledge as possible, because there are certain deals that you can do and certain strategies and certain business models that you can set up that can make you a lot of money. Like wholesaling is good, but now I'm moving on to to doing the commercial side because the commercial makes way more money than the residential side. And then I'm also moving into the strategy of surplus funds. Surplus funds is just, man, it's easier. It's a lot more money. I mean, I'm talking about you're making $100,000 a month doing surplus funds, and it's way easier.
Mr. Jonathan, so same question. There are several ends, right, that one could be pursuing, right? Cash flow, quick deals, flipping this, that, and the other. What, in terms of type of deal, or like, let's say type of value being pursued, and then type of deal, and so on and so forth. And you can set up several of these. What are the ways in which a new person going into this venture can look at the parameters that are out there? And we mentioned before, and it was also mentioned now, that you're going to need a some kind of a lawyer for the closing and so on and so forth. And you definitely want to get knowledge from experts. Okay, Carl just said it, and also was mentioned earlier, the people who really give you the skinny on what's going on. But just from the perspective of, put yourself in the mindset of someone who's listening right now thinking, those people that you say you talk to, right, that tell you, oh, I need money, right, and so on and so forth. What would you tell them to make it simple, to bring down the barrier of entry? Okay, you're trying to make it such that they don't have to, there's not a lot of inertia there. What would you tell them regarding deal structuring, getting that money, getting the property, and start making money from it?
Sure. So I think it depends on where they're at, how much money they already have, and how much work they want to do, right? So one thing I want to say very quickly is I respect all these gentlemen's methods, right? But I think one of the differences here is actually the whole strategy, right? Because the difference here is kind of like the difference between, let's say, a hedge fund, right, and a day trader, right? It's like, for me, when I do these deals, these guys are thinking about lump sum payments and easy to calculate deals, right? In my case, I actually have financial models. Like I have multi-sheet Excel financial models where I basically do a model over 10 years and see how the property appreciates. I have all these values in there, right? And so for me, I can look at it and appreciation rates are actually pretty stable, right? So there's a lot of things in the market that's pretty stable. You can get data. And so the point, I just want to make this point, is that even though it may seem more complicated, which it is, the legal aspect, but the lawyer handles most of that, right? The thing is, though, the benefit is much better because you end up with, this is net worth and the whole value of the property, and you spent a fraction of it to acquire that property, right? And you get that over time, and you get multiple. So as an example, I did 2 subject twos in 2020. I did 1 in 2019, right? And I have other buy and holds that I've done. And with all 3 of those, right? The other thing I can do is after a period of time, and also, by the way, it depends on how much negative equity you're talking about, right? So, for example, if it just owes a little bit, sometimes you can just renovate the property enough where you can actually increase the value, right? And so there's a lot. My point here is that there's a lot you could do, and if you can increase the value, for example, then you can refinance and then take equity out of it, right? And take equity out of it and then put that in another deal. And so for me, that's the method I'm using. Is over time, I'm going to use the debt snowball strategy, where I'm basically over time on these type of properties, where I'm going to refinance them in order to basically take money out and then do more deals like that. But to the beginner, like I said, it depends on where they're at. So if they basically have no money or little money, I'd absolutely recommend wholesaling. I mean, that's how I started, right? So I'm not going to fool anybody, but it depends on the market that you're in. Like, I'm not going to lie to them. Like, if you're in Atlanta, there's so many fucking wholesalers here. Excuse my language. Like, there's so many wholesalers here. And if you talk to sellers, like, or people even motivated, like people are interested in selling their property, sometimes they're bombarded, and they even get tired of wholesalers because they view them as scammers. Sometimes they, this wholesaler, put my property on the contract and then nothing happened and they wasted my time. Like, these are stories I keep hearing, right? And so you have to really have some kind of strategy. For me, I happen to use my software background to make things more efficient for me, right? I think you have to have some kind of competitive advantage in order to, because otherwise it will take you a while to get your first deal. I'm not going to lie to you, right? Some people will tell you can get your first deal in a month. That's bullshit, in my opinion. And I mean, you could be lucky, but really you have to put in a lot of calls. You're gonna get a lot of people hang up on you. You're gonna get a lot of wrong numbers, right? And if you do direct mail, I don't like direct mail personally. The level of like responses that you're gonna get really low, and you spend a little, it's not a lot of money, but the level of responses, so I just don't feel like it's worth the time. But the point being, you can actually start with wholesaling, and if you put the time into it, like if you're a newbie and you have time in your hands, you put the time into it, you're gonna have to make a lot of calls. Like Ramil mentioned earlier, you do have to be careful. I haven't had anything happen to me, but I have heard of wholesalers have lawsuits and people reporting them because of the do not call stuff. I've heard of that. That hasn't happened to me, but you have to be careful. So I would definitely recommend wholesaling. And the key things I would mention is if you're doing wholesaling, definitely have a contract prepared. Now, there are some websites that provide templates. Personally, I do recommend spending the money on an attorney. I think it's always worth it because the attorney can explain certain things to you. And here are the key things that I would say you definitely need in the contract, in your own contract. You need an inspection clause. You need an inspection clause if you're going to do wholesaling, because the inspection clause is pretty much your only legitimate way to get out of it without any repercussions. Now, the reality is you could get out of any real estate deal because here's the thing, right? Like let's say you don't fulfill the agreement of the purchase and sell, right? You don't fulfill the agreements in the contract, right? The reality is the deal just won't go through at closing, etc. Now, the owner, right, the seller could go after you, right? But the thing is that kind of locks the property, so they can't do anything with it. So in reality, most of the time, they're not going to come after you, right? But I would just not recommend. I would recommend you not do that. So just basically get an inspection clause in there. That inspection clause is your way out. You just basically execute that, and you say, "Listen, I don't want to." And you found a reason, right? And make the inspection clause as broad as possible, right? Like if you want, I can send you an email with like an example, like my contract, and basically you make it as broad as possible so that it's not specific to like if there's a roof leak or if there's whatever. It's like as broad as possible so that you can just get out of it, right? And you can basically tell your attorney, "I want to get out of it," and they'll get you out of it. You want to have the assignment clause. You want to explicitly state that this is assignable, that this contract is assignable. Now, the way I do it, right, and actually, let me just pull it up and read it as I talk. The way I actually do it is I word that in a way where it's like, and also I actually made sure the lawyer put that my contract is 2 pages or 3 pages, but I made sure it's like one of the last ones, right? So by the time you get to it, you've read, and the reason why is because, and then I make it as broad as possible. I make it very very broad legal language that says that it's assignable, and so that it's not immediately clear that I'm a wholesaler essentially, but it's in there, and so it protects me so that I can do the assignment. So you do want to have that, even though there is a side note here. Unless a property explicitly has a no assignment clause, you can assign it. Okay, so unless it explicitly has a no assignment clause, technically speaking, you can actually assign it because you have the equitable interest. So a lot of people think you need to, like, sometimes some wholesalers will put like and or assigns or whatever other things. Don't do that because that immediately signals to people, to the seller or to the real estate agent that, well, that's if you don't want market. It immediately signals that you're a wholesaler. You don't need to do that. So I definitely recommend you have the assignment clause on there. If it's your own contract, you have an inspection clause to get out of it. And then for EMD, I find that I actually just offer the EMD personally because sellers are more likely to trust you in my experience. Again, I'm not saying that this is a statement of fact. In my experience, I just say I'll give you 500 EMD because I know at the end of the day, it's not like I'm just giving that money away. So
okay, so wholesale for beginners, right?
Yes. Okay, so it's a purchase. Do you want me to explain the process? Maybe I can explain.
In a way, right? In as few sentences as possible, each sentence for the particular point being made. So the first sentence is for beginners, it's wholesale. Okay.
Yeah.
What are the other 2 things that they need to do in order to structure this wholesale deal and get in the market right now? Okay. Obviously, they got to do marketing and all that kind of stuff. Okay. But they're going for wholesale. How do they get that deal? Or how do they structure the deal? Just in a very basic way, in a simple way.
So assuming they find a deal, which is actually the biggest part of the work, assuming they find a deal, they have a purchase sale contract that's pre-drafted, hopefully, or they can use a template potentially. Like I said, I recommend a lawyer, but they have a purchase sale agreement. And then on the purchase sale agreement, I also recommend you start an LLC. I think it's worth the money. Don't do it under your name personally. That's just my opinion on this. You start an LLC, it might cost you, if you do it in Wyoming, like $50 or it's very cheap, right? So you start an LLC and then you basically do all your deals. You sign them under the LLC, okay? And then basically, there in your contract, like I said, you want to have a clause that's an inspection clause that says you have this amount of days to inspect. So typically, and that by the way, the other thing with the inspection clause is you actually use that time. The inspection clause, use that time. So if it's 7 days, 14 days, 10 days, whatever, you use that time to find your cash buyer, right? So if you're coming up on second to last day, whatever, and you realize I don't have a cash buyer, get out of it. Just it's not worth it. Just get out of it. Don't, because you also don't want to create enemies. So basically you have that in there and you set the you set the terms. And then you want to make sure, like I said, you have the assignment clause in there that allows you to assign it. A clause that basically says you are able to sign it, and there's specific legal language for that. Another thing that the lawyer says, this is very important. I don't really know, but the lawyer says that you should definitely make sure you use a contract where it specifically states that it is it's basically under the jurisdiction of the laws of the state that the deal is in. Because sometimes people will just use random contracts, and the lawyer said that there's some specific reasons why you want to make sure that your contract specifically it states that. So that's just something that I heard from my lawyer, and I'm sure there's a reason for that specificity. So I'll mention that. Yeah, and then I mentioned EMD. EMD is the earnest money deposit. That just makes people feel good generally. And so you could put a small amount. You could just not have it in there at all. As I forgot the brother's name. I think Carl. I think as he mentioned, you could just not have it in there. Personally, I like having it. Because it does. I feel like it does make people trust me more, especially if I'm putting 500. Like it's like to them that's okay. He's in it. So I personally have it.
It's just what I meant. It's just on the paper. So if it says on the paper you have a refundable EMD for $500, you don't actually have to give that to your closing attorney or to the homeowner because it's automatically refundable. So you can hold on to it, and your closing attorney knows even if the deal doesn't go through, he doesn't have to have any money because you're supposed to get it back anyway. That's why I say if the relationship is cool, he's never going to be like, yeah, I need to hold that $500. No.
Okay, so I misunderstood you earlier. Okay, yes, you're correct. Yeah. You're correct. I misunderstood you earlier. So yes, you're correct.
Okay, so Jonathan, wholesale, they want to do an LLC. They want to have the inspection clause. They want to do that under the jurisdiction of the state law thing that your lawyer mentioned, and the EMD, right?
Yes, but again, as the brother mentioned, you don't need. I mean, there's a lot of wholesalers who just don't do EMDs, right? Or they have very low amounts, so you don't need it. But for me, it's worked. So I'm just saying, I would recommend it personally.
Okay. So,
yes.
Chaos Rain, do you have any questions came to mind while all these other things were saying? You had asked Ramil a couple of questions before. You have any questions? You may be muted, or maybe you're not hearing me, but okay. Sebastian, any questions, comments, concerns, contributions?
Yeah.
By the way, Sebastian, are you in the real estate market over there in Canada?
No. I'm getting actually into property management. I'm going that route to get into real estate because where I'm at in the GTA Toronto area, a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo goes for about 500,000 Canadian. So it's very difficult to get into the market unless you have substantial cash. So I'm going kind of the property management role to get into real estate on the whole. But I'd like to add something in regards to, knowing the law. It's important to get a lawyer, and I'm not just saying that because I am a lawyer, but honestly, it really is truly important that you have a lawyer and then that you also have a good accountant, right? These are two fundamental people that will sidestep you through a whole bunch of hurdles and save you money through the government and other expenses. So it's important to have a good accountant as well. And I just want to add something that, there's no ignorance of the law. Everybody's responsible as a citizen of every country to know the law. So you can't just say, I don't nothing. No, it's not like a Dave Chappelle shift where you can play the fifth. You know what I'm saying? So you got to know the law. The best way to know the law is to kind of research it. And an easy way to do so is you can go on the New York City Bar Association forum, and you can pick up trust law notes and contract law notes. And it's only going to take you less than 80 hours to understand the concept of contracts and estate planning and estate law. And this is going to help you not only know the law, it's going to help you save money when it comes to billable hours because you'll know exactly what you're going to be telling your lawyer. And you're going to also be able to qualify your lawyer to make sure he or she knows what she's talking about because you already know the law and he's able to address those questions. And the playing field is different. If you're a client and you're giving off those vibes that you don't know the law and you need help, you're probably going to be paying double or triple the amount of billable hours if you came across and you said the specific terms, specific outline of what you need done, and it's just going to result in a much better relationship with you and your lawyer as well, because he's going to respect you. But yeah, that's all I want to say. I really appreciate you coming up with this content, Ike, and thanks to you, Ramil, Carl, and Jonathan for the awesome information. I'm taking a lot of notes. So yeah, God bless you guys.
Yeah, and Sebastian, by the way,
can I add something, Ike?
Yeah, but hold on one second. Yeah, thank you, Sebastian, because I'm assuming you're dropping off. And on Tuesday, we'll be doing the part 3. We'll be back because once a week we'll be doing the How to Meditate stream. I know that that's a massive tangent, but I mentioned it because Sebastian is here and he showed up in the last stream last time.
Yeah,
so every Tuesday is when we'll be doing that. So
Thank you.
yes, we'll be doing that on Tuesday. Thank you for showing up. Yeah. So Jonathan, what did you want to add?
Sure. I definitely agree with Sebastian, by the way. So actually, one of the things that I would also recommend is set up a QuickBooks account. Definitely set up a QuickBooks. And also, with real estate, one of the cool things is, and if you have a good attorney, they'll tell you this, but you definitely need a good accountant as well, is just about everything. If you do things right and you do it under like an LLC and whatnot, and you keep like your bank account separate. So I have a bank account for my company specifically, just about everything, unless it's explicitly not, right? Just about everything is taxed. Like you can write it off in taxes, right? And so, for example, for me, if I'm meeting up even with a potential client or with somebody who's just like, for example, some people ask me, hey, like, can we talk about real estate? I will actually even keep track of like, that trip.
Billable hours.
Yeah, billable hours, all of that. I keep track of literally everything. I keep track of all receipts. If I buy coffee for them, I upload that stuff to QuickBooks, like everything, right? And now, so like I'm about to do my taxes. And I have to pay an accountant, but basically that's basically going to really help you. And on that note, I did want to add something that's also a little bit contrarian. Like, and most people don't get this, but I think a big part of it is because, like I said earlier, a lot of people don't understand financial modeling, right? So they don't understand it. So one of the just in addition to what I just mentioned, one of the things that I find very interesting is in America, for example, a lot of people, they think owning their residence, they think that's actually a good idea, right? I think it's actually a terrible idea. I think that's actually a terrible idea for the same reason, right, that I mentioned a moment ago, is that you can write it for a business, you can write off just about everything, right? When you own the home. So for example, if there's like a roof leak, right? If my tenant calls me and says, hey, there's an issue, it's plumbing issue, whatever, I'm gonna spend the money. I have to spend it up front. But guess what? I get to write all that shit off at the end of the year, right? And whereas if I buy a property and I live in it, right, over time, the cost, the emergency fund that I need to have, the cost to maintain it, all that stuff, I don't get paid that money back. I mean, you can still do like depreciation and stuff like that. Again, if you're clever enough, but for the most part, you don't get to take advantage of the tax system as well as you do for investment property. So a lot of times I'll tell people, like, I think it's actually a better idea to rent the place where you live, and then own investment properties. And they think that's a crazy idea. They don't get it, because if I rent the place where I live, I have a steady amount of money that I'm paying per month, right? It's very predictable. Any issues that are with the property, the landlord has to take care of that, and they get to write it off, right? And so, versus if I owned a home, there is a different strategy you could use where you can actually buy the property under your company. If you have the 20% down payment, you can buy the property and then lease it to yourself. So buy it from your company and buy it by using your company and then lease it back to yourself in the individual. But the point being, I just wanted to mention that, like, I really, one of the things I really wish, when I look at the chat, some of the people are saying, they can't explain it simply and they don't understand. I think they just don't get that. A big part of it is you can't be hand wavy with this stuff. Like, you can't be hand wavy if you want to actually make money and you want to make money predictably. Like, if you want to be like a Warren Buffett versus like a day trader, you have to believe in numbers. You have to like be very logical about it. That's how I see it. So I just want to mention that. Like, that's why just about everything I do, I use financial models. I take the time to create that Excel spreadsheet and do the math. And if it doesn't make sense, I just don't do it. I don't care what my gut feeling tells me. I don't care how I feel about it. Like, I just want to mention that.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you on the numbers end of things, and I agree with the chat as well, because those two things are different things. I'm an engineer myself, okay, as you know, and you know how I tend to think and so on and so forth. But there is that other thing about you do your homework on how to explain something to somebody, which is not your job here. I'm the one with the YouTube channel and doing all this kind of crap, right? So it's not like it's your job to be dissecting things and selling it to people, right? But The selling is what they're talking about, and I'm sure you're smart enough to know that that is a value in and of itself too, right?
A valuable skill, most indeed. I would like what he was talking about with the tax situation over time. If you get into this business over time, or any business in that matter, you want to keep good paperwork. You want to be able to have write-offs, especially if you're going to operate your LLC here in America. But I would tell you, if you're really trying to make like an extravagant amount of money, like close to 1 million or plus a year, you would probably want to go to the Cayman Islands and open up a shell, or go down to the Dominica, not the Dominican Republic. It's
You try to get
it's
people
called
locked up.
no, because you can go down to the Dominica. Listen to me. You can go down to the Dominica. It's $50K. You can get a citizenship and second identity. Open up a shell, and your shell operates an international corporation that doesn't pay any taxes, that is not attached to your American identity. And in the Cayman Islands, it's zero income tax, zero federal income tax, period. So you can actually like attach something like, let's say you like have a brick and mortar business, and you're taking payments with a Square or whatever. You can actually just routing and account all those card transactions down to the Cayman Islands. And then when it comes to having an account that's open in America, if you're taking cash, you can still make the transfers over to the Caymans. The international corporation, as long as the money is being stored offshore and moving offshore, if it's making money over the internet or something like that, and it goes offshore, it stays offshore. And
Bro,
your name is not.
Bro, I would recommend you not continue this line. I'd recommend you, man, because the moment money transfers, the moment money transfers in U.S. jurisdiction, man, like you have
not U.S. jurisdiction, bro. I'm talking about over the internet.
Yeah, but if you're living in America, the moment it transfers over, right? I do understand there are loopholes, but that's also why you have the Panama Papers. That's also like just really be careful with. That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is that's why I said when you first start, you get another citizenship. You know, you can renounce your American citizenship if you're a citizen of another country, and still operate a business that draws money out of America and not pay American taxation, right?
So America actually requires you to still pay taxes as long as you're still an American citizen or a permanent resident, regardless of where you're at. You still have to pay
don't have to be a permanent resident here.
Right. So you're advocating people just leave America and just go do this business elsewhere?
I'm not.
Bro, what are you talking about? Bro, you could sit on bro. You got people who literally sit in resort islands operating businesses over the internet, drawing down $500,000 a year and not paying any tax because they're residing in another country that's literally right off the coast. Like,
yeah, how would you wholesale in America from another country? How would you wholesale in America from another country?
Do virtual, bro. What are you talking about? People do virtual wholesale all the time.
How would you do that without being affected by U.S. tax laws? Because when you're transferring property, when you're doing any of that you now suddenly are in U.S. tax law. That's what I'm saying. You cannot do it and avoid that. So
well, it's not. I'm not saying that you would want to do this through real estate, because there is, like you said, there is certain things that you are operating in America. I'm saying over the internet. If you're holding some sort of service business over the internet that people have to pay for the service online, the service operates over the internet, and it generates on a month-to-month basis a certain amount of money, and you would, if you were in America, you would have to pay taxes. But because you reside in an offshore country that's very close to America, like you in the Bahamas, you in the Virgin Islands, you wouldn't have to then pay taxes.
But
'Cause
then
you're
you'll
not
also
here.
be in a weaker infrastructure. I see what you're saying, Carl. 'Cause I do think that black men, or I do think that it's good. Like Ike even has another plot in another country, but you're saying renounce American citizenship so that you don't have to pay because you do your tax deductions. You already ain't got to pay anything anyway, especially if you got an LLC or a company. I mean, I'm not going to, if I have another spot in another country, it's for some reasons, but to avoid paying some small little tax, I'm definitely not gonna give him my American citizenship.
Oh, no, I am not definitely renouncing. Hold on. I am definitely not
Let me just say this.
citizenship.
Let me say this. With Biden coming into office and this whole situation
I don't give a crap about who's in office.
64%.
You make your money regardless.
Oh man, come on! I don't care.
Hey,
care,
man,
bro.
y'all try to run for them taxes. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, man. Look, there's a lot of people with Cayman Island accounts still getting indicted because they didn't do it right. Yes, the Cayman Islands, yes, they do have a certain. You don't have to pay taxes for them. You got to pay them a licensing fee. But as far as American taxes, if you're making American money, anyways,
exactly,
bro. I don't want to. Let's not get niggas in jail right now, bro. Pay them.
I'm not trying to get nobody.
There's not get people in jail. Who in the right mind want to renounce the United States citizenship?
Let's just let lawyers
internationally. You get the money.
Let lawyers speak on this. Let's just leave this alone and let lawyers, get like.
Yeah, I mean, bro. The only thing I'm saying is this: like, there are other countries that have better citizenships than America, bro. Like, a lot of people.
Carl, let me say something on behalf of Carl. Hold on, gentlemen. On behalf of Carl, and because this is a sidestep topic, okay, so I'm going to say this, okay. Check out or get this book called Nomad Capitalist, or he has a website. He
has a channel. I'm on his channel here on YouTube. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. YouTube channel. Check out Nomad Capitalist. Okay. Now, being an immigrant type, okay, there are reasons, or there are people living out there whom are at a certain level where they're like, screw the American passport, right? So, but it's just not. But it's a whole. That's why I say go to that channel, read that book. If you want to be floating on that level. There's a whole. I mean, there's many levels to this world, as we all understand, right? Where there is a world out there full of people who are like, screw the American passport, and they have better citizenships plus better kinds of ways of operating, and they may visit the U.S. as they want to, or they may not. So there are levels to life, as we all know, right? But I would say that it'll be a total derailment of this conversation, as I'm sure you guys would agree, if we keep going down this path, right? So
yeah, that's
fine. To be fair, honest with this, because I know you got citizenship here in America, but my figure is this: if people gonna do something like that, and you're already a citizen of this country, you can go somewhere else to get a second citizenship. But I'm not gonna renounce the United States citizenship. Hell no, this is gold right here. I'm gonna still make my money here. And I'll try to make money somewhere else.
What citizenship is the Nomad Capitalist? What countries is his citizenship in?
He actually he renounced his. Okay, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, he renounced his citizenship like 2 years ago. He actually has about 8 citizenships in multiple countries. Yeah. So he holds multiple citizenships, and he shows people and runs a business service that allows people to gain multiple citizenships in national countries. Like there's St. Lucia's has a 2-year, 3-year, I believe, citizenship program. The Dominical has the one that I just told you about for $50K. You have one in Turkey that's $250. You can either put $250 in their bank account, or you can put $250 in a real estate property and buy it in like Istanbul. And you have to own it for 3 years, and then they automatically nationalize you as a citizen. And then there's several other countries where it's certain countries down in the Cayman Islands and the Virgin Islands where as soon as you put the money in there, you can be a citizen in like a year. You have to live there for like 90 days on their books with a stamp on your passport, with a 90-day time span. But after that, they basically just like, here's your passport, sir, sign your forms, take a photo, and you're a citizen.
Can I just make a quick comment on this? citizenship. I apologize. I know it's off topic, but I'm a
Go
Canadian,
ahead.
and everybody drools over a Canadian passport, Canadian citizenship because of free healthcare and all these other benefits. And let me tell you, from a Canadian standpoint, I'd rather be an American than a Canadian. You can
Thank
faster
you.
and be more successful as an American than any other citizen on this planet. So, I mean, if you have certain priorities that are more important than others, okay, like you want to be a part of several social programs and you kind of don't want to work and just want to live off the government and get free shit, then yeah, you can go to Sweden, Norway, anywhere in Europe, any, like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do anything. The government will just give you free money all the time. But if you want to become successful, America hands down is the best country to do so, and that's coming from a Canadian.
And
Yeah.
here's one thing. Here's one question I was gonna ask. Like, one thing I was gonna ask is, realistically, like, why? Right? Because like when I think of it, right? Like, I'm doing real estate part time, and this is like bringing me 6 figures easily, right? Like, why go through all that trouble, and then I can still do business in other countries if I want to, and I don't like it. Just to me, it just seems like a lot, and I'm risking a lot, and I have to take advantage of loopholes. It's like, why?
Because you're doing a buy and hold. You're investing in the land. You're owning and holding property. When you do an overtures sort of business, and it's not really real estate. It's really just siphoning money out of an account here in the States that's owned by the government. So an overtures company or a surplus fund company, I basically just would contact homeowners. They would sign, well, they're not really homeowners, they're foreclosed on homeowners. So basically, when someone gets their house foreclosed on, it's sold by the bank. The money that is owed to the bank is collected from the sale, but any excess funds goes into this account by the government. And the government basically has a procedure where you have to fill out the paperwork to get the money. So what I do is I offer those homeowners who lost their home and their money is being held by the government to fill out their paperwork and retrieve that money. When I do that, I charge them 30% of the retrieval. So if they owed 100, I'm gonna make 30K, and then the homeowner's gonna get their 70. Now, with this type of business, there's a lot of money that's being made in this business. So we're talking about people who start this business. They use, like I say, usually once you get it up and running, you can make 100, 150 a month, especially if you start using employees. Like, you got 3 people on a single line dialer, and they're on that thing for like 6 hours a day part time. Each one of them is probably bringing in 3, 4, 5 deals a week.
So, Carl, why? That's all I'm saying is why.
Because
let me answer, and Carl, I'm going to answer by just referring again, which is Jonathan. I'm sure, let me say for the second time, you're a smart guy, so you know that there are many ways of many quote unquote lifestyles, right? And you have to operate. Each has its own value structure, and then the framework and what they're operating, right? So if you go to that channel, Nomad Capitalist, right,
Yeah.
or if you get the book, then you can kind of see why somebody, perhaps not you ever, would do something like that, right? But it's mainly I would say it's a lifestyle, maybe a 8-figure type of thing too, as well, which it tends to be, and certain other things that people are just not wanting to deal with the United States when they have the ability to do that. Yeah.
So I understand the nomadic lifestyle. When I say why, I'm saying, like, in the context of this conversation, right? Like, if I'm doing real estate right now and it's working successfully for me, right? And I have a method that's working successfully for me, and I'm doing it part-time, it's making me as much money as making me and whatnot. Like, I just don't see the reason in going all of that. And really, at the end of the day, what you're operating around is loopholes, right? Because at the end of the day, like, even I'll take a quick example, Ike, right? My dad and I, so I'm originally I'm of Haitian descent, right? And my dad and I, we own property in Haiti, right? And that's one thing that, when I talked to my realtor, not my realtor, sorry, my attorney about this, he was telling me how as long as we're doing this business in Haiti, there's nothing that I need to worry about, right? But if I start, if let's say I start getting paid in any way, or it looks like I'm being paid through what we're doing in Haiti, then suddenly I am subject to U.S. tax laws. It's just the way things work, and so in other words, but there are loopholes. But it's like there's always a risk with loopholes, and so that's what I'm saying is, if this is working well for me, I get the nomadic lifestyle, and I'm familiar with the nomadic capitalist. I actually recently was seeing something he was mentioning about Georgia, opening a bank account in Georgia or something like that.
So know why are you pestering Carl then?
Well,
I get it in the context of this conversation. Yes, I get it.
It's a lot to do for. I just don't see the benefit.
But I mean, once you reach a certain amount of funds in your income, bro, like you have to understand, like you want to be able to not only protect yourself, your money, and you want to be able to move your money offshore without someone reaching into the account simply because you're a member of a certain country. It's just, with the way the U.S. operates, right? You making, 300-400K a year right now. 10 years from now, you're making $3 million a year, and they're like, yeah, pay us 1.2 mil of everything of what you make. It's like, hell no. You like at that point you would just be like, hell no, I'm not sending you back 100.2 million. You want 1/3 of what I make? Hell no. And you like it's almost more affordable to just say, how do I renounce this bullshit? Like, cause at some point you making your money and you ain't even living there, but they want to reach in your foreign account that's overseas in like Kuwait or Dubai or some shit and take 1/3 of your money. It's like, no, I'm all right.
Yeah, Carl, when you're talking about income tax and claiming all the money you have, there's like lots of routes that are provided to you by your accountant that you can get money back and not pay taxes, such as
but some businesses are so streamlined that you don't actually have that sizable of a write-off.
Oh, I see.
You know what I'm saying? So once you get into a certain tax bracket, and like I said, if you're making $3 million, they're gonna want almost $1 million, bro. If you ain't got $1 million worth of write-offs, they're gonna
not necessarily.
Hold on. That's the thing. Hold on. So here's my. Okay, so if you have a corporation, or if you have a LLC, or if you have any of those business structures, I don't care how much money you make. If you have a gangster accountant, he's going to literally make that zero.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You know what I mean? So so it depends on how you working it, how you working the system. I mean, legally. I mean, without having to go across the world. Like I know. I mean, people want to live out the country all the time. We got a whole section over the Black Men Travel. Shout out to everybody like that. But to do that just to avoid paying tax, you can avoid paying taxes here if you have the correct business structure and if your deductions are aligned, your accountant is on point, and things
I don't know.
Your LLC people get an LLC.
It's very difficult for me to imagine a LLC that and write-offs.
Dude, that's how we all do
$1 million.
Like, I was surprised. How much I paid in taxes. I was surprised how much I paid in taxes for 2019. I was surprised. But I have a good accountant. That's what. So he's correct. Romeo is correct. Like you can actually write off a shit ton of things. You can write off depreciation. I mean, there's a lot of things. And I mean, when the accountant.
But that's if you're holding property. That's if you're.
No, not just that. No. So I'm mentioning
depreciation and appreciation is based on holding property.
Yes, you didn't let me finish my sentence. I'm saying I mentioned that since that's an example of what I do. But I'm saying you can write off a lot of things. And by the way, even if you have taxes, you got to remember if you're tracking your expenses and you're tracking like everything you're spending, by the time you do all that math, right? And like Ramil said, if your accountant is gangster, okay. He will figure out a way. I'm telling you. I mean, in 2019, I was for at least for year 2019.
This is not legal advice. This is not accounting advice, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta say that because we went.
This is just a conversation.
Yeah, we're having a conversation. This is for entertainment.
Yeah, exactly.
Please go to a lawyer or an accountant.
I mean, can I say something that, like, if you had a choice between, if you're upset because you're paying taxes and you're thinking about, revoking your American citizenship, keep your American citizenship, Carl, and like start a foundation, call it Carl Foundation, and just transfer all your funds to there, man, and then you can just make side steps through that way. You don't got to give up your American citizenship to hide money.
But I mean, I'm gonna give it up. I'm gonna give it up anyway because I plan on moving to Kuwait or
Carl is gone.
Qatar, or well, I'm a Muslim, so I want to go overseas and study the Sunnah
Okay.
of Islam.
So in the Middle East, they're not going to give you citizenship, right?
Well, it's not the Middle East. I'm going to have a Turkey citizenship, and it'll grant me access to the Middle East. And then,
you gonna trade the American citizen for Turkey?
yeah, my homeboy is over there. He has a Turkey one, and he's living in Saudi, bro. He's married to a Moroccan girl.
Yeah, my sister's in Dubai, man.
Ramil is in like disbelief.
I mean, I know how to get down over there. It's just it's not for me. Hey, everybody's different. You know what I mean? Everybody's different.
Hey, you know, what can I say, man?
I understand.
Carl's a Muslim though, so
I'm cool with it, bro. I'm cool with it.
Like that. You said, well, everybody else Africa, but you said you going to the
Nigeria's booming right now, man.
Here's one thing I can say. One thing I can say is when I look at like the progress I've been able to make, only in America could I make the progress I've been able to make on my real estate business without any experience prior to starting it and be able to do that. So personally for me, I'm staying here. I'm staying my ass over here. I'm getting my money over here. Now I might invest in other countries. I might do all that like we're doing in Haiti with my dad. But beyond that, I'm staying my ass in America. Like I think for me, like America is the one place. I mean, even just think about wholesaling. Like when I first understood the concept, I'm like, wait a minute, that's all? And then for me to actually do deals and like you're thinking, even when you're at the low level, you're making several thousands per deal and you're pretty much a middleman. Like only in America could you really do deals like that. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
but once you take your skill set, you learn your skill set in a place like America. But what you want to do is learn multiple skill sets. Like right now, I'm getting into the iPhone repair, recovery, and the flipping into the third world nations. Like, if you get an iPhone and you send it to Colombia, it's worth like triple the price you bought it here in America, or even like Ghana, or even like North Africa somewhere. It's worth triple the price. So you can live in what is a first world nation around the world, run a phone shop, and have a connect in a third world nation who buys your product from you. You can do a direct sale through an invoice on PayPal. When they receive the package, that's when PayPal third party releases the funds to you. Your connect just verifies over PayPal. Oh, I received the phones you sent, and releases the funds. And I mean, for a lot of it, you can buy these phones off of commercial users, just like individuals, or you can get a corporate account and buy directly used product from Verizon, T-Mobile, or AT&T, and then basically refurbish those items and send them over into the third world. And you have people who do this and they make like damn near $1 million a month doing this shit. So it's a lucrative business to the point where I wouldn't want to be an American because they're gonna be on you like white on rice. I'd rather just be a Turkish citizen with a extreme low tax base, or or have my account set up in a non-taxable country. Because once you get to that certain point, it's more affordable to have. Because like I said, I'm talking about a future business that I want to get into that's going to generate close to $1 million a month. Why would you want to now have to, juggle paying taxes or juggle trying to find out write-offs?
The phones will get you $1 million a month. I'm trying to understand the phone business, brother.
Yeah, because you gotta understand, like it's
$1 million
like,
a month. Yeah,
because what it is, it's the price gouge in third world countries because it's an import.
Gouging.
And
so here's the thing. I don't like these generalizations, because here's the thing. Yes, you can bring it, like for example, the comment that I highlighted. Yes, you can gouge the prices, but the people make like the income is much lower, the cost of living is much lower, so there's less people who can actually purchase those.
So I'm saying you $1 million American. You're right. So $1 million American dollars in Turkey, brother, selling phones, brother.
Not in Turkey, not necessarily in Turkey. I'm saying in multiple countries. It's not just Turkey, brother. Like, okay, so you have to just even get a corporate account. Let's say you wanted to get buy the broken phones off of Verizon. To get a corporate account, you have to have an account. You have to at least be able to purchase $100K worth of product off of them a month. And you have to show that you have that available to be able to get that contract with them.
With who's them?
Yeah, just with them. That's not even if
them. Who is them?
Verizon. Just with Verizon.
You gotta to get an account with Verizon, you have to spend $100K a month.
No, you have to be able to. They're gonna put you on a test. Basically, they're gonna look at your bank statements. They're gonna see whether your LLC is able to make the purchase every month of $100K. Do you have that operation capital available? Then they're gonna give you the clearance, and then they'll let you buy the product. Now, what we're talking about is we're talking about buying hundreds of like iPhone XRs and Maxes and even some 11s.
So how much did you pay for them if you were to buy them in bulk?
In bulk, like 100 a phone, almost 100 to 120 a phone, 150 a phone. It just depends on what kind of damage is on the phone. If the phone just got a busted screen, it's like 100 a phone. And then
Carl, if you could, okay, how about this? If you can prove this in a financial model, I'll pay you $500, straight up.
Okay. He's going to give you $1 million financial model. You're going to get only $500.
I'm gonna put my email in the private chat. If you can prove this with a financial model, I'll pay you. I'll cash up you $500. I'm dead serious.
You can sell cars to Ethiopia if you want to make mad cash. They'll pay $12,000 for a $500 Toyota.
Well, here's the thing, though. You can always say you can make $10 million.
I'm looking at logistics. I'm looking at logistics
in real estate, but the reality is there's a lot that goes into that. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm specifically asking for a financial model, because once you get to financial modeling, you start actually breaking things down into sections. And so if you can actually prove what you're saying in a financial model, you have $500 for free. That's what I'm saying. You can easily say I can make $10 million a month in real estate. I can make $100 million. There are people who make like millions of dollars a day, right, in stocks. But can you make it? Can the average person make it? And what does it take to make it? And what are like all the details around GDP, income, wages, etc. That's what I'm saying. So, anyways, $500 is on the line for you.
Okay. Drop your email.
I just put my personal email in the private chat.
Yeah,
nice.
Like I said, when I hear things, what I'm saying, because Carl, he got a whole bunch of ideas. It's just
No. I saw there's a channel here on YouTube, right? And there's a guy on there. He teaches people how to flip phones, iPhones, and everything in the American market to third-party consumers in the third world market. So he had a guest on there, and the guest was like, "Yeah, I'm making $1 million a month," and he explained how it works, and I was like, "Wow!" So wait a minute.
I mean, niggas is
no. This is some white boys, man.
That don't mean nothing.
And I know it don't mean nothing. But the host of the program is legit, and then the person who was on the program is also legit. And you can contact them directly. They got their own information on there. So the way it works is you can mass buy product and resell product by the mass. So we're not talking about just like a little bit of product. We're talking about thousands of phones.
Yeah,
and
but
where do you buy those phones from, brother?
Alibaba Express can ship you an Android 10 phone for under $80 American. How are you going to compete selling these used phones and broken phones when they can just go on Alibaba Express and get like the most up-to-date Chinese phone for dirt cheap?
Because the Chinese phone,
we're not accounting for export costs. We're not accounting for overhead. We're not accounting for inventory, like shelf life, basically, well, not shelf life, but how long you hold the inventory, the cost of living in the place where you. I'm just saying that's why financial models are important. So
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you also have status symbols that people buy in third world countries just to try to prove that they're not as poor as they are. I mean, I'm sorry, you have people in China. Look, the iPhones are made in China, but the Chinese can't even buy them damn selves. I'm sorry, man. Like the average Chinese person ain't walking around all day with a brand new iPhone, bro. He's working around with some old shit, bro. A dude sold his kidney in China to buy an iPhone. Like the thing is, you have certain import export taxes in certain countries that make things very expensive. Like in Colombia, the phone I can buy the phone here for 150 bucks, but it's 600 in Colombia. My Colombian Connect will pay me 300. So I'm making the difference on that phone, and he's gonna pay for the shipping too.
Hey, so
Okay, Carl,
100, that
Carl,
means a million.
I'm increasing
$1 million
it.
divided by 100 is what? 100. My math for 10,000. So that means you have to sell 10,000 phones. Close to that number a month to make a million a month. But I just you know what I'm saying.
But that's just one country, brother. What I'm saying is there
What
are
about it?
multiple there's
Carl,
multiple
Carl,
countries around the world where you have connects
Carl.
that will pay that much.
Hey Carl,
Okay.
how about this? Carl, I just increased it to 1,000. So just get the financial model. Get the financial model ready for me.
Okay, I'll put a
See,
financial
here's
model
the thing.
ready
If you
for
can
you.
prove this, right? Here's the thing. Think about it like this. If you can prove this, $1,000 ain't shit, right? If you can prove this, then I'm just gonna go do it. And $1,000 ain't shit. So $1,000 right there. So go get me a financial model, and you get $1,000, and then you can, if I'm lying, you can put me on blast with Ike or whatever. So
I mean, I
Alhamdulillah.
definitely like I like the bold and bodacious idea. I'm all about that. That though, like you're just gonna sew up the whole phone game in the world. It's about multiple countries, 100,000 phones per.
No. Because look, when you start traveling as a black man, you need to start making these connects. Like, I mean, Ike, if you Ghanaian, you know you can go back to Ghana and start making connects, bro. Like it's about building these connects, and the local people, like, bro, even over there in Ghana, like, bro, you have people who steal cars out of Philadelphia and they ship these cars to Ghana and they be stolen, and they sell them for triple price in Ghana, and it's like it's like
We're
bro,
not telling people to do that, are we?
We can't go through illegal.
No. I'm just giving a reference of what somebody in a third world country is willing to do for a luxury item.
Oh, for luxury. Okay.
So yeah. So when you send your Connect, 300 phones, you ship them UPS. You just paying for the shipment. He got 300 Verizon phones that have been refurbished. They look brand new, and he know he can sell them for $600 a pop. I mean, there's money to be made in that, but also you got countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, countries like Laos, Cambodia, countries that are where the import-export taxation is so high. Something that we find so simple, like, oh, I can just go buy a phone so easy. Like, bruh, they can't really over in those countries buy a phone so easy. That's why the average person in the country don't have one. You got to be a professional person working in a city in an office to get one. You got to have a certain type of job. You have certain countries around the world where the average person only makes 3 G's a year. You know what I'm saying? Like Moldova, Eastern Europe. So people want to buy luxury goods, but they don't really have the money to import, export that good into the country. So smaller import, export companies can fill in those gaps and make those connections with, you can go take a vacation over there, a business trip, as y'all talk about it being a write-off, and make the connection with a local shop owner who's willing to process those orders, those invoices through a third-party transaction with PayPal, and you just ship him the product. You can get the product for cheaper out of a first world country. That's how it works.
So you're selling the wholesale to somebody else.
Yeah.
And you would get it from Verizon.
Yeah, directly. Because then you open up an account that allows you to buy from their broken merchandise or the trade-ins that people bring into the store. And when they bring them in to the person who, not to the person, to the company that already has the carrier contract on it, the company can fully unlock the phone. The phone, when they check the MEE on the phone is not locked up. So then they don't have the black ball list on the phone. The phone isn't carrier locked. It isn't locked by contract. So then the phone is free to go. The phone is good to go.
Yeah, I just want to say something though. Like anybody who decides to do this, though, keep in mind 2G and 3G are going to be canceled out. So make sure your phone's not too old when you send it to anywhere.
Yeah, but when you talk about third world is not canceling out 3G and 4G.
Oh yeah, most of them are, brother.
Well, I mean, what third world are you talking about?
I mean, I don't have
Africa.
No,
I haven't seen that in Central Africa
specifically because I have a friend in Ghana. She's been talking to me about doing something similar to this, and yeah, they're canceling out 2G, 3G.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not really on the 2G, 3G. I'm on the 4G. So the 4G product is still available. You can still get an older model phone set up with 4G product.
I know, but somebody who's making $3,000 a year is not going to want to spend $1,000 for an iPhone 12, right? So.
No. They couldn't even afford a 12, bro. When I'm talking about the most popular reusable iPhones are everything from the 8 to the XS Max. So the 11 and the 12 pretty much only came out like about a year ago. You know what I'm saying? So the 12 just came out. The 11 came out about a year ago. So everything between the 8 to the SS Max is the popular, most reusable. And really the 8 has the best standalone features that has made it last so long. So you want to get everything in that category, and that's what you would ship overseas.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
Jonathan.
He's proven out here that his software engineer complicated systems of doing his real estate deals is pays off, and definitely appreciate the money. So this particular. Now I'm actually interested in seeing this business plan, like for real. I want to see it because I'm sure it can be applied to many things, not just cell phones, right? There's many other kinds of electronics, laptops, as you mentioned as well, right?
Yeah, so I mean, they pay for they buy the iPads, the phones, and then them iWatches, bro. They love them fucking watches, bro. Like for some reason, people love those watches because people, I don't know, it's like about a status, like keeping up with the Joneses. When you're in a third world country,
all third world countries, you do that. They want something to show that they have money or some resources and have those technology things. And mind you, they kill other people for those things too.
Yeah. So yeah, when you have these items in America that people break and they just let them go for nothing, like you can go on Facebook Marketplace right now and buy an iWatch, a used iWatch, like a second, third gen for $50. I mean, like it's nothing, bro.
And how much can you resell it for?
Probably 4 times or 5 times the price.
How much is the repair?
The repair,
average.
On average, if you know how to do the repair yourself, you just buy the screen and put it onto the watch. Because there are little training courses.
Around $200.
No. I mean the screen for phones and watches are like $20, $30. So if I buy the watch for $50, I know how to do the repair and have the tools. What?
I'm gonna Google that. See how much to buy the screen itself.
Yeah, I just okay. So here's my thing. So when it comes to the phone flipping, we kind of jump from like wholesale to then buying from an individual. But I just think that stuff like that. One, I asked, is it sustainable? Two, I asked, if you're talking about doing it here, doing it overseas. I mean,
But you can do it. You can do it from any first world country to a third world country. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. You could live in a country
What's your name, brother?
My name is Carl.
Put your email. I might contact you. Go ahead.
What, in the back chat?
Yes.
Okay, and on the main chat, I'm about to drop a link to a site where you can buy product. The link shows on this site for the iPhone 8, but if you go to the top corner of the site, you can see that it says parts, and if you click the down arrow, you'll see where it says iWatches, and you can see screens for different models of iWatches. If you click parts again, you can see the iPad screens and everything. Everything's very cheap. I mean, you can buy a 5-pack of screens for the 8s for like $150. They're like $30 a screen.
For all versions of this iPhone?
Yeah. If you go back to parts and click iPhones, you can go up to the newer models, and some of the newer models do get a little bit more expensive, but it stays in the range of about $30 to $45 a screen. And you buy them by the 5-pack, and sometimes they sell out because people just buy them by bulk. They're about like 25 packs.
Yeah, I did. Like I said, man. I like, people do make a lot of money flipping phones. Or make money flipping phones. It's just that when we start throwing out numbers, like I know somebody who flip phones. I mean, $1 million a month. You know what I mean?
It's a bulk transaction. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you buy from the company, but if it's not bulk, you buy it off individuals, right? And
yeah, but it's the look, when I talk from like doing it in two different ways. But if you're starting small, you want to start with individual until you get enough capital to present yourself to the company. And then once you present yourself to the company, that's when you start buying bulk. But you want to start.
So Carl, if I can even make $50K a month, right? Here's what we'll do. If I can even make $50K a month, when I set up the company, I'll give you some equity in the company. It's just $50K, not even $1 million, just $50K a month. If you can show me a financial model that shows that I can consistently, predictably make $50K a month, I'll set up a company and I'll do it, and then I'll give you some equity in the company.
35%.
Get the hell out of here, man.
Like I said, man, like I said, I'm gonna stick to the real estate. Y'all do the phone. I'm gonna stick to my wholesale.
Just drop your email, bro. I'll get in contact with you.
Okay. I'm gonna drop it in the back chat. Hold on.
Yeah.
But look, man, what I'm trying to tell y'all is this is not only a lucrative business for like overseas markets. If you just want to do the repairs yourself and have a steady stream of income doing repairs versus like, how the brother said he's an engineer and he only does wholesaling on the side. This is a steady stream of income because you can advertise for not only flipping but doing the repairs, and the repairs actually is steady.
It'd be more profitable to have the repairs done at where you're sending it, though, right?
No,
labor would be cheap.
You want to maximize your capability by sending a fully ready to be used phone.
But why would you want to waste your time in fixing phones when you can pay somebody $5 an hour to fix the phone?
But what I'm saying is, bro, when you send it to your buyer is willing to pay you more if the phone is fixed. It doesn't cost that much to fix it.
But you're still making mad cash if you're only paying $5 in labor for somebody to fix the phone. I mean, I don't know about you, but my hour is $100 an hour, and I'm not wasting time for fixing a phone. I'm $100 an hour. I can pay somebody like $5 an hour or even get like 10 people on an assembly line, pay them all $5 each, and then just like bang out 100 repairing.
Because I'm not there. I'm not there.
See,
I'm not there, bro.
Round of applause for this comment, okay? Because that's what he just described as opportunity cost, and that's very important. That's very important. So I'm glad you mentioned this.
Okay,
Bro, I'm not there. You want me to send the phone to?
I have a question.
let's
Who's
say
JB's
Ghana?
email? Who's JB?
He's emailed in the back chat, bro.
Jonathan.
Which one here is
That's
JB? 'Cause
Jonathan.
Jonathan, that's me. That's me.
All right, I'll maybe get in contact with you too. Okay.
Yeah, I put my email in the private chat.
Yeah, but like I said, I keep it simple. The way I generate revenues is simple way. I don't do anything complicated. If it's too much, if a 5-year-old can't understand it, I don't do it. That's because I'm dumb. All right, you guys can take complicated stuff, but I like cash flow. Cash flow is important first. All the other stuff that's me personally. So we talked about a lot of stuff today. But I think that what I was trying to say from my perspective is that I do things simple. I want cash flow to keep coming in. I don't want to have to do the extra stuff. And if I'm going to go a step further than wholesaling, which is buying something, it's going to be cash. All right. I don't do mortgage and owning a home outright is way better than renting, way better than any investment. Period. Home ownership is the pathway to wealth. I'm not talking about traditional, conventional mortgages, things like that. So that's the only way I would go above, even because a lot of business that I do, I'm the middleman. If I'm gonna own something, it's not gonna be no paper on it. It's not gonna be no mortgage. Not gonna be no other people renting. That's the point I'm at in my life. Nothing against renting. I would rather rent before I get a mortgage. But when it comes to that, I'm gonna either own it or I'm flipping it.
Hey, brother, can I challenge this real quick? Because
yeah.
I hear you, right? But here's the thing, right? So here's the disconnect that I see with home ownership, right? Anytime, here's my framework. Anytime somebody's selling you something, always ask yourself who's benefiting, right? And why are they selling you? So in other words, when you see a bank, let's say you see a bank eager to give you a loan, right? And really the main
loan, brother. I
know. Just hear me out. So you can understand. So the whole idea that the whole idea of the American dream, home ownership thing, it started with banks and real estate companies, like the real estate industry, right? Basically telling people, hey, why pay somebody else's mortgage, right? When you can pay your own. Like why pay somebody else's mortgage and make them money when you could pay your own, right? And essentially own the asset, et cetera, right? And so what a lot of people don't ask themselves is, why is the bank eager to lend you money? And why is the real estate companies? And I know you specifically said you buy cash. I get that. I'm going to get to that in a second. So the bank is eager to sell you that because they've done the financial models, right? They're analysts who sit behind the screen and they've done the financial models and they figured out how they're going to make money off of you, whether it's 15-year mortgage, 30-year mortgage, they figure out how they're going to make that money off of you, where they make you feel like it's worth it, right? And the real estate companies, they get their commissions, et cetera. So they benefit. Here's the thing, though. In America, you never really own a property. Why is it that we have tax lien type of, why is it that we have tax kind of deals where, because if you fall behind on your taxes, let's say you pay your house cash, your house cash, right? You pay for it cash. You still have to pay property taxes. You stop paying them, you're gonna lose that home, right? If I own my phone, I bought my phone cash. I don't ever do plans, whatever. I buy my phone cash. You can't come and take my phone because I'll be stealing, right? But in America, you own the home, you still have to pay property taxes on it, right? So really, you never actually own the home because I'm not saying you. I'm being kind of this is semantics, but there's
How do I not own the home if I got the deed in my name?
There's an interesting point here, right? So the interesting point is that when you think of it in that manner, right? For me, the reason I think of it in that manner is because that helps me optimize for the best results that I want, right? So in other words, I need a place to live. So that's my residence, okay? What are my requirements for that? And then I have investment property where for me, that's to make me money, that's to increase my net worth, et cetera. So I separate those two things. So when I mentioned earlier that I have the contrarian view that you should not own your residence is because your residence really becomes a liability. It's presented as an asset, but it really becomes a liability with maintenance costs, unexpected costs, etc., and you can't write those off, right? There's very few things you can write off when you actually own the home that you're living in, right? That your actual residence, unless it's a duplex, unless it's something like a duplex, right? Or like
Okay, so
in other words, what you actually do, if you actually create and we could actually get on another stream sometime, Mike, and I can actually, because I have these financial models, so I can actually show you the difference over 30 years, right? Where if you're making rent payments, and I'm taking rent as an example, but I mentioned there's a strategy, for example, where you could actually buy the property with your LLC or whatnot, and then rent it to yourself. And so then you still own it, right? You still own it indirectly, and then you get to take advantage of the tax laws, right? But the point being is that when people talk about like home ownership is the way to generational wealth, I think they always leave out these caveats because those caveats are important. It's not just owning the home; it's about how the process by which you own the real estate. It's not just the aspect of owning real estate. It's just owning the home that you live in. It becomes, and there are cases depending on where you live, depending on, for example, if it's an area that can get flooded, or there's a lot of things that go into it where you're taking on more risk. That's why you'll see insurance companies are very specific about which areas they fund. Which areas they support in their insurance plans, and the price will be different because they calculate all that stuff in their models, right? So I'm saying most people, when they're approaching real estate or any of these things, they don't think about modeling, right? But all the companies that you're interacting with, every single other person in that interaction,
I got to ask you a question, brother, because you keep talking about. Okay, so I'm saying, how is owning your home outright? All right, because you brought it to the. I'm not talking about because if you have a mortgage, you don't own your house. Okay, the bank owns it. If you own your house free and clear, where the only expenses are utilities and property taxes, which are tax deductible. Okay. I'm trying to understand, and you own the house. I mean, you have equity. You have 100% equity in physical property with your name on the deed.
Yes, I get it.
We're not talking about the mortgage now. How is renting?
I get what you're saying. So let me answer you. It depends. Yes, it's going to depend on the deal. So it's going to depend on which home. So you have to take, because if you're doing a cash, if you're doing a cash purchase, right? You're paying a lump sum purchase. If you're buying it cash, you're still paying that money. Right. So if you spread it, if you're trying to compare it with, let's say, a mortgage or a rental, you basically have to take that lump sum and spread it over, the course of whatever period. Right. So you spread it over, and so it's gonna obviously. Say what?
You spread it over plus the interest, right? Plus the mortgage insurance, plus all these other stuff that comes with it. When you take it over time, when you pay in up front, you get a cheaper price. Also, you don't have to pay all the extra.
I think you're missing my point. What I'm saying is you're still paying the money, right? Well, you're still paying the money.
It's not the same money, brother. 100,000 up front is different than 200,000 over.
Sure. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, you're not hearing me out, right? Just hear me out. What I'm saying is, when you're buying that home cash up front, right? That money, right? If you consider how much money you make, let's say over 15 years or 20 years or 30 years, right? First of all, there's a lot that goes into it. For example, time value of money, inflation, all that stuff, right? So if you actually do the math, right, and you think about it over the course of years, yes, you're paying, if you're buying a home free and clear, you're paying that money up front, right? But if you buy it through a mortgage, you're still paying that money. You're just paying it over 30 years or 15
paying
years.
That money plus more, not paying.
Yes. You're right. Yes, almost I get that. Sure, but again, you're paying that over time, right? Plus the interest, plus the. Okay, it's gonna make more sense. Maybe we should get back and do a financial model because I'm trying to explain this in vocally, but
it's a simple financial model. You can pay the up.
It's not simple. It's actually not simple. It's actually not simple. It's actually not simple. Part of doing this calculation means that you have to evaluate. You have to consider time value of money. You have to consider inflation. Like $100 10 years ago is not the same as $100 in 2020, right? So you have to consider all that stuff in terms of what you can actually purchase, in terms of the purchase power of $100 right now and the purchase power of $100 10 years ago or even 30 years ago, right? There's a difference. So and when you buy a home, right, what I'm saying is you have to consider all that. When you do the math, that's what I'm saying. It's actually not simple as just adding these numbers up. You have to add these extra variables into it to really do a true financial model to see what is the overall cost of this project. Essentially, that's how I think of it. It's like a project, and that project essentially, because if you're comparing a free and clear property and a property that you have a mortgage on, and let's say renting, you have to think of it in terms of, let's say, 10 years, 30 years, whatever your mortgage is. You compare all three of those. If you're comparing a mortgage version versus a free and clear version versus a rental model, you have to compare them over the same period of time. You have to compare them over the same.
the free and clear will always win because one, you just eliminated your biggest monthly expense, which is mortgage / rent, and you did it monthly.
Okay,
Your biggest
alright.
expense is mortgage. So if you
Okay,
own the house free and clear, you have literally the American's biggest expense is
Have
the
you
monthly.
let me ask you a question. Have you ever done a financial model on this?
What do you
So
mean?
you're telling me,
plan?
here's the thing, you're telling me it will always win, right? Why don't you instead you could have said, okay, I'm gonna go actually try and do the math and see if you have a
I'm doing the
would you
math.
already-
I'm doing the math.
Wait, tell me I'm
for
wrong.
you.
I've done this math. That's what I'm saying. I've done
Me
this
too.
math. That's why I can say this. Okay,
Me
so you've
too.
actually done the financial models.
Yes.
You've actually done the financial models.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm explaining it to you right now.
Okay,
You don't have to
actually,
pay.
I'll give you one better. You've done the financial model. I'm gonna send you mine. You send me yours, and you send me the actual financial model. I'm not talking about, and I'll pay you some money too. How about that? Because I'm telling you, I've done the financial model.
property? What property? Because you can't just say financial model and then just what property do you a free and clear?
The property is irrelevant. The numbers are the property is irrelevant. That's what
I can't make the numbers up. The numbers got to be based on some property.
Pick a market. You're in Atlanta. Pick a market.
I just want to chime in real quick here. Yeah, like I go by Ramil's philosophy that it's better to own than rent, but I understand that your mindset and analysis when it comes to rent, Jonathan. But at the same time, when it comes to me and my investments and my properties, I make sure I always get there's some kind of factor of ROI to that property. I have a Tesla sedan. I bring that up on Toro. I don't make payments on it. People make the payments for me. I own a house. I rent out my basement. I mean, there's basements in Toronto. I rent out my basement. My tenant pays my mortgage and my property taxes. It is better to own, but if you're not getting a rate of return on that investment or that property, if that property or possession is not making you money on it, then yes, it's better to rent.
So you're not actually disagreeing with me because remember what I said earlier. I said unless it's like a duplex or you have a scenario where you I'm
not disagreeing with you, but I'm not agreeing with you either. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
so what are you not agreeing with? I'm just curious. What are you not agreeing with exactly?
I'm not agreeing with the sense that rent is better to own. It's better to own.
That's not what I said. So that's not what I said.
A rate
that's
of
not what I said.
invest. You have to receive a return on your properties.
So yes, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said is you have basically what I'm saying is essentially in a lot of cases, that's the term I use. If we actually rewind this, basically in a lot of cases, right? Because essentially what I'm saying is Americans have been sold this idea that you buy a home, you live in it, and most Americans, by the way, don't buy free and clear. So let's just get that out of the way.
So
right?
you gotta make that difference.
Hold on. So I wasn't making a claim about you, Ramil. I'm making a claim about most Americans, first of all. And then I said a lot of cases. So I'm not trying to speak for every case, and obviously wouldn't even be in every case. But the point I'm making, that's why I said if you have a duplex, you have one side that you can rent out, or if you have a basement, that's pretty much a similar situation, right? But if you have a home that you're living in, right, and it's costing you, and you have very little that you can write off, and basically it's costing you over the same period of time. We see a lot of people, they think in short term. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. When you think in long term, you have to start evaluating things like inflation, time value of money, all these things that they teach you in economics classes and etc. Right? So you have to start considering those things because suddenly your $300,000 50 years ago was a shit ton of money. It's still a lot of money for the average American now, but compared to 30 years ago, 50 years ago, it was a lot of money. Right. So there's a reason why. Right. And you have to consider all those factors. You also have to consider things like if you're comparing it to rent. Right. You have to consider rent growth. Right. You have to consider net migration patterns, like all these things. No, when you do the simple math, you don't consider any of that stuff. So then it makes it seem that you're actually winning free and clear. But if you consider everything, and I'm thinking long term, for me, I'm thinking my net worth in the terms of 20, 30, like 50 years. If I have children, I want to leave shit for them. I want to think in terms of a hedge fund, like the way hedge funds think, the way Warren Buffett thinks.
So if I have a house free and clear, I can't leave this house I got right here. I can't leave this. If I ever have kids,
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Because here's the thing, man. First of all, if you own a house and you start a small business in the house, you can deduct all the bills. Okay, you can deduct property taxes. You can deduct all of that stuff. Right, without the monthly expense of rent or mortgage. That's all I'm saying. But so if you own a house free and clear, There
Again, you just brought up a whole different thing here. We weren't talking about.
Oh, he's
Well, if you own the house, all you have to worry about is the taxes. And the tax ain't
rather
stuff.
than owning.
Yeah, that's what I said when I said buying the house free and clear is going to be better mathematically.
Absolutely.
No.
You're opening.
You're saying this in an absolute term. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Like, I've done the math on this. You're wrong. I'm not saying you're always wrong. I'm saying you're wrong. And when you say it absolute, like it's always, no, you're wrong. I've done the financial models. You're wrong about this. I'm literally telling you this because I've done the models. There are cases where owning the home.
Well, then why does anybody in the top 1% echelon own anything then? If it's better just to rent.
I didn't say, again, you guys you're still saying if it's better to just rent. I never said it's better to just rent. I said in a lot of cases, what I'm trying to tell you guys is to essentially run the numbers before you do deals. That's essentially my message here. My main point is
you're right. It's better to rent before having a mortgage.
It's less, basically, my point is less that, here's my point, right? And just let me finish my point and you guys can say, my point is less that one is better than the other. My point is that there are scenarios. Part of modeling, when you do modeling, is to evaluate different scenarios. That's the whole point of modeling, right? So when you do a model, when I'm doing like a debt snowball strategy model, it's basically to show me, okay, if I do a debt snowball strategy over 10 years with this amount of money as my startup capital, here's where I end up at the end of 10 years, right? And then I compare that. Let's say if I took that same amount of money and I invested in the stock market, here's where I end up.
Carl,
in the next,
Jonathan.
Yes.
So you're saying your point is to do the numbers? I mean, because
my overall point is that there's this idea that if you just own your own free and clear, you're automatically winning. And I'm saying in a lot of cases that's actually incorrect. In a lot of cases, in more cases than you think, that's actually incorrect. When you actually run the numbers. I didn't say more. I said in a lot of cases. Definitely more than you think. Yes, definitely more than you think. I mean, look at the interaction right now. You have it set in your mind that I'm wrong, right? And that's fine. That's fine. But I'm saying that's why I'm saying it's controversial. Okay. That's fine.
I'm not trying to be facetious, brother, but I'm just saying, like, first of all, I do this.
That's fine. That's fine. You can believe that. That's fine.
But I'm saying, you can pull up any property, brother. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be this bold.
You can't do that. You can't actually do that.
Owning it free and clear, right? Owning a property free and clear.
You don't have to keep repeating the word.
Mathematically will beat out renting and mortgage mathematically over time. You cannot stop that. That's just a fact.
No, it's not a fact. Not a fact.
Okay. Gentlemen, because I think I see it, and I don't understand. Jonathan.
Do you think real estate companies?
Jonathan.
You think real estate companies hire analysts? You think real estate
Jonathan, can you hear me or can you not hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, for me, and maybe I'm crazy, right? But I always look at things as like, where are you trying to go? Okay, and what are the different kind of roadblocks that could be there? What roadblocks can you stand? What roadblocks can you not stand? What lifestyle are you trying to live? There are always different, models that you can run to show, okay, well, if I did this with the money instead of doing that, and opportunity cost, as you started saying, right? And so on and so forth. So for me, okay, if we read the comment there, which says, the typical rent where you live and then rent out what you own, that kind of a thing. Let me take myself, for example, and because I know that you're right, Jonathan, in your point, but it's just like you could have just said it in 2 sentences, right? The reason why I tend to have been renting for this whole time is because I move a lot. In other words, my thing is whenever I move, I add like $75,000 to $100,000 to my annual income. In other words, I move for economic opportunities. Like I've been moving about 1.5 years for a long time. Every 1.5 years, you know what I mean? So that's why I don't feel like I need to own where I live, because that'll be an inconvenience at the least.
Yeah, you move around,
I'm moving around. So, but the point is, you need to take it, because some people will say things like, okay, well, don't own, right? But then they're not moving. They're not doing anything with the freedom, because you have to do something with the advantage. The advantage of not owning is freedom. I actually gain from the advantage, right? I actually get to move around. I do own property, as I mentioned earlier, but I'm not living there, So I get the whole. There's so many models you can run depending on what you're trying to do. So I don't see the argument of trying to make absolutes here. Is what I'm trying to say, Jonathan and
well, so it's that's pretty much the thing. I'm not making it an absolute. What I'm literally saying is that because the absolute approach is that you should own a home and you should own it free and clear, for example.
I'm not saying that.
No, I'm again, dude, just let me finish my point so you can actually hear what my point actually is. I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying the absolute approach would be you can just own your home and then buy it free and clear, and therefore you're winning. And I'm saying that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that rather than think in terms of absolutes like this, actually run the numbers and see if my plan is to live in this home for the next 10 years, for example, run the numbers and see in my area, based on the rent growth year over year, right? Based on the rent growth year over year, versus if I took a mortgage, let's say if it's an FHA loan, it's like 3.5 and maybe or higher. If it's just conventional 20%, if I put that down, you consider how much you spend up front, and over that 10 years, what do you get at the end in terms, and then you consider equity, et cetera, et cetera. So when you run those, then you come to the conclusion. But the absolute model is just go for the free and clear version, because so that's the point. I'm just saying compare them. And by the way, can I actually share my because there's one comment in the chat that said that that basically said that I'm capping. So like that said I'm capping, for example. One of the comments said that I haven't invested in stocks or anything. Can I show one of my brokerages?
You're gonna show us your bank account? Is that what you're gonna do?
I can actually share one of my brokerages and show you guys how.
Go ahead. It's all fun here.
It's education. Go ahead, bro.
Because I don't like people like I'm not one of these.
This is not financial advice. This is all education and entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. You can go ahead and share it, and I'll throw it up.
You know, IQ.
Now I got
I can see in the back where you smiling heavy.
Okay, Jonathan's big on financial model. So here's the thing, Jonathan. Pull up any property, brother. We can do the numbers right here in front of everybody. Owning it free and clear will always beat out renting on mortgage numbers wise, unless you got a lifestyle like Ike moves around a lot. But if you like somebody like I don't have a job, okay? So I literally can try. I live on my own will. So it's good for me to own the base. I can go traveling anywhere I want, but I have a house for life. If I ever have children, it can have it, and I don't have no mortgage and no rent to pay on it. So pull up any property. We can do the numbers right now. We can do it in front of everybody.
Here's the thing, though, right? The thing is, I don't have anything to prove to you, right? So what I'm saying is,
but you did,
no.
This whole time you trying to prove to me.
You notice when you were talking, you notice how silent I was, and yet you can never let me get a sentence. Dude, every time you're talking, I'll let you talk, but you can never let me finish my sentence. So let me finish my sentence.
Letting you go on the whole. So I'm just saying, let's get to the point. Pull up any property. I'll prove my point.
Can you still won't let me respond? So let me actually finish my point. What I'm saying is I don't actually have. Here's the thing: you're not approaching this from because you notice when I was trying to challenge you, I said, "Hey, can I challenge you?" Right? Because I'm trying to approach this respectfully. You're coming at it from a like very defensive. I'm wrong, and it's like I don't have anything to prove to you.
I'm just telling you.
If you don't believe me, that's fine, right? For me, it's working. For me, I'm building my net worth. I'm building my net worth, right? So I don't have anything to prove to you.
Are you gonna show your financial statement?
Yeah.
Chaos is like, where the money at? You gonna show this or what?
You can't get on here and say,
I'm pulling up one of my brokerages right now.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, you can't get on here and say, oh, you're wrong. Then I say, okay, let's just put it to the test, and then say, oh, I don't got nothing to prove to you. Well, then don't make the claim. Don't make the claim.
I can agree that most cases is an adequate answer to say it's better to rent, but I would say arguably fact period. If you own a house free and clear and you're making that and you're utilizing some aspect of that property to get you a return on investment while you're living in it, nothing trumps that.
Nothing. I'm not trying to be facetious, but we can do the math right here. I'm trying to show brother, like we could do the. It's nothing mathematically that makes better sense to owning a house. Now I'm saying everybody's gonna do it. Not saying everybody's gonna do it.
Can I give you an example? So I have a mortgage on my home. My mortgage basically breaks down to $1,500 a month, and I rent out my basement. It's a 1-bedroom for $1,800 a month. So it's paying my mortgage and my property taxes. I only have to pay my utilities to live in my house, and I'm gaining equity. The house was an inheritance. I received it in 2010. It was worth 300 Canadian at that point. Now with the boom and everything that's going on over here, it's worth 850. So, I mean, if I were to live with your mindset, Jonathan, your situation, your example wouldn't work best for me. If I just decided to sell the house at 300,000 in 2010 just to rent.
And you're still misunderstanding my point. You're saying if you were to live, I'm not saying you should just do that. You still miss my, like you just gave me
financial model.
Hold up.
For myself for that particular situation.
Hold up. So you just took a specific scenario. So what we would do if we wanted to test this is I would actually go and create the financial models to compare it over. And it's not as easy. Hold up. It's not as easy as just giving it over, like just talking about it for like 10 seconds. I'm literally considering a bunch of variables over a course of a period of time. So that's what I'm saying. Like you could give your scenario. Maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's the point I'm making, is to encourage people to actually do the numbers. And by the way, in order to share my screen, I had to give permission to Chrome, and it's actually asking me to like let it quit Chrome, and then so I might drop off. Can you just accept me back in so I can share my screen?
No problem. When you come back, if you drop off and come back, Sebastian, were you going to say something?
Yeah, but like, I mean, yeah, Jonathan, I agree with you, man. Like, yeah, you're right. Do financial models. But like somewhere in all that argument, you slided, it's better to rent than own. And I said in a lot of cases, that part right there is important, because that's the part that's saying, yeah, but you're saying there's a majority of arguments based on the majority of it better to be being renting than owning. When you say
I didn't say majority. I didn't say majority. I'm saying in a lot of cases. A lot doesn't mean majority. I'm saying all I'm saying here is to just test the scenarios before coming to the claim. That's literally what I'm saying. So when I say in a lot of cases, it's because I've seen those cases where I've done the models and I was surprised myself. Like, oh
yeah,
shit.
I know, but I'm just basing this on the context of your sentence, right? When you say a lot, then I'm thinking there's a majority of reasons.
I would say in most cases. I didn't say most. I said in a lot. A lot could be 3. A lot could be. I mean, it's now you could ask me what I mean by a lot, but I didn't say majority. Anyway, let me actually do this so I can.
Okay. And while you're doing this, I'm gonna say this. You know, since we're showing some stuff here, let me just mention something about cryptocurrency. Okay. Obviously, you guys know. Look, this is about risking money. Okay. This is not about whether you believe in the fundamentals or whatever. I don't really care what you do with your money. Okay. But I'm just gonna show you that. Because I believe in several drawers of money, okay? There's a drawer of money where it's just like, okay, let's say real estate or your job, your business, whatever. That's like top drawer. And then there are a few drawers down where you're going to have money for opportunity, okay? Opportunistic money. Not your money for saving for your retirement, not your money for your your kids' college fund or whatever, okay? But opportunistic money, you're going to use it to play certain risky kind of games, okay? And I'm just saying that since March, I put in just a little bit. And I'm going to do some low-tech type of screen sharing here. But basically, that's $94,000 in profit. Nice. You see the graph? You see that graph? That's $94,000 in profit since March. $94,000 in profit just on little F around money in Bitcoin, okay? When it dipped down to Bitcoin, Ethereum, some other ones. Okay, in March of 2020, when it dipped down to $6,000, boom, I swooped in, got Bitcoin, got Ethereum, got Dogecoin, got Litecoin. I did all kinds of things, flipped it, $94,000, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, regardless, I'm just saying, look into crypto, okay? There is some fundamental value to Bitcoin, whether or not some conspiracy comes and knocks it out or something, okay? Because your fiat currency, I'm sorry, it seems like I'm getting to echo.
Oh, huh.
Yeah. Okay, so that's better. So basically what I'm saying is a lot of the pushback on Bitcoin sometimes is that it's not real. Well, that is 100% true. Nothing is real, okay? I mean, you know, like, look, gold, okay? It's a rock. Right? We give it value. Okay. The same thing with some kind of electronic. Look, who would have thought that your data would be worth billions of dollars in some company called Facebook? Some numbers, some zeros and ones in a computer. Right? So the point is, nothing is real. Like, we give value. So, and the whole pushback of that, it's not real. I think, okay, fine. But if I can get $94,000 of profits, that's real. Okay, so you're back, sir, Jonathan, but I don't see the screen share.
Well, no, I'm definitely in Bitcoin, man. Solo told me to get in that a couple years ago. I don't know.
So you must be pretty
So can you see my screen?
Yeah,
now?
my thing's almost double. I had less than I ain't had that much.
So look at this. So this is just one of my brokerage accounts, right? So because somebody in the chat mentioned that I'm not doing any stocks, and I can refresh it, by the way, right? So this is just one of my brokerage accounts, just one of them. And the cost basis, that's how much I put into this, and look at how much the value of it is. I've doubled this money. Okay, I've doubled it in stocks. That's just one brokerage and one stock account, and that's just 2 stocks right here. Now I have traded. That's just 2 stocks, which is Tesla and NIO. And I have traded Slack and other stocks. But just to the person in the chat, I just wanted to. This is just one brokerage account, by the way. I could keep pulling. I could pull up my Robinhood. I could pull up my Fidelity. I could pull up my IRA. Don't play with me. I'm not bullshit. I'm not a bullshitter. Okay, I'm not a bullshitter.
I don't understand how this relates to the argument.
I was responding. So
he's having some beef with someone in the chat.
If you scroll up to the comments, somebody said I don't know anything about the stock market. And it's like look how much I invested. I invested 11,000.
Why are you giving your energy to that?
It's like because I'm not a bullshitter. I have no reason to bullshit about it. So I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so yeah, but the guy is right. I mean, yeah, we see the stock account, but that does not. You prove to the chat about some random dude in the chat about some stock joint, but you won't prove to me. You say you got nothing to prove to me about what it comes to.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the reason why I won't do it. Because okay, see, that's what I'm saying. You won't even let me finish a sentence. Like that's what I'm saying. Here's the reason why I won't do it. You're not coming across as somebody who's saying, you know what, maybe you know something that I don't know. So let me actually try to let me listen to you first. You're coming at this as you're wrong. Then at that point it's like, dude, I don't give a shit if you think I'm wrong. Like it's working for me. I've done my models. I know what I'm talking about. I literally live in math. Like that's my thing. So if you think I'm wrong, I don't give a shit. Like, but like I could, if you approach this differently, I could.
So random dude in the chat though, you gonna prove him your whole. You gonna show me the whole financial statement. You gonna show me how renting is better. Here's the reason why. But some random dude in the chat say fraud.
Here's the reason why. The dude in the chat, he said something about he's from an Ivy League college. I've never done anything in stocks. So I wanted to show him, here's just one brokerage where I've doubled my money. I've doubled $11,000, made it $22,000. Okay. And so I don't he's talking about I'm from an Ivy League. I don't give a shit about your Ivy League. I know math, and I care about numbers. I care about numbers, and I make bread out here. I actually make real money out here. So like, I don't care about your Ivy League. I don't care where you went to school. I know math. Math is the same whether you went to Harvard or you went to fucking a community college. Calculus is still the same. Algebra is still the same. Geometry is still the same. Like, I don't give a shit about your Ivy League.
Like I said, I didn't go to college. I mean, I didn't even graduate college. So I don't know what's going on. Like that's somebody in the chat. Okay, like I said, we're having an actual conversation about real things, real estate numbers. All I asked was we can pull up any property. We can prove some numbers that don't have to do with your bank account about how owning it free and clear would be better than renting it. And I would pull up any property, but you say you didn't want to prove that. But some random guy in the chat say something, you pull up the whole bank account. You're
right. Okay, you're right. You're right. I'm wrong. You're right. Okay, cool.
No, nothing like that. It's just the whole context of how you like made the statement, right? Like when you say a lot, that means that there's a majority in your favor.
No, that doesn't mean that.
True. That's if you frame that doesn't mean that. It's. I mean, there's more points for one particular way, but what I'm trying to say is da 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 da. But I'm just saying.
No, but again, I said a lot. I didn't say most. I said a lot. When I say a lot, what I'm saying is right now, most people think there are no cases. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying in a lot of cases, most people think there are no cases, right? What I'm saying is in a lot of cases, when you actually do the math and you align them right next to each other, right? So when I have 3 sheets on my Excel spreadsheet, I have 3 sheets where one of them is free and clear purchase. The next one is a mortgage, and the next one is a rental over the same period of time. Okay, because at the end of the day, whether you're contributing the money up front or you contribute over time, you're still contributing the money, right? And so if you're thinking in terms of a long-term investor, right? If you're thinking in terms of a long-term investor, you consider that over the course of the 10 years for all of them. Now for the free and clear, obviously it's up front. So what you do is you consider that if you're in the financial model, you'd only have that in the first field, like for year one, right? That's your startup, right? You'd have that in the first field, and you calculate that over the 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, whatever, and you get to see the difference. That's my point. So I'm not saying that in every case, and I've repeatedly said my main point is to actually do the comparisons, because you'd be surprised when you actually do the math on this. You'd be surprised when you calculate all the costs, when you evaluate the rent growth, when you evaluate inflation, time value of money, which is something that most people don't even understand what time value of money is. When you evaluate all those things together, right? Over time, there are cases, right? There are more cases than most people think. Most people don't even think that this is the reality. Most people think I'm wrong when I say this. You guys are not the first people to tell me this, right? And that's why it fascinates me, because I sit down and actually do the math. And I'm like,
are you talking about for renting or to live in? Are you talking about for renting? Are you talking about? Let's clarify. So, are we talking about renting out to others, or are we talking about to live in for ourselves?
Yeah. So what I was saying is for kind of pretty much what the comment that Ike has highlighted here. That's pretty much essentially what kind of along the lines of what I was saying is. What I was saying is basically, when you're considering owning property, right? If your mindset is you just own, there's a lot of reasons why people own properties, by the way. Some people just they want to raise their kid in a home, and that's the reason. That's emotional. But if your reason is financial and monetary, right? Then I think it makes sense for you to do the math and say, okay, I'm gonna live in this property. So if I'm gonna live in this property, what is that gonna cost me over 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, right? Now, when you hear that, you're like, well, why are you thinking 10 years, 30 years? 20 years if I'm paying all that cost up front? But that's the point I'm making, is that cost up front, whether it's up front or whether you're making it over 30 years through rent or through a mortgage, you're still spending the money. It's just a matter of over that course of time.
It's not the same amount of money.
Of course, it's not the same amount. And the point is that when you actually when you do the math on that, there are cases where you spend more. When you spend more free and clear. When you spend more free and clear.
What case do you spend more free and clear than you do renting or having a mortgage? Can you quantify that?
All right. Never mind, man.
No, I'm just asking questions.
Never mind, because it's like, bro, never mind.
I use my case example.
Prove it.
I use my case example of, my situation when I received the house in 2010, 300. Now it's 850 now. If you own a property, the equity builds inside the property, which should negate the interest that you have to pay on your mortgage and everything else. So while you are paying a mortgage, your money is building an asset that is growing. It's not like a car. You're still building an asset. So unless you're in a position like Ike where you're transitional, whether that be you don't know where you're going to live or you're still looking for a place or what have you, that makes sense. But also, his situation is he has a property that he is, I'm assuming, renting or making money on, that is probably funding his lifestyle. So, at the same time, it doesn't make sense to just rent your entire life.
I wasn't saying to rent your entire life. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Never mind, because you guys are missing. I wasn't saying to rent your entire life. I was saying to consider what. Never mind. It's fine.
You said that over time there will be a situation where you will spend more money owning a property free and clear than renting or having a mortgage. I was asking
over time. No, that's not what I said. I said over time there are cases. I didn't say there will be a situation. See, your wording here is very important.
You did say that.
I didn't. No. That's not what. That's not. There's a difference. When you said there'll be a situation, it's like I'm saying this is always the case. That's not the point I'm making. I am saying when you're actually calculating, when you're spending money. Again, this is the difference between how hedge funds think versus a day trader. That's my point, is that the hedge fund considers everything, all the variables. It's a multivariate situation.
This is not stocks, brother.
What?
This is real estate, not stocks. I'm trying.
Right, but the same principle.
What you said.
The same principles apply, though. What's your point?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, Jonathan and Ramil. Again, I'm gonna because to me it's kind of it's obvious, right? Which is. It depends on what else you're doing. It depends on what else you're doing. I just gave my own simple example that, okay, I'm not renting because I actually make money by moving around, right? And then someone could say, well, in other words, there's opportunity cost, and what else are you going to do with this money? You could be like, hey, I'd rather rent and not put up this money upfront to buy this stuff, because someone is literally gonna 100-fold my money. If I took this 100 grand right now, rather than put it up front and buy this house, I could give it to this other guy over here, and he'll give me 150 grand every year, right? In that case, it's like, well, go ahead and do that, right? So the fact that it's is a multivariant problem, and there are many kinds of paths that you can follow depending on what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. That part seems obvious to me. And granted, while this is also entertaining, okay, and I don't see the reason for any hard feelings if there are any, right? You know, there shouldn't be. But but you know, because look, this is about people that are, you know, I mean, we're having real conversations about doing real things, and I think that is important, you know, enough, you know, to be able to demonstrate that, hey, you know, and even if he had to go against this guy in the chat showing stuff, but at least he's showing something, and I think that, and that's why I also went ahead and showed that kind of stuff too. It's all part of encouragement and having a good conversation for people to be able to see that this stuff is real, right?
And by the way, see, this is the silliness of this, right? Like, the silliness of this is the fact that, like, I'm checking out the comments, and like people talking about he's worth $20,000. Dude, even based off my engineering salary alone, but anyways, like, I mean, it's silly.
But Jonathan, you're falling for it, right? I mean, you can see that you're falling for what they do.
Okay, you're right. But
yeah,
you're right.
You know,
it's
the chat on YouTube.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's my fault. So here's the thing, so you are correct that it depends on what you're doing personally, but I'm strictly talking on the cost basis. That's what I'm saying. I'm strictly talking on cost basis.
We talking about just the money, because I know, Ike, you talking about the lifestyle, but just the money on the mathematical side. I was just asking Jonathan on the math, regardless of lifestyle, because, you know, if you living like Ike, I agree. You know what I'm saying? It would be more imperative but if you doing strictly numbers.
Okay, so Romeo, let me ask you a question. Romeo, let me ask you a question. Do you know what time value of money is?
Yes.
What's time value of money?
It's how much money's worth, how it changes over time.
The power of money changes over time.
That's how the money's worth more or less over time. That is literally the time value.
Inflation.
Inflation is part of time value of money, but they're not synonymous. So here's the thing. See, when I ask that question, it's like you're saying mathematically this, but it's like I'm talking about a model where you're considering every aspect, including what Ike is describing, right? Like your lifestyle, etc. But not just that. What I'm saying is most people, when they do the math, they do the simple math. They just think, here's how much I'm spending right now. Here's how much it would cost me over a year. Here's how much the interest is. All of that is just based like raw prices, right? But cost. What I'm saying is when you do a model, literally the whole point is it's scenario modeling. That's what it is. It's scenario modeling where you're modeling different scenarios, and those scenarios specifically you're modeling. You're putting all the values, all the important values. So, for example, when you get into the rent, you can't just say, okay, rent is this much right now, and then just use that number. You have to consider rent growth, right? You have to consider migration patterns. You have to consider all that stuff, and that all of that goes into the model. But if you're just doing random numbers, you can't even see how that differs, right? And then on top of that, you have to consider, for example, interest rates. You have to consider interest rates. Like if you were to, for example, buy the home now versus if you buy it 2 years from now. Like especially, let's say you didn't know something like coronavirus was happening, right? You wouldn't know that the interest rates would have dropped the way that they have. So my point is that's part of the model of scenario modeling, is considering all of those variables and not just doing simple numbers. When you do simple numbers, yes. When you just do simple numbers, yes. Free and clear wins outright anytime you do simple numbers.
Thank you. But that's all I'm saying.
But again, the world doesn't operate based on simple numbers. That's my point.
You're trying to predict. You're trying to predict, somebody map out every scenario and do like the only point I'm making is that when you look at the numbers on any property, I said you can pull up any property. Only if free and clear, you're going to spend less money over time than what you would spend renting or having a mortgage. That's indisputable. That's all I've been saying. You can come up with all the different types of scenarios. And I said, we can prove it right. You're the numbers guy. I said, pull up any property, brother. I said, pull up. I don't know any property. Your property.
It's indisputable. You're right. That's all right. Like we can move on from this. There's no point. We can move on from this.
No, the point has already been made, brother. You couldn't prove. You gonna prove to somebody.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I just told you. I just told you. You're right. I can't prove it.
Okay, you're right. I know you're right. Thank you.
I definitely hope that Carl comes through with the $1 million a month plan, because I think that'll definitely definitely change all our lives, and Mr. Jonathan can send him $1,000 and so on and so forth. Now, okay, I want to thank everybody for showing up. Definitely also Ramil, and Ramil, I will give you the last word. But this is a conversation about real estate, okay? And in the very beginning, I mentioned that you can't talk about money without talking about investing. You can't talk about investing without talking about real estate, because it immediately comes up, right? And we had Ramil here. He talked basically about his whole particular journey, right? Do you go into real estate whole hog, or when do you quit your job? He says, hey, quit your job when your business makes 30%. He says, okay, but he's going all in because he doesn't want to work for anybody, right? Jonathan also agreed that wholesale is best for the new people coming in, okay? You guys gave models of how to structure deals and so on and so forth. Basically, it doesn't seem very hard in the way, from what I can see, right? Forget the nuances for those of you guys who maybe who not into this kind of real estate landscape. The nuances of all the deals and all the this and that, and people showing off and such, myself included. All that stuff doesn't really matter. But the point is, you need to look into investing your money into getting rid of that trash called cash, putting it into something that will appreciate. And beyond it just appreciating, we were talking earlier about the inflation due to money printing, Fed flooding the market, right? That is what literally also, because we got to be honest about that part, right? Ramil and all property owners, you guys benefit from that, right? Because part of what inflates the bubble of your asset is when the Fed supplies liquidity, okay? That's why the rich gets richer. The rich puts their money in assets, okay? And then the Fed pumps up the assets. The poor people who have cash literally lose their cash because they're pumping up assets. The value of the cash goes down and the value of the assets go up. It's also part of the dictator playbook. When dictators take over countries, dictator comes through, hits up Nigeria, takes it over. They get all the assets and they just start printing money. They inflate the asset. Okay, so that is the main thing I wanted to kind of get across to everybody here listening is your cash needs to be working for you. That is what it is for. That's why people call it a tool, right? You need to get it and put it to work. If you don't put it to work, you'll be losing it. No matter what, right? The Fed will continue to do this until the whole experiment collapses. Who knows when, right? And that's why I think also maybe have some Bitcoin for maybe when that whole thing collapses. Because look, how much you say you have less than one Bitcoin, Ramil, or
way less than one. I don't got that much. I got like 900 something. I didn't have that.
Okay, gotcha.
It, so
you didn't go in. Okay,
and then even that little piece, like 80 something. It is up. You know what I'm saying? It's just
okay. Gotcha. Even that little piece of Bitcoin that you have. Okay, if the whole thing collapses, like if the whole thing happens where it's like, oh, the fiat currency and their whole federal bank, so on and so forth, it's all going to collapse. Like, even that little bit of Bitcoin that you have is going to be a ridiculous amount of money. But when that happens, that's not a situation that I think we want to necessarily see, because it's not like they're going to go down easy. No, it's going to be some, some broken eggs, to make that omelet happen. Okay, it's not just going to happen like that. People tend to like, oh, it's going to just be $1 million. For Bitcoin to be worth like $1 million, something serious needs to have happened, right? But so I'm going to wrap it up this way. I'm going to start with Jonathan and then to Chaos Reign and then to Sebastian and then back to Ramil. And just something to say to the audience about this whole real estate game, your money game, how you should make your money work for you, the fact that you should jump in and not wait, right? Like what do you have to lose, in other words? So Jonathan, you first.
So what? Can you repeat the question again?
Any last words, closing thoughts regarding your money, how you should make your money work for you? Specifically, if you can keep it within the real estate game, but just in general to the audience, right? To the audience about jumping in, making the move. What do you have to lose? Okay, get that money. Your money is a tool. Put it to work, right? What do you have to say to the audience as last words, if you have any?
Sure. So yes, I definitely think it's worth it to have multiple sources of income. So I mean, so again, just from the conversation, for me, like I mentioned, 12 of my sources of income. But there's also other ways of making money as well. But the point being, I think it's very important to have multiple sources of income, right? So you want to be in a position where, like, if you lose, like, let's in my case, right, I actually like the fact that I have like my job, right? I know some people they'd rather quit, right? For me, I actually think of it like this. Most of the money that I make through my real estate company, I just reinvest that back, right? And I reinvest that, and then I basically, I basically live on my salary, and then even that I take some chunks of my salary and I invest that as well, right? And so for me, like that, so I really think it's very important to have multiple sources of income. Absolutely, because it's really sad, I think, when you think about the fact that for one, most Americans don't even have like the small amount of money for an emergency. When people die, you're seeing people ask for like GoFundMe's and stuff. Like I think most people should get themselves in a situation where they shouldn't have to basically have to deal with that stuff. And then I think, I personally speaking, now I know people have different feelings on this, but personally speaking, I don't believe in savings accounts. So I do have a savings account where it's like an emergency, like just emergency fund, just enough for an emergency where I really need the funds very liquid. But for the most part, I believe in investing as much of your money as possible. And to your point, like, to make it work for you. So, when I can't invest it in real estate, where like if it's not a lot of money, I'll take that and I'll just drop it in stocks, or I'll drop it in Bitcoin, and I'll just drop them around, and at least have it somewhere where it's potentially making money. Sure, you might drop it in Bitcoin, it might lose its value. I had that happen to me before when it went to 19 and then it dropped back, but then this time it's going back up. It went past 19 and now it's like at 40 or whatever it is now. So basically, I would take this is we're not financial advisors here, but my strategy is just any excess amount of money that I have that I don't invest in real estate, or other small things, like I basically just throw that at an investment vehicle where it can make money, right? So I probably shouldn't have, and you're right, Ike, that I got triggered, but I probably shouldn't have gotten triggered. But an example is what I showed where I was like, hey, Tesla and NIO are doing well. Let me open this brokerage and let me, throw some money at Tesla and NIO, right? Like that's an example of like, rather than taking that 11,000 and putting it in a bank, just invest that in some stocks, and now it's doubled. It's just been sitting there and it doubled where I didn't have to do anything with it, right? And what else? Another thing that I could mention first, that this does apply to me, but I don't know how many people here have jobs that give them 401ks. If your job has a 401k and they do matching, personally, my strategy is I actually accept the 401k up until the match. Like I do whatever it takes to get the maximum match, but beyond that, I don't actually invest anymore, right? Because I don't like the fact that it's locked down. So I think that's pretty much
the matches. That's like what percentage is that? Is that 100% of your money practically, right?
So it
They're
depends on the
practically
company.
doubling your money, right? You put the money. Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the company. It depends on the company. So I can't give the specifics of the company I work for, but they basically match a percentage of it up until they give a match percentage of it. Like so, they match a certain amount of cents per dollar for each dollar you put in, up until a certain percentage of your salary, right? So that's what my company does. I can't give the exact numbers, but so I just did the math on that to get the maximum percentage that the company could give, right? Because it's kind of like they're giving you free money. So I would rather take that free money than not, right? So I just give that. But then beyond that, I don't actually, I don't go beyond that. So, so if you have that option, definitely take the matching. I know some people who have that option, but they don't take advantage of it. To me, that's like, saying no to free money. I think that's it. But I just want to say I should have not gotten triggered. I kind of regret that I even got into this whole anyway. But I kind of regret it because it's like, what's the point of even trying to anyway? But that's my mistake. So, but this was a great conversation though.
All right. Well, Chaos Rain, you have any final words for us?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
go
do. The only final words I have to have is this is very stimulating. This is very heated. I think, the real estate, if anybody got the capital or wherever, get in it where you fit in. I think the issue now moving forward as men is how are we gonna make our money moving forward in this digital economy. There are many ways to do it now. I think just to be in certain spaces and having the conversation, and even go as far as strategize, well, a set up plan will be beneficial for those who feel they up to the task and willing to take the risk should jump on in it. Most men should know that there is no reward without no risk at the end of the day.
Mhm.
And as men, we should not be afraid of taking either greater risk or minimal risk. Just jump in where you fit in. I regret jumping in the Bitcoin thing years ago because I didn't know the possibility, because to find that we're moving a digital age, that now look at it now, it dropped a little bit, but it slowly catapulted just the end of this year alone. So like I said, if you're a person, my advice to those is, if you see any opportunity and you think it might not be possible, jump in it anyway. So that way when you get older, you have no regrets. That is my only message. And subscribe to Chaos Rain channel. Thank you.
Subscribe to Chaos Rain channel. Bam. You know what? Drop it in the chat on YouTube.
Okay.
Drop your link in there. You guys heard it. So, Sebastian, what you got? What you got for us, sir?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, like, we're all talking, it's all dialogue. We shouldn't have any kind of feelings into it. Everybody has their own opinion, and it's fair everybody to express their own opinion. So, I mean, no hate, no shade at anybody. I wish everybody the best. I just want to go into two separate points real quick. Things I want to emphasize in real estate is learn trades, learn how to paint, learn how to do carpet, learn how to do flooring, learn how to do upgrades on your own. This will save you a lot of money that you would have to pay otherwise to contractors. And keep in mind, not all contractors have integrity. Some of them will give you very poor workmanship. And some of them could even just leave the city with your deposit.
Yep.
I'd recommend having a good security deposit structure or a payment structure when you're paying contractors. Never give them 50% up front. If anything, maximum 15-20, and then create milestones for the project so that, when certain aspects of the jobs are done, they get a lump sum until it's finished. And then when it comes to law, like I had said earlier, we are all citizens from the dominion of our own country. We are obligated as citizens to know the law. And I would recommend for people to get books on contract law, on real estate law.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these books have quick referencing guides that basically tell you the formulas of how to do a contract, how trusts work, and describing all the parties involved in those. And these type of books also provide case law, and those case law give specific scenarios. And for myself, having experience reading case law from certain cases, have actually demonstrated what to do in my particular situation because of past case law. So please look into that. And then again, we stated earlier, make sure you have your accountant. A lawyer and accountant is the most important thing for you in this game. And once again, I wish Ike and Ramil, thank you very much for the content. And everybody, good luck and great success for all your opportunities. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I'll catch you on Tuesday, sir. So, Mr. Amir, and yeah, you guys in the chat, going buck wild and all that. And I probably encouraged it too. Look, I was having a great time.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, man. It's cool, man. It's how it go, man. Don't feel bad about it.
I'm new to this. I'm new to these YouTube streets, so you're used. I need to come take some lessons from you about how it goes down. But the chat is the chat, and some of us have a little bit of troll in us, including myself. I like to have a good time. So, Mr. Ramil, what are the closing words that you have? Okay, I think that there were a lot of good points that you made. Okay, if I may again, kind of, you said basically that there are things to be found locally. Okay, there are things to be found locally. How do you define this hot market? A hot market, and I think that was one of the main points that I wanted to kind of ask you about, which is people are always looking like at the hot market, but if it's hot, it's too late. Because yeah, because if it's hot, it's sewn up. Like the people, you're not gonna know it's hot. Like, in other words, you take advantage of what you have advantage of. You actually have advantage of. I painted the picture earlier, okay? I said there's this guy on the top floor penthouse of this glass building, and it's glass on marble, and he's got his Tom Ford on. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. And he's in real estate game, but he doesn't have boots on the ground. He's got to be conservative. He's got all kinds of structures. He's like the Titanic. He cannot move quick, and so on and so forth, okay? So why are you trying to go compete with him in Austin? It's like, you have your backyard where he doesn't know anything about. It'll cost him a lot of money to do the kind of studies to understand the knowledge that you have. You can do the local kind of management and so on and so forth, that kind of a thing, okay? So stop worrying about the hot market. Look right around your neighborhood. Look right around where you at. And, start small. There are advantages to being small and so on and so forth. But do you have anything to wrap up this whole conversation, sir?
Man, nah, man, it was a great stream, man. This stream is longer than mine. So, he was doing 4.5 hours. It's all good, though. I had a great time.
Crazy.
I actually like streams like this better than the other streams. It's just that I just know what the people want. But that's why I've just been chilling lately, because I don't really feel like doing that no more. This is what I really, really, and really care about: money, real estate, and now I'm about to getting into more of the market with the stocks. I got some master teacher. I got to chop it up with him some, and with you, especially with the Bitcoin, definitely want to bring you back on. So, but as far as with the stream, man, I just think it was a great information, great stream. As far as the real estate, my philosophy, my personal philosophy, which is not the only way to win, keep it simple. I don't like too much complications. When the deals are complicated, I'll let somebody like Jonathan and Carl come take the deal, because I can get another deal. All right, so stay in if the market's hot, if it's a quote unquote hot area, let me tell you why it's already too late. Because in Atlanta, right, where Jonathan was just at, hot area. We didn't hear Atlanta's the hottest real estate area for the past few years. And he just told you he spent $1,000 on skip tracing. So that means owners are not trying to sell because you found out it was hot after everybody ran through that. So you go create your own hot area, which might even be in your own backyard. Okay, I like to be practical. I like to be realistic. All right, that's why I also said it's not a plethora of deals out here, maybe like it was a few years ago, but there's still deals. You're not going to get out here and do one campaign and find a deal. All right, this is why I told you guys at the beginning as well, I wholesale on a referral basis right now. I got other businesses going on and stuff like that. But if I had no money in my pocket, I'll be back. I'll go straight back to wholesaling. I know that's the fastest way I can get a big check in 30 days. I just have to be hustling my ass off. But if you start from ground up, wholesaling is definitely a good way to go. Definitely still got to have them soft skills, be able to talk, be able to negotiate, be able to sell times 2, because you got to sell yourself to the seller and sell yourself to the buyer. And maybe even times 3, because you might have to sell yourself to the title company to take your deal. All right. So a lot of them, they be on funny stuff. So man, I just like these conversations, man. Shout out to Carl. Shout out to Jonathan, the guy who came. He shout out to him too. He showed you love in the chat. If you guys new over here, everybody who came through from the channel, make sure you guys subscribe to Ike, man. And if you don't know who I am, make sure you go subscribe to me. All right. I'll see what I feel like. What's up?
No. I was just saying, subscribe to him, Ramil Amir. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna close it off soon. So yeah, man. So I just wanted to thanks for this stream. It's actually very, very lit. I had a great time over here. When they're gonna do it again, let me know. And you gotta come through when you get a chance too, man.
No, I'm glad you had. I'm glad you had a good one. And I just remembered that because whenever there's a certain amount people donate, and then they're the sponsors of the show. So Jonathan, okay. Oh, you guys out there hating on Jonathan in the chat? He was actually the sponsor of the show today. Yep. He gave over $100 on the super chat. Okay, so you guys stop asking for his paycheck, and you guys need to put some stuff in my bank account. Okay, Cash App, whatever. And speaking of Cash App, Q Dog also put down on the Cash App. Shout out to Questy Jackson. Q Dog, and again D-Rock, Den, and Lou. So thank you very much, Jonathan, for being the sponsor. I wanted to just bring you back up to kind of give you that salute, which I usually do for anyone that does that. So do you have any other last sentence to say as the sponsor, Mr. Jonathan, sir?
Nope. No, I don't have anything else to add. This was a great show. So when's your next show? You said on Tuesday.
On Tuesday, it'll be a meditation stream, How to Meditate Part 3, still in the body area. So every Tuesday we'll continue on that series, and then I'm trying to do Saturdays, trying to do more business type stuff. Saturdays and Sundays, that is, today's Sunday. Saturdays and Sundays doing the business stuff, and then in the weekdays we're doing that other stuff. So that's kind of how it's structured right now. For those of you guys out here, oh yes, Gabe A, $50. See that was a slick move. I suppose a slick move. Well, thanks again, Jonathan, for shaming them into donating. Okay.
and also the deal's still on the table for Carl, by the way. So if
yeah, because Carl just kind of slickly left. He kind of. Anyways, man.
I have one question. I'm looking at the Bitcoin right now. I'm seeing it did kind of drop over the weekend. I ain't even see it. It's quick thoughts on that, or I'm just curious what you was. Should I buy some more of this joint, or this is not financial advice? Just your opinion.
If it goes under 30, I would get some.
Okay.
Right. If it goes under 30, I would get some. But the volatility, as you know, is real. That's the name of the game in Bitcoin. If you look at where it's at right now, that's where it literally was at like a couple days ago.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So it's like, that's what it does. But if it goes under 30, it's about 34 right now. If it goes under 30, I would throw a little bit of something in there, because I really think that we're going to see 50 for sure soon, right? And, I've taken profits and done things like the other thing too. I don't know if you're looking at Ethereum, because right now, because they're kind of correlated and they're going with each other, but Ethereum is still way undervalued. Okay. And in some people's opinion, let me not say my opinion. Okay. I'm not a blockchain expert, but Ethereum has a whole lot of like institutional use, right? If you look at what, I believe it's the Ethereum Foundation or whatever, you have people like Coca-Cola and all these other banks and different things that are using the Ethereum blockchain and their smart contracts, like actually using it. Bitcoin is kind of like gold, right? You just it's value, right? But Ethereum has use cases that people are actually implementing, and it's only $1,000 when it should be at least 10. So that is another thing that I would look at. And then when you go down from there, then you're just all the hundreds other ones. That's if you want to have a good time. If you find the right one, though, in the altcoin, they call them altcoin. If you find the right thing in the altcoin forest, it could go 1,000x. Okay, you could get something that's for less than a cent right now, and it'll be worth like maybe $20 or something, right? Those kinds of things can happen over there in that forest, but also in that forest you could get lost. But Bitcoin and then Ethereum, if Bitcoin goes below 30, and also with Ethereum, because Ethereum will follow it to maybe go under 1,000, right? Then I will get some not financial advice, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey Ike, just one thing though, So between Ethereum and Bitcoin, it's really dependent on are you thinking about it in the short term or long term? Because for example, with Ethereum, a lot of it, like in tech, for example, a lot of software is being built on Ethereum. And the smart contracts and whatnot. So I view Ethereum more as like a place. I know a lot of people refer to Bitcoin as like places essentially like store your money in a way, right? But I view Ethereum as more stable over time, and there's way less fluctuation with Ethereum. So if you're like a long-term investor, no financial advice, but for me personally, as a long-term investor, I've put more money in Ethereum versus Bitcoin because in terms of long-term, but also, it also depends on the amount you're investing, right? Like if you're putting, a small amount in Ethereum, you're not going to see that big of a change that quickly. And so, whereas in Bitcoin, it fluctuates so much that you can put, like even $2,000. Like last week, if you put $2,000, and that could already be like 3,000, or I don't know I'd have to do the math, but basically, it fluctuates so much that you could be a short-term trader with Bitcoin.
All right. So Ramil, we'll definitely I'll definitely reach out to you. And you already mentioned that, you know, that and I thank you for saying that, because I would like to do some more of these, because there's some other things, like there was some book you mentioned about like crushing it in real estate, in apartments and stuff. Crushing It, that book. I actually just got it. I heard you mention it in some stream somewhere, right? And I actually just got that. I want to listen to that. And then there are other things that have to do with, you know, sales and stuff like that. That you know, that I think that over the weekends, this is the kind of conversation I would like to have. And you know, I'll be reaching out to you, and also on your business channel, if you know, in whichever way I can help. I'm definitely you know, don't hesitate to ask. Right? It's always a pleasure. Yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this off now and give the shout outs to the super chats over here. Shout out to the $50 from my man Gabe A. Gabe A, you know, was having fun. Yeah, he's paying his fee for having a whole lot of fun out there in the in the chat room. And I'm glad that we were able to mix a very serious conversation, a conversation about money, about people who know what they're talking about, showing their receipts, and also having some fun and poking and jiving each other, so on and so forth. So that's always a good time, and I think it's in the spirit of this corner of YouTube. So, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, we're gonna go ahead and close this out with our typical track, Battle Within, which I will be releasing. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. If you want to hear Battle Within, let me get a 1 in the chat. Or if you want to hear Run, let me get a 2 in the chat. These 2 tracks will be getting released in April, okay? And then I'll be releasing the album later on in the year. The bear virus kind of slowed down my recording process and so on and so forth. But if you want to hear Battle Within, let me get a 1 in the chat. And if you want to hear Run, let me get a 2 in the chat as our closeout track. Okay? I see 2. 2. Oh, 2. 22K. Talking. All right. Okay. So, well, the 2s have won. Okay. The voting is done. Again, shout out to everybody in the panel: Chaos Rain, Jonathan, Ramil. All right, and we are heading out, ladies and gentlemen. If I can get my act together and I can do this graciously, we're gonna play Run. Bye.
In the den of iniquity, vicinity no pretty, calamity fi hit we any moment, what a pity. Tomorrow never certain, what dwells behind the curtain, the face of evil smirking with the shifty eyes averting. It's not a steady bubble, that either pop or topple, many will fall and stumble, let the dozers gather rubble. From LA to Colorado, Guinea to Burkina Faso, cannon could reach the towers and the troops will storm the castle. I say, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, come, make me get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. I say, run, come, make me get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, come, make me get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. With the rubble steady rising, and hearts are compromising. Conditions here are stifling, making evil appetizing. The fists are steady forming, and countenance is falling. Defenses are withdrawing, possibilities are falling. In these circumstances, evil will make advances. Pick up your sword and lances, and be sure to take your stances. Victory is never promised, the battle is upon us. Gather the brave and honest, and the righteous in your corners. Go. Run, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. I say, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated, Lord. Run, come, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. Run for the hills, let the will lead the mind. For living is the thrill with the doubt left behind. Amidst all the wicked, there is beauty to behold. Be fearless and intrepid from the depths of our soul. The hands of the steady cleave the rose from the bone. The sweat of the weary brings the glow to the dawn. The motion of the wheel brings the light to the mind. Be aligned, it's divine. Run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling on your daughters and your sons, they come we get it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated, Lord. Run, come, come, make we get it. Calling on your daughters and your sons, they come we get it. Run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. Run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated, Lord. Run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it.
So Amazed is over there asking me to play the other song after this ends. Huh? Getting greedy in the house. But hey, you know, it's Sunday. We're having some wine. I don't know. Maybe we're drinking something else. Rasta works are manifest and it a blossom and a bloom. Nature always take its course, the tide is rising with the moon. It only take a spark to put a fire to the fuel. What is hidden in the dark should be revealed so very soon. Tell Pharaoh free the prisoners from the dungeons and the doom. Christ feed the multitude with only one loaf of bread. Poor people, there is something for you. Don't let the pressures of the system get up on your head. People, there is something for you. Mankind cares not for his sisters anymore. Still, there is something for you. Written in the book of life, we shall live forevermore. Shout out to Damian Marley in the house. Okay, so I'm going to honor the request and I'm going to play Battle Within for those of you who are here for the after show. Okay. Battle within, crashing on the shore, relentless in the war, the legions in our hearts, shed waters in our pores, the spirit and the flesh.
Crashing on the shore, relentless in the war, the legions in our hearts, shed waters in our pores, the spirit and the flesh, the emotions that arrest, the cerebral will contest, propelling the unrest. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded, the teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand, stand up, make we burn Babylon. Guess I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Trembling in the haze with the semblance of a blaze, with gratitude and rage, we touch another page with delirious delight, impervious to light. This vitality and might encourages the flight. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded, the teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand, stand up, make we burn Babylon. Guess I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Guess I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the wind will fight the battle within. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the wind will fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the wind will fight the battle within.